Chapter 71 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 71. The Camp. Next morning Wallace was recalled from the confusion into which his nocturnal visitor had thrown his mind by the entrance of Ker, who came as usual with the reports of the night. In the course of the communication he mentioned that about 3 hours before sunrise, the Knight of the Green Plume had left the camp with his dispatches for Stirling. Wallace was scarcely surprised at this ready falsehood of Lady Mar's, and not intending to betray her, he merely said, "Long ere he appears again, I hope we shall have good tidings from our friend in the north." But day succeeded day, and notwithstanding Bothwell's embassy, no accounts arrived. The Countess had left an emissary in the Scottish camp, who did as she had done before, intercepted all messengers from Perthshire. Indeed, from the first of her flight to Wallace to the hour of her quitting him, she had never halted in her purpose from any regard to honour. Previous to her stealing from Huntingtower, she had bribed the seneschal to say that on the morning of her disappearance he had met a knight, near St. Conkle's Well, coming to the castle, who told him that the Countess of Mar was gone on a secret mission to Norway, and she therefore had commanded him, by that night, to enjoin her sister-in-law, for the sake of the cause most dear to them all, not to acquaint Lord Ruthven, or any of their friends, with her departure, till she should return with happy news for Scotland. The man added, that after declaring this, the knight rode hastily away. But this precaution, which did indeed impose on the innocent credulity of her husband's sister and his daughter, failed to satisfy the Countess herself. Fearful that Helen might communicate her flight to Wallace, and so excite his suspicion of her not being far from him, from the moment of her joining him at Linlithgow she intercepted every letter from Huntingtower, and when Bruce went to that castle, she continued the practice with double vigilance, being jealous of what might be said of Helen by this Sir Thomas de Longueville, in whom the master of her fate seemed so unreservedly to confide. To this end, even after she left the camp, all packets from Perthshire were conveyed to her by the spy she had stationed near Wallace, while all the which were sent from him to Huntingtower were stopped by the treacherous seneschal and thrown into the flames. No letters, however, ever came from Helen. A few bore Lord Ruthven's superscription, and all the rest were addressed by Sir Thomas de Longueville to Wallace. She broke the seals of this correspondence, but she looked in vain on their contents. Bruce and his friend, as well as Lord Ruthven, wrote in a cipher, and only one passage, which the former had by chance written in the common character, could she ever make out. It ran thus: "I have just returned to Huntingtower after the capture of Confounds. Lady Helen sits by me on one side, Isabella on the other. Isabella smiles on me like the spirit of happiness. Helen's look is not less gracious, for I tell her I am writing to Sir William Wallace. She smiles, but it is with such a smile as that with which a saint would relinquish to heaven the dearest object of its love. Helen, said I, what shall I say from you to our friend? That I pray for him. That you think of him? That I pray for him, repeated she, more emphatically. That is the way I always think of my preserver. Her manner checked me, my dear Wallace, but I would give worlds that you could bring your heart to make this sweet vestal smile, as I do her sister." Lady Mar crushed the registered wish in her hand, and though she was never able to decipher a word or more of Bruce's numerous letters, many of which, could she have read them, contained complaints of all that silence she had so cruelly occasioned, she took and destroyed them all. She had ever shunned the penetrating eyes of young Lord Bothwell, and to have him on the spot when she should discover herself to Wallace, she thought would only invite discomfiture. Affecting to share the general anxiety respecting the failure of communications from the north, she it was who suggested the propriety of sending some one of peculiar trust to make inquiries. By covert insinuations, she easily induced Ker to propose Bothwell to Wallace, and on the very night that her machinations had prevailed, to dispatch him on this embassy, impatient, yet doubting and agitated, she went to declare herself to the man for whom she had thus sunk herself in shame and falsehood. Though Wallace heard the denunciation with which she left his presence, yet he did not conceive it was more than the evanescent rage of disappointed passion, and anticipating persecutions rather from her love than her revenge, he was relieved, and not alarmed, by the intelligence that the Knight of the Green Plume had really taken his departure. More delicate of Lady Mar's honour than she was of her own, when he met Edwin at the works, he silently acquiesced in his belief also, that their late companion was gone with dispatches to the regent, who was now removed to Stirling. After frequent sallies from the garrison, in which the Southrons were always beaten back with great loss, the lines of circumvallation were at last finished, and Wallace hourly anticipated the surrender of the enemy. Reduced for want of provisions, and seeing all succours cut off by the seizure of the fleet, the inhabitants, detesting their new rulers, collected in bands, and lying in wait for the soldiers of the garrison, murdered them secretly and in great numbers. But here the evil did not end, for by the punishments which the governor thought proper to inflict by lots on the guilty, or the guiltless, he not being able to discover who were actually the assassins, the distress of the town was augmented to a horrible degree. Such a state of things could not long be maintained. Aware that should he continue in the fortress, his troops must assuredly perish, either by insurrection within, or from the enemy without, the Southron commander determined no longer to wait the appearance of a relief which might never arrive, and to stop the internal confusion, he sent a flag of truce to Wallace, accepting and signing his offered terms of capitulation. By this deed he engaged to open the gates at sunset, but begged the interval between noon and that hour to allow him time to settle the animosity between his men and the people, before he should surrender his brave followers entirely into the hands of the Scots. Having dispatched his assent to this request of the governor's, Wallace retired to his own tent. That he had effected his purpose without the carnage which must have ensued had he again stormed the place, gratified his humanity, and congratulating himself on such a termination of the siege, he turned with more than usual cheerfulness toward a herald, who brought him a packet from the north. The man withdrew, and Wallace broke the seal, but what was his astonishment to find it a citation for himself to repair immediately to Stirling, to answer, it said, certain charges brought against him by an authority too illustrious to be set aside without examination. He had hardly read this extraordinary mandate when Sir Simon Fraser, his second in command, entered, and with stern consternation in his looks, put an open letter into his hand. It ran as follows: Sir Simon Fraser, allegations of treason against the liberties of Scotland having been preferred against Sir William Wallace, until he clears himself of these charges to the Thanes of Scotland here assembled, you, Sir Simon Fraser, are directed to assume in his stead the command of the forces which form the blockade of Berwick, and as the first act of your duty, you are ordered to send the accused towards Stirling under a strong guard, within an hour after you receive this dispatch. Signed, John Cummin, Earl of Badenoch, Lord Regent of Scotland, Stirling Castle. Wallace returned the letter to Fraser with an undisturbed countenance. I have received a similar order from the Regent, said he, and though I cannot guess the source whence these accusations spring, I fear not to meet them, and shall require no guard to speed me forward to the scene of my defence. I am ready to go, my friend, and happy to resign the brave garrison, that has just surrendered, to your honour and lenity. Fraser answered that he should be emulous to follow his example in all things, and to abide by his agreements with the Southron governor. He then retired to prepare the army for the departure of their commander, and much against his feelings, to call out the escort that was to attend the calumniated chief to Stirling. When the marshal of the army read to the officers and men the orders of the regent, a speechless consternation seized on one part of the troops, and as violent an indignation agitated the other to tumult. The veterans, who had followed the chief of Ellerslie from the first hour of his appearing as a patriot in arms, could not brook this aspersion upon their leader's honour, and had it not been for the vehement exhortations of the no less incensed, though more moderate Scrymgeour and Lockhart, they would have risen in an instant revolt. Though persuaded to sheathe their half-drawn swords, they could not be withheld from immediately quitting the field, and marching directly to Wallace's tent. He was conversing with Edwin when they arrived, and in some measure he had broken the shock to him of so dishonouring a charge on his friend, by his being the first to communicate it. While Edwin strove to guess who could be the inventor of so dire a falsehood against the truest of Scots, he awakened an alarm in Wallace for Bruce, which could not be excited for by himself, by suggesting that perhaps some intimation had been given to the most ambitious of the Thanes, respecting the arrival of their rightful prince. And yet, returned Wallace, I cannot altogether suppose that, for even their desires of self-aggrandizement could not torture my share in Bruce's restoration to his country into anything like treason. Our friend's rights are too undisputed for that, and all I should dread, by a premature discovery of his being in Scotland, would be secret machinations against his life. There are men in this land who might attempt it, and it is our duty, my dear Edwin, to suffer death upon the rack, rather than betray our knowledge of him. But, added he with a smile, We need not disturb ourselves with such thoughts. The regent is in our prince's confidence, and did this accusation relate to him, he would not, on such a plea, have arraigned me as a traitor." Edwin again revolved in his mind the nature of the charge, and who the villain could be who had made it, and, at last suddenly recollecting the Knight of the Green Plume, he asked if it were not possible that he, a stranger who had so sedulously kept himself from being known, might be the traitor. "I must confess to you," continued Edwin, "that this knight, who ever appeared to dislike your closest friends, seems to me the most probable instigator of this mischief, and is perhaps the author of the strange failure of communication between you and Bruce. Accounts have not arrived, ever since Bothwell went, and that is more than natural. Though brave in his deeds, this unknown may prove only the more subtle spy and agent of our enemies." Wallace changed colour at these suggestions, but merely replied, "A few hours will decide your suspicion, for I shall lose no time in confronting my accuser." "I go with you," said Edwin. "Never while I live will I consent to lose sight of you again." It was at this moment that the tumultuous approach of the Lanark veterans was heard from without. The whole band rushed into the tent, and Stephen Ireland, who was foremost, raising his voice above the rest, exclaimed, "They are traitors, my lord, who accuse you. It is determined by our corrupt thanes that Scotland shall be sacrificed, and you are to be made the first victim. Think they, then, that we will obey such parricides? Lead us on, thou only worthy of the name of regent, and we will hurl these usurpers from their thrones." This demand was reiterated by every man present, was echoed by hundreds who surrounded the tent. The Bothwell men and Ramsay's followers joined the men of Lanark, and the mutiny against the orders of the regent became general. Wallace walked out into the open field, and mounting his horse, rode forth amongst them. At sight of him the air resounded with acclamations, unceasingly proclaiming him their only leader, but stretching out his arm to them, in token of silence, they became profoundly still. "My friends and brother soldiers," cried he, "as you value the honour of William Wallace, as you has hitherto done, this moment yield him implicit obedience." "Forever!" shouted the Bothwell men. "We never will obey any other," rejoined his faithful Lanark followers, and with an increased uproar, they demanded to be led to Stirling. His extended hand again stilled the storm, and he resumed, "You shall go with me to Stirling, but as my friends only, never as the enemies of the Regent of Scotland. I am charged with treason. It is his duty to try me by the laws of my country; it is mine to submit to the Inquisition. I fear it not, and I invite you to accompany me, not to brand me with infamy, by passing between my now darkened honour and the light of justice, not to avenge an iniquitous sentence denounced on a guiltless man, but to witness my acquittal, and in that my triumph over them, who through my breast would strike at what is greater than I." At this mild persuasive every upraised sword dropped before him, and Wallace, turning his horse into the path which led towards Stirling, his men, with a silent determination to share the fate of their master, fell into regular marching order, and followed him. Edwin rode by his side, equally wondering at the unaffected composure with which he sustained such a weight of insult, and at the men who could be so unjust as to lay it upon him. At the west of the camp, the detachment appointed to guard Wallace in his arrest came up with him. It was with difficulty that Fraser could find an officer who would command it, and he who did at last consent, appeared before his prisoner with downcast eyes, seeming rather the culprit than the guard. Wallace, observing his confusion, said a few gracious words to him, and the officer, more overcome by this than he could have been with reproaches, burst into tears and retired into the rear of his men. Chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill McGilvery. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 72. Stirling Castle. Wallace entered on the Carse of Stirling, that scene of his many victories, and beheld its northern horizon white with tents. Officers appointed for the purpose had apprised the thanes of Wallace having left Berwick, and knowing by the same means all his movements, an armed cavalcade met him near the Carron to hold his followers in awe, and to conduct him without opposition to Stirling. In case it should be insufficient to quell their spirit, or to intimidate him who had never yet been made to fear by mortal man, the regent had summoned all the vassals of the various signatories of Cummin, and planted them in the battle array before the walls of Stirling. But whether they were friends or foes was equally indifferent to Wallace, for strong in integrity he went serenely forward to his trial, and though inwardly marvelling at such a panoply of war being called out to induce him to comply with so simple an act of obedience to the laws, he met the heralds of the regent with as much ease as if they had been coming to congratulate him on the capitulation of Berwick, the ratification of which he brought in his hand. By his order his faithful followers, who took a pride in obeying with the most scrupulous exactness the injunctions of their now deposed commander, encamped under Sir Alexander Scrymgeour to the northwest of the castle, near Ballochgeich. It was then night. In the morning, at an early hour, Wallace was summoned before the council in the citadel. On his re-entrance into that room which he had left, the dictator of the kingdom, when every knee bent and every head bowed to his supreme mandate, he found not one who even greeted his appearance with the commonest ceremony of courtesy. Badenoch, the regent, sat upon the throne with evident symptoms of being yet an invalid. The lords Athol and Buchan, and the numerous chiefs of the clan Cummins, were seated on his right. On his left were arranged the Earls of Fife and Lorne, Lord Soulis, and every Scottish baron of power who at any time had shown himself hostile to Wallace. Others, who were of easy faith to a tale of malice, sat with them, and the rest of the assembly was filled up with men of better families than personal fame, and whose names swelled a list without adding any true importance to the side on which they appeared. A few, and those a very few, who still respected Wallace, were present, not because they were sent for, great care having been taken not to summon his friends, but in consequence of a rumour of the charges having reached them, and these were the Lords Lennox and Loch Awe, with Kirkpatrick, and 2 or 3 chieftains from the western Highlands. None of them had arrived till within a few minutes of the council being opened, and Wallace was entering at one door as they appeared at the other. At sight of him a low whisper buzzed through the hail, and a marshal took the plumed bonnet from his hand, which, out of respect to the nobility of Scotland, he had raised from his head at his entrance. A herald meanwhile proclaimed in a loud voice, "Sir William Wallace, you are charged with treason, and by an ordinance of Fergus I, you must stand covered before the representatives of the Majesty of Scotland, until that loyalty be proved, which would again restore you to a seat amongst her faithful barons." Wallace, with the same equanimity as that with which he would have mounted the regal chair, bowed his head to Marshal in token of acquiescence. But Edwin, whose indignation was reawakened at this exclusion of his friend from the privilege of his birth, said something so warm to the Marshal that Wallace, in a low voice, was obliged to check his vehemence by a declaration that, however obsolete the custom, and revived in his case only, it was his determination to submit himself in every respect to whatever was exacted of him by the laws of his country. On Loch Awe and Lennox observing him stand thus before the bonneted and seated chiefs, a stretch of magisterial prerogative which had not been exercised on a Scottish knight for many a century, they took off their caps, and bowing to Wallace, refused to occupy their places on the benches, while the defender of Scotland stood. Kirkpatrick drew eagerly toward him, and throwing down his casque and sword at his feet, cried in a loud voice, "Lie there till the only true man in all this land commands me to take ye up in his defence. He alone had courage to look the Southrons in the face, and to drive their king over the borders, while his present accusers sulked in their chains." Wallace regarded this ebullition from the heart of the honest veteran with a look that was eloquent to all. He would have animatedly praised such an instance of fearless gratitude expressed to another, and when it was directed to himself, his ingenious soul showed approbation in every feature of his beaming countenance. "Is it thus, presumptuous knight of Ellerslie," cried Soulis, "that by your look you dare encourage contumely to the Lord Regent and his peers?" Wallace did not deny him an answer, but turning calmly towards the throne, "Representative of my king," said he, "in duty to the power whose authority you wear, I have obeyed your summons, and I here await the appearance of the accuser who has had the hardihood to brand the name of William Wallace with disloyalty to prince or people." The regent was embarrassed. He did not suffer his eyes to meet those of Wallace, but looked down in manifest confusion during his address, and then, without reply, turned to Lord Athol and called on him to open the charge. Athol required not a second summons. He rose immediately, and in a bold and positive manner accused Wallace of having been won over by Philip of France to sell those rights of supremacy to him which, with a feigned patriotism, his sword had wrested from the grasp of England. For this treachery Philip was to endow him with the sovereignty of Scotland, and as a pledge of the compact he had invested him with the principalities of Gascony in France. "This is the groundwork of his treason," continued Athol, "but the superstructure is to be cemented with our blood. I have seen a list, in his own handwriting, of those chiefs whose lives are to pave his way to the throne." At this point of the charge Edwin sprung forward, but Wallace, perceiving the intent of his movement, caught him by the arm, and by a look reminded him of his recently repeated engagement to keep silent. "Produce the list," cried Lord Lennox. "No evidence that does not bring proof to our eyes ought to have any weight with us against the man who has bled in every vein for Scotland." "It shall be brought to your eyes," returned Athol, "that, and other damning proof, shall convince this credulous country of its abused confidence." "I see these damning proofs now," cried Kirkpatrick, who had frowningly listened to Athol. "The abusers of my country's confidence betray themselves at this moment by their eagerness to impeach her friends, and I pray Heaven that before they mislead others into so black a conspiracy, the lie in their throats may choke its inventors." "We all know," cried Athol, turning on Kirkpatrick, "to whom you belong. You were brought with this shameless grant to mangle the body of the slain Cressingham, a deed which brought a stigma on the Scottish name never to be erased by the disgrace of its perpetrators. For this savage triumph did you sell yourself to Sir William Wallace, and a bloody champion you are, always ready for your secretly murderous master." "Hear you this, and bear it," cried Kirkpatrick and Edwin in one breath, and grasping their daggers, Edwin's flashed in his hand. "Seize them," cried Athol. "My life is threatened by his myrmidons." Marshals instantly approached, but Wallace, who had hitherto stood in silent dignity, turned to them with that tone of justice which had ever commanded from his lips, and bade them forbear. "Touch these knights at your peril, marshals," said he. "No man in this chamber is above the laws, and they protect every Scot who resents unjust aspersions upon his own character, or irrelevant and prejudicing attacks on that of an arraigned friend. It is before the majesty of the laws that I now stand. But were injury to usurp its place, not all the lords in Scotland should detain me a moment in a scene so unworthy of my country." The marshals retreated, for they had been accustomed to regard with implicit deference the opinions of Sir William Wallace on the laws, and though he now stood in the light of their violator, yet memory bore testimony that he had always read them aright, and to this hour had ever appeared to make them the guide of his actions. Athol saw that none of the assembly had courage to enforce this act of violence, and blazing with fury, he poured his whole wrath upon Wallace. "Imperious, arrogant traitor!" cried he, "this presumption only deepens our impression of your guilt. Demean yourself with more reverence to this august court, or expect to be sentenced on the proof which such insolence amply gives. We require no other to proclaim your domineering spirit, and at once to condemn you as the premeditated tyrant of land." "Lord Athol," replied Wallace, "what is just I would say in the face of all the courts in Christendom. It is not in the power of man to make me silent when I see the laws of country outraged and my countrymen oppressed. Though I may submit my own cheek to the blow, I will not permit theirs to share the stroke. I have answered you, Earl, to this point, and am ready to hear you to the end." Athol resumed, "I am not your only accuser, proudly confident man. You shall see one whose truth cannot be doubted, and whose first glance will bow that haughty spirit, and cover that bold front with the livery of shame. My lord," cried he, turning to the regent, "I shall bring a most illustrious witness before you, one who will prove on oath that it was the intentions of this arch hypocrite, this angler of women's hearts, this perverter of men's understandings, before another moon to bury deep in blood the very people whom he now insidiously affects to protect, but to open your and the nation's eyes at once, to overwhelm him with his fate. I now call forth the evidence." The marshals opened a door in the side of the hall, and led a lady forward, habited in regal splendor, and covered from head to foot with a veil of so transparent a texture that her costly apparel and majestic contour were distinctly seen through it. She was conducted to a chair on an elevated platform a few paces from where Wallace stood. On her being seated, the regent rose, and in a tremulous voice addressed her: "Joanna, Countess of Strathearn and Mar, Princess of the Orkney, we adjure thee by thy princely dignity, and in the name of the King of Kings, to bear a just witness to the truth or falsehood of the charges of treason and conspiracy now brought against Sir William Wallace." The name of his accuser made Wallace start, and the sight of her unblushing face, for she threw aside her veil the moment she was addressed, overspread his cheek with a tinge of that shame for her which she was now too hardened in determined crime to feel herself. Edwin gazed at her in speechless horror, while she, casting a glance at Wallace, in which the full purpose of her soul was declared, turned with a softened though majestic ear to the regent and spoke. "My lord," said she, "you see before you a woman who never knew what it was to feel a self-reproachful pang till an evil hour brought her to receive an obligation from that insidious, treacherous man. But as my first passion has ever been the love of my country, I will prove it to this good assembly by making a confession of what was once my heart's weakness, and by that candor I trust they will fully honor the rest of my narrative." A clamor of approbation resounded through the hall. Lennox and Loch awe looked on each other with amazement. Kirkpatrick, recollecting the scenes at Dumbarton, exclaimed, "Jezebel!" But the ejaculation was lost in the general burst of applause, and the countess, opening a folded paper which she held in her hand, in a calm, collected voice, but with a flushing cheek, resumed: "I shall read my further deposition. I have written it, that my memory might not err, and that my country may be unquestionably satisfied of the accuracy of every syllable I utter." She paused an instant, drew a quick breath, and proceeded, reading from the paper, thus: but as occasion occurred for particularly pointing its contents, she turned her tutored eye upon the object, to look a signet on her mischief. "I am not to tell you, my lord, that Sir William Wallace twice released the late Earl of Mar and myself from Southron captivity. Our deliverer was what you see him, fraught with attractions which he too successfully directed against the peace of a young woman married to a man of paternal years, while to all the rest of the world he seemed to consecrate himself to the memory of his ill-fated wife. To me alone he unveiled his straying heart. I revered my nuptial vow too sincerely to listen to him with the complacency he wished, but I blushed to own that his tears, his agonies of love, his manly graces, and the virtues I believe he possessed, for well he knows to feign, cooperating with my gratitude, at last wrought such a change in my breast that I became wretched. No guilty wish was there, but an admiration of him, a pity which undermined my health and left me miserable. I forbade him to approach me. I tried to wrest him from my memory, and nearly had succeeded, when I was informed by my late husband's nephew, the youth who now stands beside Sir William Wallace, that he was returned under an assumed name from France. Then I feared that all my inward struggles were to recommence. I had once conquered myself, for abhorring the estrangement of my thoughts from my wedded lord, when he died, I only yearned to appease my conscience, and in penance for my involuntary crime, I refused Sir William Wallace my hand. His return to Scotland filled me with tumults, which only they who have sacrificed all they prize to a sense of duty can know. Edwin Ruthven left me at Huntingtower, and that very evening, while walking alone in the garden, I was surprised by the sudden approach of an armed man. He threw a scarf over my head to prevent my screams, but I fainted with terror. He then took me from the garden by the way he had entered, and placing me on a horse before him, carried me whither I not know. But on my recovery I found myself in a chamber, with a woman standing beside me, and the same warrior. His visor was so closed that I could not see his face. On my expressing alarm at my situation, he addressed me in French, telling me he had provided a man to carry an excuse to Huntingtower, to prevent pursuit, and then he put a letter into my hand, which he said he brought from Sir William Wallace. Anxious to know the purpose of this act, and believing that a man who had sworn to me devoted love could not premeditate a more serious outrage, I broke the seal, and nearly as I can recollect, read to this effect: that his passion was so imperious, he had determined to make me his, in spite of those sentiments of female delicacy, which, while they tortured him, rendered me dearer in his eyes. He told me, that as he had often read in my blushes the sympathy which my too severe virtue made me conceal, he would now wrest me from my cheerless widowhood, and having nothing in reality to reproach myself with, compel me to be happy. His friend, the only confidant of his love, had brought me to a spot whence I could not fly. There I should remain till he, Wallace, could leave the army for a few days, and throwing himself on my compassion and tenderness, he received as the most faithful of lovers the fondness of husbands. This letter, continued the Countess, was followed by many others, and suffice it to say that the latent affection in my heart and his subduing love were too powerful in his cause. How his letters were conveyed I know not, but they were duly presented to me by the woman who attended me. At last the knight who had brought me to the palace, and who wore green armour and a green plume, reappeared. "Prodigious villain!" broke from the lips of Edwin. The Countess turned her eyes on him for a moment, and then resumed. "He was the warrior who had borne me from Huntingtower, and from that hour until the period I now speak of, I had never seen him. He put another packet into my hand, desiring me to peruse it with attention, and return Sir William Wallace a verbal answer by him. Yes, was all he required. I retired to open it, and what was my horror when I read a perfect development of the treasons for which he is now brought to account. By some mistake of my character, he had conceived me to be ambitious, and knowing himself to be the master of my heart, he fancied himself lord of my conscience also. He wrote that until he saw me, he had no other end in his exertion for Scotland than her rescue from a foreign yoke, But," added he, "from the moment in which I first beheld my adored Joanna, I aspired to place a crown on her brow." He then told me that he did not deem the time of its presentation to him on the carse of Stirling a safe juncture for its acceptance. Neither was he tempted to run the risk of maintaining an unsteady throne, when I was not free to partake it; but since the death of Lord Mar, every wish, every hope was reawakened, and then he determined to become a king. Philip of France had made secret articles with him to that end. He was to hold Scotland of him, while to make the surrender of his country's independence sure to Philip, and its sceptre to himself and his posterity. He attempted to persuade me there would be no crime in destroying the chiefs whose names he enrolled in this list. The Pope, he added, would absolve me from a transgression dictated by connubial duty, and, on our bridal day, he proposed the deed should be done. He would invite all the lords to a feast, and poison or dagger should lay them at his feet. So impious a proposal restored me to myself. My love at once turned to the most decided abhorrence, and hasting to the Knight of the Green Plume, I told him to carry my resolution to his master, that I would never see him more till I should appear as his accuser before the tribunal of his country. The knight tried to dissuade me from my purpose, but in vain, and at last, becoming alarmed at the punishment which might overtake himself as the agent of such treason, he confessed to me that the scene of his first appearance at Linlithgow was devised by Wallace, who, unknown to all others, had brought him from France to assist him in the scheme he durst not confide to Scotland's friends. If I would guarantee his life, he offered to take me from the palace where I was then confined, and convey me safe to Stirling. All else that he asked was that I would allow him to be the bearer of the casket which contained Sir William Wallace's letters, and suffer my eyes to be blindfolded during the first part of our journey. This I consented to, but the murderous list I had undesignedly put into my bosom. My bead was again wrapped in a thick veil, and we set out. It was very dark, and we travelled long and swiftly till we came to a wood. There was neither moon nor stars to point out any habitation, but having overcome with fatigue, my conductor persuaded me to dismount and take rest. I slept beneath the trees. In the morning when I awoke, I in vain looked around for the knight and called him. He was gone, and I saw him no more. I then explored my way to Stirling, to warn my country of its danger, to unmask to the world the direst hypocrite that ever prostituted the name of virtue. The Countess ceased, and 100 voices broke out at once, pouring invectives on the traitorous ambition of Sir William Wallace, and invoking the Regent to pass some signal condemnation on so monstrous a crime. In vain Kirkpatrick thundered forth his indignant soul. He was unheard in the tumult, but going up to the Countess, he accused her to her face of falsehood, and charged her with a design from some really treasonable motive to destroy the only sure hope of her country. "And will you not speak?" cried Edwin in agony of spirit, grasping Wallace's arm. "Will you not speak before these ungrateful men shall dare to brand your ever-honoured name with infamy? Make yourself be heard, my noblest friend. Confute that wicked woman, who too surely has proved what I suspected, that this self-concealing knight came to be a traitor." "I will speak, my Edwin," returned Wallace, "at the proper moment, but not at this tumult of my enemies. Rely on it, your friend will submit to no unjust decree." "Where is this knight of the green plume?" cried Lennox, almost startled in his opinion of Wallace by the consistency of the Countess' narrative. "No mark of dishonour shall be passed on Sir William Wallace without the strictest scrutiny. Let the mysterious stranger be found, and confronted with Lady Strathearn." Notwithstanding the Earl's insistence on impartial justice, she perceived the doubt in his countenance, and eager to maintain her advantage, replied, "The knight, I fear, has fled beyond our search. But that I may not want a witness to corroborate the love I once bore this arch hypocrite, and consequently the sacrifices I make to loyalty in thus unveiling him to the world, I call upon you, Lord Lennox, to say whether you did not observe at Dumbarton Castle the state of my too grateful heart." Lennox, who well remembered her conduct in the citadel of that fortress, hesitated to answer, aware that his reply might substantiate a guilt which he now feared would be but too strongly manifest. Every ear hung on his answer. Wallace saw what was passing in his mind, and determined to all men to show what was in their hearts towards the Earl, and said, "Do not hesitate, my lord. Speak all you know or think of me. Could the deeds of my life be written on yon blue vault," added he, pointing to the heavens, "and my breast be laid open for men to scan, I should be content, for then Scotland would know me as my Creator knows me, and the evidence which now makes even friendship doubt would meet the reception due to calumny." Lord Lennox felt the last remark, and stung with remorse for having for a moment credited anything against the frank spirit which gave him this permission, he replied, "To Lady Stratham's question I must answer, that at Dumbarton I did perceive her preference to Sir William Wallace, but I never saw anything in him to warrant the idea that it was reciprocal. And yet, were it even so, that bears nothing to the point of the Countess's accusation, and, notwithstanding her princely rank, and the deference all would pay to the widow of Lord Mar, as true Scots, we cannot relinquish to a single witness our faith in a man who has so eminently served his country." "No," cried Loch, "if the Knight of the Green Plume be above ground, he shall be brought before this tribunal. He alone can be the traitor, and to destroy us by exciting suspicions against our best defender, he has wrought with his own false pen this device to deceive the patriotic widow of the Earl of Mar." "No, no," interrupted she, "I read the whole in his own, to me too well known, handwriting, and this list of the chiefs condemned by yon, indeed traitor, to die, shall fully evince his guilt. Even your name, too, generous Earl, is in the horrid catalogue." While she spoke, she rose eagerly, to hand to him the scroll. "Let me now speak, or stab me to the heart," hastily whispered Edwin to his friend. Wallace did not withhold him, for he guessed what would be the remark of his ardent soul. "Hear that woman!" cried the vehement youth to the regent, "and say whether she now speaks the language of one who has ever loved the virtues of Sir William Wallace. Were she innocent of malice towards the deliverer of Scotland, would she not have rejoiced in Loch's suggestion that the Green Knight is the traitor? Or, if that scroll she has now given into the regent's hand be too nicely forged for her to detect its not being indeed the handwriting of the noblest of men, would she not have shown some sorrow at the guilt of one she professes once to have loved, or one who saved herself, her husband, and her child from perishing? But here her malice has overstepped her art, and after having promoted the success of her tale by so mingling insignificant truths with falsehoods of capital import, that in acknowledging the one we seem to grant the other, she falls into her own snare. Even a beardless boy can now discern that, however vile the Green Knight may be, she shares his wickedness." While Edwin spoke, Lady Strathearn's countenance underwent 1,000 changes. Twice she attempted to rise and interrupt him, but Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, having fixed his eyes on her with a menacing determination to prevent her, she found herself obliged to remain quiescent. Full of a newly excited fear that Wallace had confided to her nephew the last scene in his tent, she started up as he seemed to pause, and with assumed mildness, again addressing the regent, said, that before this apparently ingenious defence could mislead impartial minds, she thought it just to inform the council of the infatuated attachment of Edwin Ruthven to the accused, for she had ample cause to assert that the boy was so bewitched by his commander, who had flattered his youthful vanity by loading him with distinctions only due to approved valor and manhood, that he was ready at any time to sacrifice every consideration of truth, reason, and duty to please Sir William Wallace. "Such may be in a boy," observed Lord Loch, interrupting her, "but as I know no occasion in which it is possible for Sir William Wallace to falsify the truth, I call upon him, in justice to himself and to his country, to reply to 3 questions." Wallace bowed to the venerable Earl, and he proceeded. "Sir William Wallace, are you guilty of the charge brought against you of a design to mount the throne of Scotland by means of the King of France?" Wallace replied, "I never designed to mount the throne of Scotland, either by my own means or by any other man's." Loch proceeded, "Was this scroll containing the names of certain Scottish chiefs noted down for assassination, written by you or under your connivance?" "I never saw the scroll, nor heard of the scroll, until this hour, and harder than death is the pang at my heart when a Scottish chief finds it necessary to ask me such a question regarding a people, to save even the least of whom has often seen me risk my life." "Another question," replied Loch, "and then, bravest of men, if your country acquits you not in thought and deed, Campbell of Loch sits no more amongst its judges. What is your knowledge of the Knight of the Green Plume, that, in preference to any Scottish friend, you should entrust him with your wishes respecting the Countess of Strathearn?" Wallace's answer was brief. "I never had any wishes respecting the wife or the widow of my friend the Earl of Mar, that I did not impart to every chief in the camp, and those wishes went no further than for her safety. As to love, that is a passion I shall know no more, and Lady Strathearn alone can say what is the end she aims at, by attributing feelings to me with regard to her which I never conceived, and words which I never uttered. Like this passion, with which she says she inspired me," added he, turning his eyes steadfastly on her face, "was the Knight of the Green Plume. You are all acquainted with the manner of his introduction to me at Linlithgow. By the account that he then gave of himself, you all know as much of him as I did, till on the night that he left me at Berwick, and then I found him, like the story of Lady Strathearn, all a fable." "What is his proper title? Name him on your knighthood," exclaimed Buchan, "for he shall yet be dragged forth to support the veracity of my illustrious kinswoman, and to fully unmask his insidious accomplice." "Your kinswoman, Earl Buchan," replied Wallace, "can best answer your question." Lord Athol approached the regent and whispered something in his ear. This unworthy representative of the generous Bruce immediately rose from his seat. "Sir William Wallace," said he, "you have replied to the question of Lord Loch, but where are your witnesses to prove that what you have spoken is the truth?" Wallace was struck with surprise at this address from a man who, whatever might be demanded of him in the fulfillment of his office, he believed could not be otherwise than his friend, because, from the confidence reposed in him both by Bruce and himself, he must be fully aware of the impossibility of these allegations being true. But Wallace's astonishment was only for a moment. He now saw with an eye that pierced through the souls of the whole assembly, and with collected firmness he replied, "My witnesses are in the bosom of every Scotsman." "I cannot find them in mine," interrupted Athol. "Nor in mine," was echoed from various parts of the hall. "Invalidate the facts brought against you by legal evidence, not a mere rhetorical appeal, Sir William Wallace," added the regent, "else the sentence of the law must be passed on so tacit an acknowledgment of guilt." "Acknowledgment of guilt!" cried Wallace, with a flush of godlike indignation suffusing his noble brow. "If any one of the chiefs who have just spoken knew the beat of an honest heart, they would not have declared that they heard no voice proclaim the integrity of William Wallace. Let them look out on yon carse, where they saw me refuse that crown, offered by themselves, which my accuser alleges I would yet obtain by their blood. Let them remember the banks of the Clyde, where I rejected the Scottish throne offered me by Edward. Let these facts bear witness for me, and if they be insufficient, look on Scotland, now, for the third time, rescued by my arm from the grasp of a usurper. That scroll locks the door of the kingdom upon her enemies." As he spoke, he threw the capitulation of Berwick on the table. It struck a pause into the minds of the lords. They gazed with pallid countenance, and without a word, on the parchment where it lay, while he proceeded. "If my action that you see do not convince you of my integrity, then believe the unsupported evidence of words. The tale of a woman, whose mystery, were it not for the memory of the honorable man whose name she once bore, I would publicly unravel. Believe her, and leave Wallace not of his country to remember, but that he has served it, and that it is unjust." "Noblest of Scots," cried Loch awe, coming toward him, "did your accuser come in the shape of an angel of light, still we believe your life in preference to her testimony, for God himself speaks on your side. My servants," he declared, "shall be known by their fruits, and have not yours been peace to Scotland and goodwill to men?" "They are the serpent foes of his hypocrisy," cried Athol, alarmed at the awestruck looks of the assembly. "They are the bait by which he cheats fools," re-echoed Soulis. "They are snares which shall catch us no more," was now the general acclamation; and in proportion to the transitory respect which had made them bow, but for a moment, to virtue, they now vociferated their censure both of Wallace and this his last achievement. Inflamed with rage at the manifest determination to misjudge his commander, and maddened at the contumely with which their envy affected to treat him, Kirkpatrick threw off all restraint, and with the bitterness of his reproaches still more incensed the jealousy of the nobles and augmented the tumult. Lennox vainly attempted to make himself heard, drew towards Wallace, hoping, by that movement, to at least show on whose side he thought justice lay. At this moment, while the uproar raged with redoubled clamor, the one party denouncing the Cummins as the source of this conspiracy against the life of Wallace, the other demanding that sentence should instantly be passed upon him as a traitor, the door burst open, and Bothwell, covered with dust, and followed by a throng of armed knights, rushed into the center of the hall. "Who is it ye arraigned?" cried the young chief, looking indignantly around him. "Is it not your deliverer you would destroy?" The Romans could not accuse the guilty Manlius in sight of the capital he had preserved, but you, worse than heathens, bring your benefactor to the scene of his victories, and there condemn him for serving you too well. Has he not plucked you this third time out of the furnace that would have consumed you? And yet, in this hour you would sacrifice him to the disappointing passions of a woman? Falsest of thy sex," cried he, turning to the countess, who shrunk before the penetrating eyes of Andrew Murray, "do I not know thee? Have I not read thine unfeminine, thy vindictive heart? You would destroy the man you could not seduce. Wallace," cried he, "speak. Would not this woman have persuaded you to disgrace the name of Mar? When my uncle died, did she not urge you to intrigue for that crown which she knew you had so loyally declined?" "My errand here," answered Wallace, "is to defend myself, not to accuse others. I have shown that I am innocent, and my judges will not look on the proofs. They obey not the laws of their judgment, and whatever may be the decree, I shall not acknowledge its authority." As he spoke, he turned away, and walked with a firm step out of the hall. His disappearance gave the signal for a tumult more threatening to the welfare of the state than if the armies of Edward had been in the midst of them. It was brother against brother, friend against friend. The Lord Lennox, Bothwell, and Loch awe were vehement against the unfairness with which Sir William Wallace had been treated. Kirkpatrick declared that no argument could be used with men so devoid of reason, and words of reproach and reviling passing on all sides, swords were fiercely drawn. The Countess of Strathearn, seeing herself neglected by even her friends in the strife, and fearful that the party of Wallace might at last gain the ascendancy, and that herself, then without her traitor corslet on her breast, might meet their hasty vengeance, rose abruptly, and giving her hand to a herald, hurried out of the assembly. End of chapter 72. Recording by Bill McGillivray.
Chapter 73 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 73, Ballochgeich. The marshals with difficulty interrupted the mortal attack which the enemies and friends of Wallace made on each other. Several of the Comyns were maimed, Lord Athol himself was severely wounded by Kirkpatrick, but the treacherous regent gladly saw that none of his side were hurt unto death. With horrid menaces the two parties separated, the one to the regent's apartments, the other to the camp of Wallace. Lord Bothwell found him encircled by his veterans, in whose breasts he was trying to allay the storm raging there, against the injustice of the regent and the ingratitude of the Scottish lords. At sight of the young and ardent Bothwell, their clamour to be led instantly to revenge the indignity offered to their general redoubled, and Murray, no less incensed, turning to them, exclaimed, "Yes, my friends, keep quiet for a few hours, and then what honour commands we will do." At this assurance they retired to their quarters, and Bothwell turned with Wallace into his tent. "Before you utter a word concerning the present scenes," cried Wallace, "tell me how is the hope of Scotland, the only earthly stiller of these horrid tumults?" "Alas," replied Bothwell, "after regaining by a valour worthy of his destiny every fortress north of the Forth, his last and greatest achievement was making himself master of Scone. But in storming its walls a fragment of stone falling heavily, terribly rent the muscles of his breast, and now, woe to Scotland! He lies at Huntingtower, reduced to infant weakness. All this you would have known had you received his letters, but villainy must have been widely at work, for none of yours have reached his hands." This intelligence respecting Bruce was a more mortal blow to Wallace than all he had just sustained in his own person. He remained silent, but his mind was thronged with thoughts. Was Scotland to be indeed lost? Was all that he had suffered and achieved to have been done in vain? And should he be fated to behold her again made a sacrifice to the jealous rivalry of her selfish and contending nobles? Bothwell continued to speak of the prince, and added that it was with reluctance he had left him, even to share the anticipated success at Berwick. But Bruce, impatient to learn the issue of the siege, as still no letters arrived from that quarter, had dispatched him back to the borders. At Dunfermline he was stricken with horror by the information that treason had been alleged against Wallace, and turning his steps westward, he flew to give that support to his friend's innocence, which the malignity of his enemies might render needful. "The moment I heard you were beset," continued Bothwell, "I dispatched a messenger to Lord Ruthven, warning him not to alarm Bruce with such tidings, but to send hither all the spare forces in Perthshire to maintain you in your rights. No force, my dear Bothwell, must be used so to hold me in a power which now would only keep alive a spirit of discord in my country. If I dare apply the words of my divine master, I would say, I came not to bring a sword, but peace to the people of Scotland. Then, if they are weary of me, let me go. Bruce will recover, they will rally round his standard, and all be well. "O Wallace, Wallace," cried Bothwell, "the scene I have this day witnessed is enough to make a traitor of me. I could forswear my insensible country, I could immolate its ungrateful chieftains on those very lands, which your generous arm restored to these worthless men." He threw himself into a seat, and leaned his burning forehead against his hand. "Cousin, you declare my sentiments," rejoined Edwin. "My soul can never again associate with these sons of envy. I cannot recognize a countryman in any one of them. And should Sir William Wallace quit a land so unworthy of his virtues, where he goes I will go. His asylum shall be my country, and Edwin Ruthven will forget that he was ever a Scot." "Never," cried Wallace, turning on him one of those looks which struck conviction into the heart, "is man more just than God. Though 1,000 of your countrymen offend you by their crimes, yet while there remains one honest Scot, for his sake and his posterity, it is your duty to be a patriot. A nation is one great family, and every individual in it is as much bound to promote the general good as a brother or a father to maintain the welfare of his nearest kindred. And it is the transgression of one son be no arouse for the omission of another. In like manner, the ruin these turbulent lords would bring upon Scotland is no excuse for your desertion of your interest. I would not leave the helm of my country did she not thrust me from it. But though cast by her into the waves, would you not blush for your friend, should he wish her other than a peaceful haven?" Edwin spoke not, but putting the hand of Wallace to his lips, left the tent. "Oh," cried Bothwell, looking after him, "that the breast of woman had but half that boy's tenderness! And yet all of that dangerous sex are not like this hyena-hearted Lady Strathearn. Tell me, my friend, did she not, when she disappeared so strangely from Huntingtower, fly to you? I now suspect, from certain resemblances, that she and the Green Knight are one and the same person. Acknowledge it, and I will unmask her at once to the court she has deceived." "She has deceived no one," replied Wallace. "Before she spoke, the members of that court were determined to brand me with guilt, and her charge merely supplied the place of others which they would have devised against me. Whatever she may be, my dear Bothwell, for the sake of whose name she once bore, let us not expose her to open shame. Her love or her hatred are alike indifferent to me now, for I neither of them do I owe that innate malice of my countrymen, which has only made her calumny the occasion of manifesting their resolution to make me infamous. But that, my friend, is beyond her compass. I have done my duty to Scotland, and that conviction must live in every honest heart, ay, and with dishonest too. For did they not fear my integrity, they would not have thought it necessary to deprive me of power. Heaven shield our prince! I dread that Badenoch's next shaft may be at him." "No," cried Bothwell, "all is levelled at his best friend. In a low voice I taxed the regent with disloyalty for permitting this outrage on you, and his basely envious answer was, 'Wallace's removal is Bruce's security. Who will acknowledge him when they know that this man is his dictator?" Wallace sighed at this reply, which only confirmed him in his resolution, and he told Bothwell that he saw no alternative, if he wished to still the agitations of his country, and preserve its prince from premature discovery, but to indeed remove the subject of all these contentions from their sight. "Attempt it not," exclaimed Bothwell. "Propose but a step toward that end, and you will determine me to avenge my country, at the peril of my own life, on all in that accursed assembly who have menaced yours." In short, the young earl's denunciations were so earnest against the lords in Stirling, that Wallace, thinking it dangerous to exasperate him further, consented to remain in his camp till the arrival of Ruthven should bring him the advantage of his counsel. The issue showed that Bothwell was not mistaken. The majority of the Scottish nobles envied Wallace his glory, and hated him for that virtue which drew the eyes of the people to compare him with their selfish courses. The regent, hoping to become the first in Bruce's favour, was not less urgent to ruin the man who so deservedly stood the highest in that prince's esteem. He had therefore entered warmly into the project of Lady Strathearn. But when, during a select conference between them, previous to her open charge of Wallace, she named Sir Thomas de Longueville as one of his foreign emissaries, Cummin observed, "If you would have your accusation succeed, do not mention that knight at all. He is my friend. He is now ill near Perth, and must know nothing of this affair till it be over. Should he live, he will nobly thank you for your forbearance. Should he die, I will repay you as becomes your nearest kinsman." All were thus united in one determined effort to hurl Wallace from his station in the state, but when they believed that done, they quarrelled amongst themselves in deciding who was to fill the great military office, which his prowess had now rendered a post rather of honour than of danger. In the midst of these feuds Sir Simon Fraser abruptly appeared in their council hall. His countenance proclaimed his tidings. Lennox and Loch, who had duly attended, in hopes of bringing over some of the more pliable chiefs to embrace the cause of justice, listened with something like exultation to his suddenly disastrous information. When the English governor at Berwick learned the removal of Wallace from his command and the consequent consternation of the Scottish troops, instead of surrendering at sunset as was expected, he sallied out at the head of the whole garrison, and attacking the Scots by surprise, gave them a total defeat. Every outpost around the town was retaken by the Southrons. The army of Fraser was cut to pieces or put to flight, and himself now arriving at Stirling, smarting with many a wound, but more under his dishonour, to show to the regent of Scotland the evil of having superseded the only man whom the enemy feared. The council stood in silence, staring at each other, and to add to their dismay, Fraser had hardly completed his narration before a messenger from Tiviotdale arrived to inform the regent that King Edward was himself within a few miles of the Cheviots, and from the recovered position of Berwick must have even now poured his thousands over those hills upon the plains beneath. While all the citadel was indecision, tumult, and alarm, Lennox hastened to Wallace's camp with the news. Lord Ruthven and the Perthshire chiefs were already there. They had arrived early in the morning, but with unpromising tidings of Bruce. The state of his wound had induced a constant delirium, but still Wallace clung to the hope that his country was not doomed to perish, that its prince's recovery was only protracted. In the midst of this anxiety Lennox entered, and relating what he had just heard, turned the whole current of the auditor's ideas. Wallace started from his seat. His hand mechanically caught up his sword, which lay upon the table. Lennox gazed at him with animated veneration. "There is not a man in the citadel," cried he, "who does not appear at his wit's end, and incapable of facing this oft-beaten foe. Will you, Wallace, again condescend to save a country that has treated you so ungratefully?" "I would die in its trenches," cried the chief, with a generous forgiveness of all his injuries suffusing his magnanimous heart. Lord Loch Awe soon after appeared, and corroborating the testimony of Lennox, added, that on the Regent's sending word to the troops on the south of Stirling, that in consequence of the treason of Sir William Wallace, the supreme command was taken from him, and they must immediately march out under the orders of Sir Simon Fraser to face a new incursion of the enemy, they began to murmur among themselves, saying that since Wallace was found to be a traitor, they knew not whom to trust, but certainly it should not be a beaten general. With these whisperings they slid away from their standards, and when Loch Awe left them, they were dispersed on all sides, like an already discomfited army. End of chapter 73. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 74 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 74. Arthur's Seat. For a day or two, the paralysed terrors of the people, and the tumults in the citadel, seemed portentous of immediate ruin. A large detachment from the royal army had entered Scotland by the marine gate of Berwick, and, headed by De Warenne, was advancing rapidly towards Edinburgh. Not a soldier belonging to the Regent remained on the Carse, and the distant chiefs to whom he sent for aid refused it, alleging that the discovery of Wallace's patriotism having been a delusion, had made them suspect all men, and now, locking themselves within their own castles, every true Scot would there securely view a struggle in which they could feel no personal interest. Seeing the danger of the realm, and hearing from the Lords Ruthven and Bothwell that their troops would follow no other leader than Sir William Wallace, and hopeless of any prompt decision from amongst the contusion of the council, Badenoch yielded a stern assent to the only apparent means of saving his sinking country. He turned ashy pale, while his silence granted to Lord Loch Awe the necessity of imploring Sir William Wallace to again stretch out his arm in their behalf. Within this embassy the venerable chief had returned exultingly to Ballochgeich, and the so lately branded Wallace, branded as the intended betrayer of Scotland, was solicited by his very accusers to assume the trust of their sole defence. "Such is the triumph of virtue," whispered Edwin to his friend, as he vaulted on his horse. A luminous smile from Wallace acknowledged that he felt the tribute, and looking up to heaven ere he placed his helmet on his head, he said, "Thence comes my power, and the satisfaction it brings, whether attended by man's applause or his blame, he cannot take from me. I now, perhaps for the last time, arm this head for Scotland. May the God in whom I trust again crown it with victory, and for ever after bind the brows of our rightful sovereign with peace." While Wallace pursued his march, The regent was quite at a stand, confounded at the turn which events had taken, and hardly knowing whether to make another essay to collect forces for the support of their former leader, or to follow the refractory counsels of his lords, and await in inactivity the issue of the expected battle. He knew not how to act, but a letter from Lady Strathearn decided him. Though partly triumphant in her charges, yet the accusations of Bothwell had disconcerted her, and though the restoration of Wallace to his undisputed authority in the state seemed to her next to impossible, still she resolved to take another step, to confirm her influence over the discontented of her country, and most likely to ensure the vengeance she panted to bring upon her victim's head. To this end, on the very evening that she retreated in terror from the council hall, she set forward to the borders, and easily passing thence to the English camp, then pitched at Alnwick, was soon admitted to the castle where De Warenne lodged. She was too well taught in the school of vanity not to have remarked the admiration with which that earl had regarded her while he was a prisoner in Stirling, and hoping that he might not be able to withstand the persuasion of her charms, she opened her mission with no less art than effect. De Warenne was made to believe that on the strength of a passion Wallace had conceived for her, and which she treated with disdain, he had repented of his former refusal of the crown of Scotland, and misled by a hope that she would not repeat her rejection of his hand could it present her a sceptre, he was now attempting to compass that dignity by the most complicated intrigues. She then related how, at her instigation, the regent had deposed him from his military command, and she ended with saying that, impelled by a loyalty to Edward, whom her better reason now recognized as the lawful sovereign of her country, she had come to exhort that monarch to renew his invasion of the kingdom. Intoxicated with her beauty, and enraptured by a manner which seemed to tell him that a softer sentiment than usual had made her select him as the ambassador to the king, De Warenne greedily drank in all her words, and ere he allowed this, to him, romantic conference to break up, he had thrown himself at her feet, and implored her, by every impassioned argument, to grant him the privilege of presenting her to Edward as his intended bride. De Warenne was in the meridian of life, and being fraught with a power at court beyond most of his peers, she determined to accept his hand, and wield its high influence to the destruction of Wallace, even should she be compelled in the act to precipitate her country in his fall. De Warenne drew from her a half-reluctant consent, and while he poured forth the transports of a happy lover, he was not so much enamoured of the fine person of Lady Strathearn as to be altogether insensible to the advantages which his alliance with her would give to Edward in his Scottish pretensions, and as it would consequently increase his own importance with that monarch, he lost no time in communicating the circumstances to him. Edward suspected something in this sudden attachment of the countess, which, should it transpire, might cool the ardour of his officer for uniting so useful an agent to his cause. Therefore, having highly approved De Warenne's conduct in affair, to hasten the nuptials, he proposed being present at their solemnization that very evening. The solemn vows which Lady Strathearn then pledged at the altar to be pronounced by her with no holy awe of the marriage contract, but rather as those alone by which she swore to complete her revenge on Wallace, and, by depriving him of life, prevent the climax to her misery, of seeing him, what she believed he intended to become, the husband of Helen Mar. The day after she became De Warenne's wife, she accompanied him by sea to Berwick, and from that place she dispatched messengers to the regent, and to other nobles her kinsmen, fraught with promises, which Edward, in the event of success, had solemnly pledged himself to ratify. Her ambassador arrived at Stirling, the day succeeding that in which Wallace and his troops had marched from Ballochgeich. The letters brought were eagerly opened by Badenoch and his chieftains, and they found their contents to this effect. She announced to them her marriage with the Lord Warden, who was returned into Scotland with every power for the final subjugation of the country, and therefore she besought the regent and his council not to raise a hostile arm against him, if they would not merely escape the indignation of a great king, but ensure his favour. She cast out hints to Badenoch, as if Edward meant to reward his acquiescence with the crown of Scotland, and with similar baits, proportioned to the views of all her other kinsmen. She smoothed their anger against that monarch's former insults, persuading them to at least remain inactive during the last struggle of their country. Meanwhile Wallace, taking his course along the banks of the Forth, when the night drew near, encamped his little army at the base of the crags, east of Edinburgh Castle. His march having been long and rapid, the men were much fatigued, and hardly were laid upon their heather beds before they fell asleep. Wallace had learned from his scouts that the main body of the Southrons had approached within a few miles of Dalkeith. Thither he hoped to go next morning, and there, he trust, strike the conclusive blow for Scotland, by the destruction of a division which he understood comprised the flower of the English army. With these expectations, he gladly saw his troops lying in that repose which would rebrace their strength for the combat, and, as the hours of night stole on, while his possessed mind waked for all around, he was pleased to see his ever-watchful Edwin sink down in a profound sleep. It was Wallace's custom, once at least in the night, to go himself the rounds of his posts to see that all was safe. The air was serene, and he walked out on this duty. He passed from line to line, from station to station, and all was in order. One post alone remained to be visited, and that was a point of observation on the crags near Arthur's Seat. As he proceeded along a lonely defile between the rocks which overhang the ascent of the mountain, he was startled by the indistinct sight of a figure amongst the rolling vapours of the night, seated on a towering cliff, directly in the way he was to go. The broad light of the moon, breaking from behind the clouds, shone full upon the spot, and discovered in majestic form, in grey robes, leaning on a harp, while his face, mournfully gazing upward, was rendered venerable by a long white beard that mingled with the floating mist. Wallace paused, and stopping some distance from this extraordinary apparition, looked on it in silence. The strings of the harp seemed softly touched, but it was only the sighing of a transitory breeze passing over them. The vibration ceased, but in the next moment the hand of the master indeed struck the chords, and with so full and melancholy a sound that Wallace for a few minutes was riveted to the ground. Then, moving forward with a breathless caution, not to disturb the nocturnal bard, he gently approached. He was, however, descried. The venerable figure clasped his hands, and in a voice of mournful solemnity exclaimed, "Art thou come, doomed of heaven, to hear thy sad coronach?" Wallace started at this salutation. The bard, with the same emotion, continued, "No choral hymns hallow thy bleeding corpse. Wolves howl thy requiem. Eagles screech over thy desolate grave. Fly, chieftain, fly!" "What, venerable father of the harp," cried Wallace, interrupting the awful pause, "thus addresses one whom he must mistake for some other warrior?" "Can the spirit of inspiration mistake its object?" demanded the bard. "Can he whose eyes have been opened be blind to Sir William Wallace, to the blood which clogs his mounting footsteps?" "And what or who am I to understand thou art?" replied Wallace. "Who is the saint whose holy charity would anticipate the obsequies of a man who yet may be destined to a long pilgrimage?" "Who I am," resumed the bard, "will be shown to thee when thou hast passed yon starry firmament. But the galaxy streams with blood. The bugle of death is alone heard, and thy lacerated breast heaves in vain against the hoofs of opposing squadrons. They charge, Scotland falls. Look not on me, champion of thy country, sold by thine enemies, betrayed by thy friends. It was not the seer of St. Anton who gave thee these wounds. That heart's blood was not drawn by me. A woman's hand in mail, 10,000 armed warriors strike the mortal steel. He sinks, he falls. Red is the blood of Eske. Thy vital stream hath dyed it. Fly, bravest of the brave, and live. Stay and perish." With a shriek of horror, and throwing his aged arms extended toward the heavens, while his grey beard mingled in the rising blast, the seer rushed from sight. Wallace saw the misty rocks alone, and was left in awful solitude. For a few minutes he stood in profound silence. His very soul seemed deprived of power to answer so terrible an annunciation with even a questioning thought. He had heard the destruction of Scotland declared, and himself sentenced to perish, if he did not escape the general ruin by flying from her side. This terrible decree of fate, so disastrously corroborated by the extremity of Bruce, and the divisions of the kingdom, had been sounded in his ear, had been pronounced by one of those sages of his country, on whom the spirit of prophecy, it was believed, yet descended, with all the horrors of a woe-denouncing prophet. Could he then doubt its truth? He did not doubt. He believed the midnight voice he had heard. But recovering from the first shock of such a doom, and remembering that it still left the choice to himself, between dishonoured life or glorious death, he resolved to show his respect to the oracle, by manifesting a persevering obedience to the eternal voice, which gave those agents utterance, and while he bowed to the warning, he vowed to be the last who should fall from the side of his devoted country. "If devoted," cried he, "then our fates shall be the same. My fall from thee shall be into the grave. Scotland may have struck the breast that shielded her, yet, Father of mercies, forgive her blindness, and grant me still permission a little longer to oppose my heart between her and this fearful doom." End of chapter 74. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 75 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Captain Allegra. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 75. Dalkeith. Awed, but not intimidated by the prophecy of the seer, Wallace next day drew up his army in order for the new battle near a convent of Cistercian monks on the narrow plain of Dalkeith. The two rivers Eske, flowing on each side of the little phalanx, formed a temporary barrier between it and the pressing legions of de Warenne. The Earl's troops seemed countless, while the Southron lords who led them on, being elated by the representations which the Countess of Strathearn had given to them of the disunited state of the Scottish army, and the consequent dismay which had seized their hitherto all-conquering commander, bore down upon the Scots with an impetuosity which threatened their universal destruction. Deceived by the blandishing falsehoods of his bride, de Warenne had entirely changed his former opinion of his brave opponent, and by her sophistries having brought his mind to adopt stratagems of intimidation unworthy of his nobleness, so contagious is baseness, in too fond a contact with the unprincipled, he placed himself on an adjoining height, intending from that commanding post to dispense his orders and behold his victory. "Soldiers," cried he, "the rebel's hour is come. The sentence of heaven is gone forth against him. Charge resolutely, and he and his host are yours." The sky was obscured. An awful stillness reigned through the air, and the spirits of the mighty dead seemed leaning from the clouds to witness this last struggle of their sons. Fate did indeed hover over the opposing armies. She descended on the head of Wallace and dictated from amidst his waving plumes. She pointed his spear, she wielded his flaming sword, she charged with him in the dreadful shock of battle. De Warenne saw his foremost thousands fall. He heard the shouts of the Scots, the cries of his men, and the plains of Stirling rose to his remembrance. He hastily ordered the knights around him to bear his wife from the field, and descending the field to lead forward himself, was met and almost overwhelmed by his flying troops. Horses without riders, men without shield or sword, but all in dismay, rushed past him. He called to them, he waved the royal standard, he urged, he reproached, he rallied, and led them back again. The fight recommenced. Long and bloody was the conflict. De Warenne fought for conquest and to recover a lost reputation. Wallace contended for his country, and to show himself always worthy of her latest blessing, before he should go hence and be no more seen. The issue declared for Scotland, but the ground was covered with the slain, and Wallace chased a wounded foe with troops which dropped as they pursued. At sight of the melancholy state of his intrepid soldiers, he tried to check their ardor, but in vain. "It is for Wallace that we conquer," cried they, "and we die, or prove him the only captain in this ungrateful country." Night compelled them to halt, and while they rested on their arms, Wallace was satisfied that he had destroyed the power of de Warenne. As he leaned on his sword, and stood with Edwin near the watch-fire, over which that youthful hero kept a guard, he contemplated with generous forbearance the terrified Southrons as they fled precipitately by the foot of the hill toward the Tweed. Wallace now told his friend the history of his adventure with the seer of the crags, and finding within himself how much the brightness of true religion excludes the glooms of superstition, he added, "The proof of the divine spirit in prophecy is its completion. Hence, let the false seer I met last night warn you, my Edwin, by my example, how you give credit to any prediction that might slacken the sinews of duty. God can speak but one language. He is not a man that he should repent, neither a mortal that he should change his purpose. This prophet of Baal beguiled me into a credence of his denunciation, but not to adopt the conduct his offered alternative would have persuaded me to pursue. I now see that he was a traitor in both, and henceforth shall read my fate in the oracles of God alone. Obeying them, my Edwin, we need not fear the curses of our enemy, nor the lying of suborned soothsayers." The splendor of this victory struck to the souls of the council at Stirling, but with no touch of remorse. Scotland being again rescued from the vengeance of her implacable foe, the disaffected lords in the citadel affected to spurn at her preservation, declaring to the regent that they would rather bear the yoke of the veriest tyrant in the world than owe a moment of freedom to the man who, they pretended to believe, had conspired against their lives. And they had a weighty reason for this decision. Though de Warenne was beaten, his wife was a victor. She had made Edward triumphant in the venal hearts of her kinsmen. Gold and her persuasions, with promises of future honours from the King of England, had sealed them entirely his. All but the regent was ready to commit everything into the hands of Edward. The rising favour of these other lords with the court of England induced him to recollect that he might rule as the unrivalled friend of Bruce, should that prince live, or, in case of his death, he might have it in his own power to assume the Scottish throne untrammelled. These thoughts made him fluctuate, and his country found him as undetermined in treason as unstable in fidelity. Immediately on the victory at Dalkeith, Kirkpatrick, eager to be the first communicator of such welcome news to Lennox, who had planted himself as a watch at Stirling, withdrew secretly from Wallace's camp, and, hoping to move the gratitude of their refractory lords, entered full of honest joy into the midst of their council. He proclaimed the success of his commander. His answer was accusations and insults. All that had been charged against the too fortunate Wallace was re-urged with added acrimony. Treachery to the state, hypocrisy in morals, fanaticism in religion. No stigma was too extravagant, too contradictory, to be affixed to his name. They who had been hurt in the fray in the hall pointed to their still smarting wounds, and called upon Lennox to say if they did not plead against so dangerous a man. "Dangerous to your crimes, and ruinous to your ambition," cried Kirkpatrick, "for so help me God, I believe that an honester man than William Wallace lives not in Scotland, and that ye know, and his virtues overtopping your littleness, ye would uproot the greatness which ye cannot equal." This speech, which a burst of indignation had wrested from him, brought down the wrath of the whole party upon himself. Lord Athol, yet stung with his old wound, furiously struck him. Kirkpatrick drew his sword, and the two chiefs commenced a furious combat, each determined on the extirpation of the other. Gasping with almost the last breathings of life, neither could be torn from their desperate revenge, till many were hurt in attempting to separate them, and then the two were carried off insensible and covered with wounds. When this sad news was transmitted to Sir William Wallace, it found him on the banks of the Eske, just returned from the citadel of Berwick, where, once more master of that fortress, he had dictated the terms of a conqueror and a patriot. In the scene of his former victories, the romantic shades of Hawthorndean, he now pitched his triumphant camp, and from its verdant bounds dispatched the requisite orders to the garrisoned castles on the borders. While employed in this duty, his heart was wrung by an account of the newly aroused storm in the citadel of Stirling, but as some equivalent, the chieftains of Midlothian poured in on him on every side, and, acknowledging him their protector, he again found himself the idol of gratitude, and the almost deified object of trust. At such a moment, when the one voice they were disclaiming all participation in the insurgent proceedings at Stirling, another messenger arrived from Lord Lennox to conjure him, if he would avoid open violence or secret treachery, to march his victorious troops immediately to that city, and seize the assembled Abanthes at once as traitors to their country. "Resume the regency," added he, "which you only know how to conduct, and crush a treason which, increasing hourly, now walks openly in the day, threatening all that is virtuous or faithful to you." Abanthes, which means the great lords, was a title of preeminence given to the highest order of chiefs. He did not hesitate to decide against this counsel, for, in following it, it could not be one adversary he must strike, but thousands. "I am only a brother to my countrymen," said he to himself, "and have no right to force them to their duty. When their king appears, then these rebellious heads may be made to bow." While he mused upon the letter of Lennox, Ruthven entered the recess of the tent, whither he had retired to read it. "I bring you better news of our friends at Huntingtower," cried the good lord. "Here is a packet from Douglas, and another from my wife." Wallace gladly read them, and found that Bruce was relieved from his delirium, but so weak that his friends dared not hazard a relapse by imparting to him any idea of the proceedings at Stirling. All he knew was that Wallace was victorious in arms and panting for his recovery to render such success really beneficial to his country. Helen and Isabella, with the sage of Ercildown, were the prince's unwearied attendants, and though his life was yet in extreme peril, it was to be hoped that their attentions and his own constitution would finally cure the wound and conquer its attendant fever. Comforted with these tidings, Wallace declared his intentions of visiting his suffering friend as soon as he could establish any principle in the minds of his followers to induce them to bear, even for a little time, with the insolence of the Abanthes. "I will then," said he, "watch by the side of our beloved Bruce till his recovered health allows him to proclaim himself king, and with that act I trust all these feuds will be forever laid to sleep." Ruthven participated in these hopes, and the friends returned into the council tent. But all there was changed. Most of the Lothian chieftains had also received messages from their friends in Stirling, allegations against Wallace, arguments to prove the policy of submitting themselves and their properties to the protection of a great and generous king, though a foreigner, rather than to risk all by attaching themselves to the fortunes of a private person, who made their services the ladder of his ambition, were the contents of their packets, and they had been sufficient to shake the easy faith to which they were addressed. On the re-entrance of Wallace, the chieftains stole suspicious glances at each other, and, without a word, glided severally out of the tent. End of chapter 75. Recording by Allegra.
Chapter 76 of The Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 76. Hawthorndean. Next morning, instead of coming, as usual, directly to their acknowledged protector, the Lothian chieftains were seen at different parts of the camp, closely conversing in groups, and when any of Wallace's officers approached, they separated or withdrew to a greater distance. This strange conduct Wallace attributed to its right source, and thought of Bruce with a sigh, when he contemplated the variable substance of these men's minds. However, he was so convinced that nothing but the proclamation of Bruce, and that prince's personal exertions, could preserve his country from falling again into the snare from which he had just snatched it, that he was preparing to set out for Perthshire with such persuasions, when Kerr hastily entered his tent. He was followed by the Lord Soulis, Lord Buchan, and several other chiefs of equally hostile intentions. Soulis did not hesitate to declare his errand. "We come, Sir William Wallace, by the command of the Regent and the assembled Abthanes of Scotland, to take these brave troops, which have performed such good service to their country, from the power of a man who, we have every reason to believe, means to turn their arms against the liberties of the realm, without a pardon from the state, without the signature of the Regent, in contempt of court, which, having found you guilty of high treason, had in mercy delayed to pronounce the sentence on your crime. You have presumed to place yourself at the head of the national troops, and to take to yourself the merit of a victory won by their prowess alone. Your designs are known, and the authority you have despised is now roused to punish. You are to accompany us this day to Stirling. We have brought a guard of 4,000 men to compel your obedience." Before the indignant spirit of Wallace could utter the answer his wrongs dictated, Bothwell, who at sight of the regent's troops had hastened to his general's tent, entered, followed by his chieftains. "Were your guard 40,000 instead of 4, cried he, "they should not force our commander from us. They should not extinguish the glory of Scotland beneath the traitorous devices of hell-engineered envy and murderous cowardice." Soulis turned on him with eyes of fire, and laid his hand on his sword. "Ay, cowardice," reiterated Bothwell. "The midnight ravisher, the slanderer of virtue, the betrayer of his country, knows in his heart that he fears to draw aught but the assassin's steel. He dreads the sceptre of honour. Wallace must fall, that vice and her votaries may reign in Scotland. 1,000 brave Scots lie under these sods, and 1,000 yet survive who may share their graves. But they never will relinquish their invincible leader into the hands of traitors." The clamours of the citadel of Stirling now resounded through the tent of Wallace. Invectives, accusations, threatening reproaches, and revilings joined in one turbulent uproar. Again swords were drawn, and Wallace, in attempting to beat down the weapons of Soulis and Buchan, aimed at Bothwell's heart, must have received the point of Soulis in his own body, had he not grasped the blade, and wrenching it out of the chief's hands, broke it into shivers. "Such be the fate of every sword which Scot draws against Scot," cried he. "Put up your weapons, my friends. The arm of Wallace is not shrunk, that he could not defend himself, did he think that violence were necessary. Hear my determination once and for ever," added he. "I acknowledge no authority in Scotland but the laws. The present regent and his abthanes outrage them in every ordinance, and I should indeed be a traitor to my country did I submit to such men's behests. I shall not obey their summons to Stirling, neither will I permit a hostile arm to be raised in this camp against their delegates, unless the violence begins with them. That is my answer." Uttering these words, he motioned Bothwell to follow him, and left the tent. Crossing a rude plank bridge, which then lay over the Eske, he met Lord Ruthven, accompanied by Edwin and Lord Sinclair. The latter came to inform Wallace that ambassadors from Edward awaited his presence at Roslin. "They came to offer peace to our distracted country," cried Sinclair. "Then," answered Wallace, "I shall not delay going where I may hear the terms." Horses were brought, and during their short ride, to prevent the impassioned representations of the still raging Bothwell, Wallace communicated, to his not less indignant friends, the particulars of the scene he had left. "These contentions must be terminated," added he, "and with God's blessing, a few days and they shall be so." "Heaven grant it," returned Sinclair, thinking he referred to the proposed negotiation. "If Edward's offers be at all reasonable, I would urge you to accept them, otherwise invasion from without, and civil commotion within, will probably make a desert of poor Scotland." Ruthven interrupted him. "Despair not, my lord. Whatever be the fate of this embassy, let us remember that it is our steadiest friend who decides, and that his arm is still with us to repel invasion, to chastise treason." Edwin's eyes turned with a direful expression upon Wallace, while he lowly murmured, "Treason, hydra treason." Wallace understood him and answered, "Grievous are the alternatives, my friends, which your love for me would persuade you even to welcome. But that which I shall choose will, I trust, indeed lay the land at peace, or point its hostilities to the only aim against which a true Scot ought to direct his sword at this crisis." Being arrived at the gate of Roslin, Wallace, regardless of those ceremonials which often delay the business they pretend to dignify, entered at once into the hall, where the ambassadors sat. Baron Hilton was one, and Le Despencer, father of the young and violent envoy of that name, was the other. At sight of the Scottish chief they rose, and the good baron, believing he came on a propitious errand, smiling said, "Sir William Wallace, it is your private ear I am commanded to seek." While speaking, he looked on Sinclair and the other lords. "These chiefs are as myself," replied Wallace, "but I will not impede your embassy by crossing the wishes of your master in a trifle." He then turned to his friends. "Indulge the monarch of England in making me the first acquainted with that which can only be a message to the whole nation." The chiefs withdrew, and Hilton, without further parley, opened the mission. He said that King Edward, more than ever impressed with the wondrous military talents of Sir William Wallace, and solicitous to make a friend of so heroic an enemy, had sent him an offer of grace, which, if he contemned, must be the last. He offered him a theatre whereon he might display his peerless endowments to the admiration of the world. The kingdom of Ireland, with its yet unreaped fields of glory, and all the ample riches of its abundant provinces, should be his. Edward only required, in return for this royal gift, that he should abandon the cause of Scotland, swear fealty to him for Ireland, and resign into his hands one whom he had proscribed as the most ungrateful of traitors. In double acknowledgment for the latter sacrifice, Wallace need only send to England a list of those Scottish lords against whom he bore resentment, and their fates should be ordered according to his dictates. Edward concluded his offers by inviting him immediately to London to be invested with his new sovereignty, and Hilton ended his address by showing him the madness of abiding in a country where almost every chief, secretly or openly, carried a dagger against his life, and therefore he exhorted him no longer to contend for a nation so unworthy of freedom that it bore with impatience the only man who had the courage to maintain its independence by virtue alone. Wallace replied calmly and without hesitation. To this message an honest man can make but one reply. As well might your sovereign exact of me to dethrone the angels of heaven as to require me to subscribe to his proposals. They do but mock me, and aware of my rejection, they are thus delivered to throw the whole blame of this cruelly persecuting war upon me. Edward knows that as a knight, a true Scot and a man, I should dishonour myself to accept even life, aye, or the lives of all my kindred, upon these terms. Hilton interrupted him by declaring the sincerity of Edward, and, contrasting it with the ingratitude of the people whom he had served, he conjured him, with every persuasive of rhetoric, every entreaty dictated by a mind that revered the very firmness he strove to shake, to relinquish his faithless country, and become the friend of a king ready to receive him with open arms. Wallace shook his head, and with an incredulous smile, which spoke his thoughts of Edward, while his eyes beamed kindness upon Hilton, he answered, "Can a man who would bribe me to betray a friend be faithful in friendship? But that is not the weight with me. I was not brought up in those schools, my good baron, which teach that sound policy or true self-interest can be separated from virtue. When I was a boy, my father often repeated to me this proverb, Dico tibi verum, honestas optima rerum, numquam servili sub nexu vivitur filii. Note. This saying of the parental teacher of Wallace is recorded. It means, know of a certainty that virtue, the best of possessions, never can exist under the bond of civility. End note. I learned it then. I have since made it the standard of my actions, and I answer your monarch in a word. Were all my countrymen to resign their claims to the liberty which is their right, I alone would declare the independence of my country, and by God's assistance while I live, acknowledge no other master than the laws of St. David and the legitimate heir of his blood. The glow of resolute patriotism which overspread his countenance while he spoke was reflected by a fluctuating colour on that of Hilton. "Noble chief," cried he, "I admire while I regret. I revere the virtue which I am even now constrained to denounce. These principles, bravest of men, might have suited the simple ages of Greece and Rome. A Phocion or a Fabricius might have uttered the like, and compelled the homage of their enemies, but in these days such magnanimity is considered frenzy, and ruin is its consequence." "And shall a Christian," cried Wallace, reddening with the flush of honest shame, "deem the virtue which even heathens practised with veneration, of too pure a nature to be exercised by men taught by Christ himself? There is blasphemy in the idea, and I can hear no more." Hilton, in confusion, excused his argument by declaring that it proceeded from his observations on the conduct of men. "And shall we," replied Wallace, "follow a multitude to do evil? I act to one being alone. Edward must acknowledge his supremacy, and by that know that my soul is above all price." "Am I answered?" said Hilton, and then, hastily interrupting himself, he added, in a voice even of supplication, "Your fate rests on your reply. O noblest of warriors, consider only for the day." "Not for a moment," said Wallace. "I am sensible of your kindness, but my answer to Edward has been pronounced." Baron Hilton turned sorrowfully away, and Le de Spencer rose. "Sir William Wallace, my part of the embassy must be delivered to you in the assembly of your chieftains." "In the congregation of my camp," returned he, and opening the door of the anteroom, in which his friend stood, he sent Edwin to summon his chiefs to the platform before the council tent. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 77. Wallace's Tent. When Wallace approached his tent, he found not only the captains of his own army, but the followers of Soulis and the chieftains of Lothian. He looked on this range of his enemies with a fearless eye, and passing through the crowd, took his station beside the ambassadors on the platform of the tent. The venerable Hilton turned away with tears on his veteran cheeks as the chief advanced, and Le de Spencer came forward to speak. Wallace, with a dignified action, requested his leave for a few minutes, and then addressing the congregated warriors, unfolded to them the offer of Edward to him, and his reply. "And now," added he, "the ambassador of England is at liberty to declare his master's alternative." Le de Spencer again advanced, but the acclamations with which the followers of Wallace acknowledged the nobleness of his answer excited such an opposite clamour on the side of the Soulis party, that Le de Spencer was obliged to mount a war-carriage which stood near, and to vociferate long and loudly for silence before he could be heard. But the first words which caught the ears of his audience acted like a spell, and seemed to hold them in breathless attention. "Since Sir William Wallace rejects the grace of his liege lord, Edward King of England, offered to him this once, and never to be again repeated, thus saith the king in his clemency to the earls, barons, knights, and commonalty of Scotland. To every one of them, chief and vassal, excepting the aforesaid incorrigible rebel, he, the royal Edward, grants an amnesty of all their past treasons against his sacred person and rule, provided that within 24 hours after they hear the words of this proclamation they acknowledge their disloyalty with repentance, and laying down their arms swear eternal fealty to their only lawful ruler Edward, the lord of the whole island from sea to sea. Le de Spencer then proclaimed the King of England to be now on the borders with an army of 100,000 men, ready to march with fire and sword into the heart of the kingdom, and put to the rack all of every sex, age, and condition who should venture to dispute his rights. Yield, added he, while you may yet not only grasp the mercy extended to you, but the rewards and honours he is ready to bestow. Adhere to that unhappy man, and by tomorrow's sunset your offended king will be on these hills, and mercy shall be no more. Death is the doom of Sir William Wallace, and a similar fate to every Scot who after this hour dares to give him food, shelter, or succour. He is the prisoner of King Edward, and thus I demand him at your hands. Wallace spoke not, but with an unmoved countenance looked around upon the assembly. Edward precipitated himself into his arms. Bothwell's full soul then forced utterance from his labouring breast. "Tell your sovereign," cried he, "that he mistakes. We are the conquerors who ought to dictate terms of peace. Wallace is our invincible leader, our redeemer from slavery, the earthly hope in whom we trust, and it is not in the power of men nor devils to bribe us to betray our benefactor. Away to your king and tell him that Andrew Murray and every honest Scot is ready to live or to die by the side of Sir William Wallace." "And by this good sword I swear the same," cried Ruthven. "And so do I," cried Scrymgeour. "Or may the standard of Scotland be my winding sheet." "Or may the Clyde swallow us up quick," exclaimed Lockhart of Lee, shaking his mailed hand at the ambassadors. But not another chief spoke for Wallace. Even Sinclair was intimidated, and like others who wished him well, he feared to utter his sentiments, but most, "O shame to Scotland and to man," cast up their bonnets and cried aloud, "Long live King Edward, the only legitimate lord of Scotland." At this outcry, which was echoed even by some in whom he had confided, while it pealed around him like a burst of thunder, Wallace threw out his arms, as if he would yet protect Scotland from herself. "O desolate people," exclaimed he, in a voice of piercing woe, "too credulous of fair speeches, and not aware of the calamities which are coming upon you. Call to remembrance the miseries you have suffered, and start, before it is too late, from this last snare of your oppressor. Have I yet to tell ye that his embrace is death? O look yet to heaven, and ye shall find a rescue." Bruce seemed to rise at that moment, in pale but gallant apparition, before this soul. Note: this speech is almost verbatim from one of our old historians. End note. "Seize that rebellious man," cried Soulis to his marshals. "In the name of the King of England I command you." "And in the name of the King of Kings I denounce death on him who attempts it," exclaimed Bothwell, throwing himself between Wallace and his men. "Put forth a hostile hand toward him, and this bugle shall call 1,000 resolute swords to lay this platform in blood." Soulis, followed by his knights, pressed forward to execute his treason himself. Scrymgeour, Ruthven, Lockhart, and Kerr rushed before their friend. Edwin, starting forward, drew his sword, and the clash of steel was heard. Bothwell and Soulis grappled together. The falchion of Ruthven gleamed amidst 100 swords, and blood flowed around. The voice, the arm of Wallace, in vain sought to enforce peace. He was not heard, he was not felt in that dreadful warfare. Kerr fell with a gasp at his feet, and breathed no more. At such a sight the soul-struck Wallace wrung his hands, and exclaimed in bitter anguish, "O my country, was it for these horrors that my Marion died? That I became a homeless wretch, and passed my days and nights in fields of carnage? Venerable Mar, dear and gallant Graham, is this the consummation for which you fell?" At that moment Bothwell, having disabled Soulis, would have blown his bugle to call up his men to a general conflict, but Wallace snatched the horn from his hand, and springing upon the very war-carriage from which Le Despencer had proclaimed Edward's embassy, he drew forth his sword, and stretching the mighty arm that held it over the throng, with more than mortal energy he exclaimed, "Peace, men of Scotland, and for the last time hear the voice of William Wallace." A dead silence immediately ensued, and he proceeded, "If you have aught of nobleness within ye, if a delusion more fell than witchcraft have not blinded your senses, look beyond this field of horror, and behold your country free. Edward, in these apparent demands, sues for peace. Did we not drive his armies into the sea? And were we resolved, he never could cross our borders more. What is it then you do, when you again put your necks under his yoke? Did he not seek to bribe me to betray you? And yet, when I refuse to purchase life and the world's rewards in such baseness, you forget that you are free-born Scots, that you are the victors, and he the vanquished, and you give, not sell, your birthright to the demands of a tyrant. You yield yourself to his extortions, his oppressions, his revenge. Think not he will spare the people he would have sold to purchase his bitterest enemy, or allow them to live unmanacled, who possess the power of resistance. On the day in which you are in his hands, you will feel that you have exchanged honour for disgrace, liberty for bondage, life for death. Me you abhor, and may God in your extremest hour forget that injustice, and pardon the faithful blood you have shed this day. I draw this sword for you no more. But there yet lives a prince, a descendant of the royal heroes of Scotland, whom Providence may conduct to be your preserver. Reject the proposals of Edward. Dare to defend the freedom you now possess, and that prince will soon appear to crown your patriotism with glory and happiness." "We acknowledge no prince but King Edward of England," cried Buchan. "His countenance our glory, his presence our happiness." The exclamation was reiterated by a most disgraceful majority on the ground. Wallace was transfixed. "Then," cried Le Despencer in the first pause of the tumult, "to every man, woman, and child throughout the realm of Scotland, excepting Sir William Wallace, I proclaim in the name of King Edward, pardon and peace." At these words several hundred Scottish chieftains dropped on their knees before Le Despencer, and murmured their vows of fealty. Indignant, grieved, Wallace took his helmet from his head, and throwing his sword into the hand of Bothwell, "That weapon," cried he, "which I wrested from this very King Edward, and with which I twice drove him from our borders, I give it to you. In your hands it may again serve Scotland. I relinquish a soldier's name on the spot where I humbled England 3 times in one day, and where I now see my victorious country deliver herself, bound, into the grasp of the vanquished. I go without sword or buckler from this dishonoured field, and what Scot, my public or private enemy, would dare to strike the unguarded head of William Wallace?" As he spoke, he threw his shield and helmet to the ground, and leaping from the war-carriage, took his course, with a fearless and dignified step, through the parting ranks of his enemies, who, awestruck, or kept in check by a suspicion that others might not second the attack they would have made on him, durst not lift an arm or breathe a word as he passed. Wallace had adopted this manner of leaving the ground in hopes, if it were possible, to awaken the least spark of honour in the breasts of his persecutors, to prevent the bloodshed which must ensue between his friends and them, should they attempt to seize him. Edwin and Bothwell immediately followed him, but Lockhart and Scrymgeour remained to take charge of the remains of the faithful Ker, and to observe the tendency of the tumult which began to murmur amongst the lower orders of the bystanders. End of chapter 77.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 78. The Banks of the Eske. A vague suspicion of the region and his thanes, and yet a panic-struck pusillanimity, which shrunk from supporting that Wallace, whom those thanes chose to abandon, carried the spirit of slavery from the platform before the council tent to the chieftains who thronged the ranks of Ruthven, and even to the preservation of some few who had followed the golden-haired standard of Bothwell. The brave troops of Lanark, which the desperate battle of Dalkeith reduced to not more than 60 men, alone remained unmoved, so catching is the quilling spirit of doubt, abjectness, and fearful submission. In the moment when the indignant Ruthven saw his Perthshire legions rolling off toward the trumpet of Le Despencer, Sicrumur placed himself at the head of the men of Lanark. Unfurling the banner of Scotland, he marched with a steady step to the tent of Bothwell, whither he did not doubt that Wallace had retired. He found him assuaging the impassioned grief of Edwin, and striving to moderate the vehement wrath of the faithful Murray. "Pour not out the energy of your soul upon these worthless men," said he. "Leave them to the fates they seek, the fates they have incurred by the innocent blood shed this day. The brave hearts who yet remain loyal to this country are insufficient to stem at this spot the torrent of corruption. Retire beyond the Forth, my friend. Rally all true Scots around Huntingtower. Let the royal inmate proclaim himself, and, at the foot of the Grampians, lock the gates of the Highlands upon our enemies. From those bulwarks he will issue in strength, and Scotland may again be free." "Free, but never more honoured," cried Edwin. "Never more beloved by me. Ungrateful, treacherous, base land," added he, starting on his feet, and raising his clasped hands with the vehement abjuration of an indignant spirit. "Oh, that the salt sea would engulf thee at once, that thy name and thy ingratitude could be no more remembered. I will never wear a sword for her again." "Edwin!" ejaculated Wallace in a reproachful yet tender tone. "Exhort me not to forgive my country," returned he. "Tell me to take my deadliest foe to my breast, to pardon the assassin who strikes a steel into my heart, and I will obey you. But to pardon Scotland for the injury she has done to you, for the disgrace with which her self-debasement stains this cheek, I never, never can. I abhor these sons of Lucifer. Think not, noblest of masters, dearest of friends," cried he, throwing himself at Wallace's feet, "that I will ever shine in the light of those envious stars which have displayed the sun. No Tibby Sully shall henceforth be the impress on my shield. To thee alone would I ever turn, and till your beams restore your country and revive me, the springing laurels of Edwin Ruthven shall wither where they grow." Wallace folded him to his heart. A tear stained in his eyes, while he said in a low voice, "If thou art mine, thou art Scotland's. Me she rejects. Mysterious heaven wills that I should quit my post, but for thee, Edwin, as a relic of the fond love I yet bear this wretched country, abide by her, bear with her, cherish her, defend her for my sake, and if Bruce lives, he will be to thee a second Wallace, a friend, a brother." Edwin listened, wept, and sobbed. but his heart was fixed, unable to speak. He broke from his friend's arms and hurried into an interior apartment to subdue his emotions by pouring them forth to God. Ruthven joined in determined opinion with Bothwell that if ever a civil war could be sanctified, this was the time, and in spite of all that Wallace could urge against the madness of contending for his supremacy over a nation which would not yet yield him obedience, still they remained firm in their resolution. Bruce they hardly dared hope could recover, and to relinquish the guiding hand of their best-approved leader at this crisis was a sacrifice, they said, no earthly power should compel them to make. "So far from it," cried Lord Bothwell, dropping on his knees and grasping the cross hilt of his sword in both hands. "I swear, by the blood of the crucified Lord of this ungrateful world, that should Bruce die, I will obey no other king of Scotland than William Wallace." Wallace turned ashy pale as he listened to this vow. At that moment Scrymgeour entered, followed by the Lanark veterans, and all kneeling down, repeated the oath of Bothwell. Then, starting up, called on the outraged chief, by the unburied corpse of his murdered cur, to lead them forth and avenge them of his enemies. When the agitation of his soul would allow him to speak to this faithful group, Wallace stretched his hands over them, and with such tears as a father would shed who looks on the children he is to behold no more, he said in a subdued and faltering voice, "God will avenge our murdered friend. My sword is sheathed forever. May that holy being, who is the true and best king of the virtuous, always be present with you. I feel your love, and I appreciate it. But Bothwell, Ruthven, Lockhart, Scrymgeour, my faithful Lanark followers, leave me a while to compose my scattered thoughts. Let me pass this night alone, and tomorrow you shall know the resolution of your grateful Wallace." The shades of evening were closing in, and the men of Lanark, first obtaining his permission to keep guard before the wood which skirted the tent, respectfully kissing his hand, withdrew. Ruthven called Edwin from the recess whither he had retired to unburden his grief, but as soon as he heard that it was the resolution of his friends to preserve the authority of Wallace or to perish in the contest, the gloom passed from his fair brow. A smile of triumph parted his lips, and he exclaimed, "All will be well again. We shall force this deluded nation to recognize her safety and her honor." While the determined chiefs held discourse to congeal with the wishes of the youthful knight, Wallace sat almost silent. He seemed revolving some momentous idea. He frequently turned his eyes on the speakers with a fixed regard, which appeared rather full of a grave sorrow than demonstrative of any sympathy on the subjects of their discussion. On Edwin he at times looked with penetrating tenderness, and when the bell from the neighboring convent sounded the hour of rest, he stretched out his hand to him with a smile which he wished should speak comfort as well as that of affection. But the soul spoke more eloquently than he had intended. His smile was mournful, and the attempt to render it otherwise, like a transient light over a dark sepulchre, only the more distinctly showed the gloom and melancholy within. "And am I, too, to leave you?" said Edwin. "Yes, my brother," replied Wallace. "I have much to do with my own thoughts this night. We separate now to meet more gladly hereafter. I must have solitude to arrange my plans. Tomorrow you shall know them. Meanwhile, farewell." As he spoke, he pressed the affectionate youth to his breast, and warmly grasping the hands of his three other friends, bade them an earnest adieu. Bothwell lingered a moment at the tent door, and looking back, "Let your first plan be that tomorrow you lead us to Lord Soley's quarters, to teach the traitor what it is to be a Scot and a man." "My plans shall be deserving of my brave colleagues," replied Wallace, "and whether they be executed on this or on the other side of the Forth, you shall find, my long-tried Bothwell, that Scotland's peace and the honor of her best sons are the dearest consideration of your friend." When the door closed and Wallace was left alone, he stood for a while in the midst of the tent, listening to the departing steps of his friends. When the last sound died in his ear, "I shall hear them no more," cried he, and throwing himself into a seat, he remained for an hour in a trance of grievous thoughts. Melancholy remembrances and prospects dire for Scotland pressed upon his surcharged heart. "It is to God alone I must confide my country," cried he. "His mercy will pity its madness and forgive its deep transgressions. My duty is to remove the object of ruin far from the power of any longer exciting jealousy or awakening zeal." With these words, he took a pen in his hand to write to Bruce. He briefly narrated the events which compelled him, if he would avoid the grief of having occasioned a civil war, to quit his country forever. The general hostility of the nobles, the unresisting acquiescence of the people in measures which menaced his life and sacrificed the freedom for which he had so long fought, convinced him, he said, that his warlike commission was now closed. He was summoned by heaven to exchange the field for the cloister, and to the monastery at Chartres he was now hastening, to dedicate the remainder of his days to the peace of a future world. He then exhorted Bruce to confide the Lords Ruthven and Bothwell, as his soul would commune with his spirit, for he would find them true unto death. He counselled him, as the leading measure to circumvent the treason of Scotland's enemies, to go immediately to Kilcham Castle, where he knew resources would be, for Loch Awe, who retired thither in the last approach of De Warenne, meaning to call out his vassals for that emergency, needed it not then, for the battle of Dalkeith was fought and gained before they could leave their heights, and the victor did not want them afterward. To use those brave and simple-hearted men for his establishment on the throne of his kingdom, Wallace advised Bruce. And so, amidst the natural fortresses of the Highlands, he might recover his health, collect his friends, and openly proclaim himself. "Then," added he, "when Scotland is your own, let its bulwarks be its mountains and its people's arms. Dismantle and raze to the ground the castles of those base chiefs who have only embattled them to betray and enslave their country." Though intent on these political suggestions, he ceased not to remember his own brave engines of war, and he earnestly conjured his prince that he would wear the valiant Kirkpatrick as a buckler on his heart, and that he would place Scrigmore with his Larnac veterans, and the faithful Grimsby next him as his bodyguard, and that he would love and cherish the brave and tender Edwin for his sake. "When my prince and friends receive this," added he, "Wallace shall have bidden an eternal farewell to Scotland, but his heart will be amidst its hills. My king and the friends most dear to me will still be there. The earthly part of my beloved wife rests within its bosom, but I go to rejoin her soul, to meet it in the vigils of days consecrated wholly to the blessed being in whose presence she rejoices forever. This is no sad destiny, my dear Bruce. Our almighty captain recalls me from dividing with you the glory of maintaining the liberty of Scotland, but he brings me closer to himself. I leave the plains of Gilgal to tread with his angels the courts of my God. Mourn not, then, my absence, for my prayers will be with you till we are again united in the only place where you can fully know me as I am, thine and Scotland's never-dying friend. Start not at the blood epaulet. My body may sink into the grave, but the affections of my immortal spirit are eternal as its essence, and in earth or in heaven I am ever yours. Should the endearing Helen, my heart's sister, be near your couch when you read this, tell her that Wallace, in idea, presses her virgin cheek with a brother's farewell, and from his inmost soul he blesses her. Messages of respectful adieus he sent to Isabella, Lady Ruthven, and the sage of Erquidon. Then, kneeling down in that posture, he wrote his last invocations for the prosperity and the happiness of Bruce. This letter finished, with a more tranquil mind he addressed Lord Ruthven, detailing to him his reasons for leaving such faithful friends so clandestinely, and after mentioning his purpose of proceeding to France, he ended with those expressions of gratitude which the worthy chief so well deserved, and exhorting him to transfer his public zeal for him to the magnanimous and royal Bruce, closed the letter with begging him, for the sake of his friend, his king, and his country, to return immediately with all his followers to Huntingtower, and there to rally round their prince. His letter to Scrigmore spoke nearly the same language, but when he began to write to Bothwell, to bid him that farewell which his heart foreboded would be for ever in this world, to part from this, his steady companion in arms, his dauntless champion. He lost some of his composure, and his handwriting testified the emotion of his mind. How, then, was he shaken when he addressed the young and devoted Edwin, the brother of his soul? He dropped the pen from his hand. At that moment he felt all he was going to relinquish, and he exclaimed, "O Scotland, my ungrateful country, what is it you do? Is it thus that you repay your most faithful servants? Is it not enough that the wife of my bosom, the companion of my youth, should be torn from me by your enemies, but your hand must wrest from my bereaved heart its every other solace? You snatch from me my friends, you would deprive me of my life. To preserve you from that crime, I embitter the cup of death. I go far from the tombs of my fathers, from the grave of my Marion, where I have fondly hoped to rest." His head sunk on his arm. His heart gave way under the pressure of accumulated regrets, and floods of tears poured from his eyes. Deep and frequent were his sighs, but none answered him. Friendship was far distant, and where was that gentle being who would have soothed his sorrow on her bosom? She it was he lamented. "Dreary, dreary solitude," cried he, looking around with an aghast perception of all that he had lost. "How I have been mocked for these 3 long years! What is renown? What the loud acclaim of admiring throngs? What the loud acclaim of admiring throngs? What the bended knee of worshipping gratefulness, but breath and vapor? It seems to shelter the mountain's top. The blast comes, it rolls from its side, and the lonely hill is left to all the storm. So stand I, my Marion, when bereft of thee. In weal or woe, thy smiles, thy warm embrace were mine. My head reclined on that faithful breast, and still I found my home, my heaven. But now, desolate and alone, ruin is around me. Destruction waits on all who would steal one pang from the racked heart of William Wallace. Even pity is no more for me. Take me then, O power of mercy, cried he, stretching forth his hands. Take me to thyself. At these words a peal of thunder burst on his ear, and seemed to roll over his tent, till, passing oft toward the west, it died away in long and solemn reverberation. Wallace rose from his knee on which he had sunk at this awful response to his heaven-directed adjuration. "Thou callest me, my father," cried he, with a holy confidence dilating his soul. "I go from the world to thee. I come, and before thy altars know no human weakness." In a paroxysm of sacred enthusiasm he rushed from the tent, and, reckless whither he went, struck into the depths of Roslyn Woods. With the steps of the wind he pierced their remotest thickets. He reached their boundary. It was traversed by a rapid stream, but that did not stop his course. He sprung over it, and ascending its moonlight bank, was startled by the sound of his name. Grimsby, attended by a youth, stood before him. The veteran expressed amazement at meeting his master alone at this hour, unhelmeted and unarmed, and in so dangerous a direction. "The road," said he, "between this and Stirling is beset with your enemies." Instead of noticing this information, Wallace inquired what news he brought from Huntingtower. "The worst," he said. "By this time the royal Bruce is no more." Wallace gasped convulsively and fell against a tree. Grimsby paused. In a few minutes the heart-struck chief was able to speak. "Listen not to my groans for unhappy Scotland. Show me all that is in this last vial of wrath." Grimsby informed him that Bruce, being so far recovered as to have left his sick chamber for the family apartment, while he was sitting with the ladies, a letter was brought to Lady Helen. She opened it, read a few lines, and fell senseless into the arms of her sister. Bruce snatched the packet, but not a word did he speak till he had perused it to the end. It was from the Countess Strathern, written in the triumph of revenge, cruelly exulting in what she termed the demonstration of Wallace's guilt, congratulating herself on having been the primary means of discovering it, and boasting that his once adored Scotland now held him in such detestation as to have doomed him to die. It was this denunciation which had struck to the soul of Helen, and while the anxious Lady Ruthven removed her inanimate form into another room, Bruce read the barbarous triumphs of this disappointed woman. "No power on earth can save him now," continued she. "Your doting heart must yield him, Helen, to another rest than your bridal chamber. His iron breast has met with others as adamantine as his own. A hypocrite, he feels not pity. He knows no beat of human sympathies, and like a rock he falls, unpitied, undeplored by all but you, lost, self-deluded girl. My noble lord, the princely de Warenne, informs me that William Wallace would be burned as a double traitor in England, and a price is now set upon his head in Scotland. Hence there is safety for him no more. Those his base-born heart has outraged will be avenged, and his cries for mercy who will answer? No voice on earth. None dare support the man whom friends and enemies abandon to destruction." "Yes," cried Bruce, starting from his seat, "I will support him, thou damned traitress. Bruce will declare himself. Bruce will throw himself before his friend, and in his breast receive every hour meant for that godlike heart. Yes," cried he, glancing on the terrified looks of Isabella, who believed that his delirium was returned. "I would snatch him in these arms from their murderous flames, did all the fiends of hell guard their infernal fire." Not a word more did he utter, but darting from the apartment was soon seen before the Ballochgeich gate, armed from head to foot. Grimsby stood there, to whom he called to bring him a horse, for that the light of Scotland was in danger. Grimsby, who understood by that term his beloved master was in peril, instantly obeyed, and Bruce, as instantly mourning, struck his rowels into the horse, and was out of sight ere Grimsby could reach his stirrup to follow. But that faithful soldier speeded after him like the wind, and came in view of Bruce just as he was leaping a chasm in the mountain path. The horse struck his heel against a loose stone, and, it giving way, he fell headlong into the deep ravine. At the moment of his disappearance, Grimsby rushed toward the spot and saw the animal struggling in the agonies of death at the bottom. Bruce lay insensible amongst some bushes which grew nearer the top. With difficulty the honest Englishman got him dragged to the surface of the hill, and finding all attempts to recover him ineffectual, he laid him on his own beast, and so carried him slowly back to the castle. The assiduities of the sage of Erichdown restored him to life, but not to recollection. The fever returned on him, with a delirium so hopeless of recovery, continued Grimsby, that the Lady Helen, who would again seems like an inspired angel among us, has sent me with this youth to implore you to come to Huntingtower, and there embattle yourself against your own and your prince's enemies. "Send me," cried Walter Hay, grasping Wallace's hand, "send me back to Lady Helen, and let me tell her that our benefactor, the best guardian of our country, will not abandon us. Should you depart, Scotland's genius will go with you. Again she must sink. Again she will be in ruins. De Valence will regain possession of my dear lady, and you will not be near to save her." "Grimsby, Walter, my friends," cried Wallace in an agitated voice, "I do not abandon Scotland. She drives me from her. Would she have allowed me, I would have borne her in my arms till my latest gasp, but it must not be so. I resign her into the almighty hands to which I commit myself. They will also preserve the Lady Helen from violence. I cannot forego my trust. For the Bruce also, if he live, he will protect her for my sake, and should he die, Bothwell and Ruthven will cherish her for their own." "But you will return with us to Huntingtower," cried Grimsby. "Disguised in these peasant's garments, which we have brought for the purpose, you may pass through the legions of the Regent with perfect security. Let me implore you, if not for your own sake, for ours, pity our desolation, and save yourself for them who can know no safety when you are gone." Walter clung to his arm while uttering the supplication. Wallace looked tenderly upon him. "I would save myself, and I will, please God," said he, "but by no means unworthy of myself. I go, but not under any disguise. Openly have I defended Scotland, and openly will I pass through her lands. The chalice of heaven consecrated me the champion of my country, and no Scot dare lift a hostile hand against this anointed head." The soul of Wallace swelled high, but devoutly, while uttering this. "Whither you go," cried Grimsby, "let me follow you in joy or sorrow." And me too, my benefactor, rejoined Walter. And when you look on us, think not that Scotland is altogether ungrateful. My faithful friend, returned he, whither I go, I must go alone. And as a proof of your love, grant me your obedience this once. Rest among these thickets till morning. At sunrise, repair to our camp. There you will know my destination. But till Bruce proclaims himself at the head of the country's armies, for my sake, never reveal me to mortal man, that he who lies debilitated by sickness at Huntingtower is other than Sir Thomas de Longueville. Rest we cannot, replied Grimsby, but still we will obey our master. You command me to adhere to Bruce, to serve him till the hour of his death. I will. But should he die, then I may seek you, and be again your faithful servant? You will find me before the cross of Christ, returned Wallace, with saints my fellow soldiers, and God my only king. Till then, Grimsby, farewell. Walter, carry my fidelity to your mistress. She will share my thoughts with the Blessed Virgin of Heaven, for in all my prayers shall her name be remembered. Grimsby and Walter, struck by the holy solemnity of his manner, fell on their knees before him. Wallace raised his hands. Bless, O Father of light, cried he, bless this unhappy land. When Wallace is no more, let his memory be lost in the virtues and prosperity of Robert Bruce. Grimsby sunk on the earth and gave way to a burst of manly sorrow. Walter hid his weeping face in the folds of his master's mantle, which had fallen from his shoulders to the ground. Lost in grief, no thought seemed to exist in the young man's heart but the resolution to live only for his prosecuted benefactor, and to express this vow with all the energy of determined devotedness. He looked up to seek the face of Wallace, but Wallace had disappeared, and all that remained to the breaking hearts of his faithful servants was the tartan plaid which they had clasped in their arms. End of chapter 78, recorded by Joyce Martin.
Chapter 79 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 79, Lumloch. Wallace, having turned abruptly away from his lamenting servants, struck into the deep defiles of the Pentland Hills. They pointed to different tracks. Aware that the determined affection of some of his friends might urge them to dare the perils attendant on his fellowship, he hesitated a moment which path to take. Certainly not toward Huntingtower, to bring immediate destruction on its royal inhabitant, nor to any chieftain of the Highlands, to give rise to a spirit of civil warfare. Neither would he pursue the eastern track, for in that direction, as pointing to France, his friends would most likely seek him. He therefore turned his steps towards the ports of Ayr. The road was circuitous, but it would soon enough take him from the land of his fathers, from the country he must never see again. As morning dispelled the shades of night, it discovered still more dreary glooms. A heavy mist hung over the hills, and rolled before him along the valley. Still he pursued his way. Although the day advanced, the vapors collected into thicker blackness, and, floating down the heights, at last burst into a deluge of rain. All around was darkened by the descending water, and the accumulating floods, dashing from the projecting crags above, swelled the burn in his path to a roaring river. Wallace stood in the torrent, with its wild waves breaking against his sides. The rain fell on his uncovered head, and the chilling blast sighed in his streaming hair. Looking around him, he paused amidst this tumult of nature. Must there be strife, even amongst the elements, to show that this is no longer a land for me? Spirits of these hills, he cried, pour not thus your rage on this banished man, a man without a friend, without a home. He started and smiled at his own adjuration. The spirits of heaven launch not this tempest on a defenseless head. 'Tis chance, but affliction shapes all things to its own likeness. Thou, O my father, would not suffer any demon of the air to bend thy broken reed. Therefore reign on, ye torrents. Ye are welcome to William Wallace. He can well breast the mountain storm, who has stemmed the ingratitude of his country. Hills, rivers, and vales were measured by his solitary steps, till entering on the heights of Clydesdale, the broad river of his native glen spread its endeared waters before him. Not a wave passed along that had not kissed the feet of some scene consecrated to his memory. Over the western hills lay the lands of his forefathers. There he had first drawn his breath. There he imbibed from the lips of his revered grandfather, now no more, those lessons of virtue by which he had lived, and for which he was now ready to die. Far to the left stretched the wide domains of Lamington. There his youthful heart first felt the pulse of love. There all nature smiled upon him, for Marion was near, and hope hailed him from every sunlit mountain's brow. Onward in the depths of the cliffs lay Ellerslie, the home of his heart, where he had tasted the joys of paradise. But all there, like that once blessed place, now lay in one wide ruin. "Shall I visit thee again?" he said, as he hurried along the beetling crags. "Ellerslie, Ellerslie," he cried, "'tis no hero, no triumphant warrior that approaches. Receive, shelter thy deserted, widowed master. I come, my Marion, to mourn thee in thine own domains." He flew forward, he ascended the cliffs, he rushed down the hazel-crowned pathway, but it was no longer smooth. Thistles and thickly interwoven underwood obstructed his steps. Breaking through them all, he turned the angle of the rock, the last screen between him and the view of his once beloved home. On this spot he used to stand on moonlit evenings, watching the graceful form of his Marion, as she passed to and fro within her chamber. His eyes now turned instinctively to the point, but it gazed on vacancy. His home had disappeared. One solitary tower alone remained, standing like a hermit, the last of his race, to mourn over the desolation of all by which it had once been surrounded. Not a human being now moved on the spot which, 3 years before, was thronged with his grateful vassals. Not a voice was now heard, where then sounded the harp of Halbert, where breathed the soul-entrancing song of his beloved Marion. "Death," cried he, striking his breast, "how many ways hast thou to bereave poor mortality? All gone. My Marion sleeps in Bothwell, the faithful Halbert at her feet, and my peasantry of Lanark. How many of you have found untimely graves in the bosom of your vainly rescued country?" A few steps forward, and he stood on a mound of mouldering fragments, heaped over the pavement of what had been the hall. "My wife's blood marks the stones beneath," he cried. He flung himself on the ruins, and a groan burst from his heart. It echoed mournfully from the opposite rock. He started and gazed around. "Solitude!" he cried with a faint smile. "Naught is here but Wallace and his sorrow. Marion, I call, and even thou dost not answer me, thou who didst ever at the sound of my voice. Look at me, love," he exclaimed, stretching his arms toward the sky. "Look at me, and for once, till ever, cheer thy lonely, heart-stricken Wallace." Tears choked his further utterance, and once more lay his head upon the stones. He wept in silence, till exhausted nature found repose in sleep. The sun was gilding the grey summits of the ruined tower under whose shadow he lay, when Wallace slowly opened his eyes. Looking around him, he smote his breast, and with a heavy groan sunk back upon the stones. In the silence which succeeded this burst of memory, he thought he heard a rustling near him, and a half-suppressed sigh. He listened breathless. The sigh was repeated. He gently raised himself on his hand, and with an expectation he dared hardly whisper to himself, turned toward the spot whence the sound proceeded. The branches of a rose-tree which had been planted by his Marion shook and scattered the leaves of its ungathered flowers upon the brambles which grew beneath. Wallace rose in agitation. The skirts of a human form appeared, retreating behind the ruins. He advanced toward it, and beheld Edwin Ruthven. The moment their eyes met, Edwin precipitated himself at his feet, and clinging to him exclaimed, "Pardon me this pursuit, but we meet to part no more." Wallace raised him and strained him to his breast in silence. Edwin, in hardly articulate accents, continued, "Some kind power checked your hand when writing to your Edwin. You could not command him not to follow you. You left the letter unfinished, and thus I come to bless you for not condemning me to die of a broken heart." "I did not write farewell to thee," cried Wallace, looking mournfully on him, "but I meant it, for I must part from all I love in Scotland. It is my doom. The country needs me not, and I have need of heaven. I go into its outcourts at Chartres. Follow me there, dear boy, when thou hast accomplished thy noble career on earth, and then our great hairs shall mingle together over the altar of the God of peace. But now receive the farewell of thy friend. Return to Bruce, and be to him the dearest representative of William Wallace." "Never!" cried Edwin. "Thou alone art my prince, my friend, my brother, my all in this world. My parents, dear as they are, would have buried my youth in a cloister, but your name called me to honor, and to you, in life or in death, I dedicate my being." "Then," returned Wallace, "that honor summons you to the side of the dying Bruce. He is now in the midst of his foes." "And where art thou?" interrupted Edwin. "Who drove thee hence but enemies? Who line these roads but wretches sent to betray their benefactor? No, my friend, thy fate shall be my fate, thy woe my woe. We live or we die together. The field, the cloister, or the tomb, all shall be welcomed by Edwin Ruthven, if they separate him not from thee." Seeing that Wallace was going to speak, and fearful that it was to repeat his commands to be left alone, he suddenly exclaimed with vehemence, "Father of men and angels, grant me thy favor only as I am true to the vow I have sworn, never more to leave the side of Sir William Wallace." To urge the dangers in which such a resolution would expose this too faithful friend, Wallace knew would be in vain. He read an invincible determination in the eye and gesture of Edwin, and therefore, yielding to the demands of friendship, he threw himself upon his neck. "For thy sake, Edwin, I will endure yet a while mankind at large. Thy bloom of honor shall not be cropped by my hand. We will go together to France, and while I seek a probationary quiet in some of its remote cities, thou mayest bear the standard of Scotland, in the land of our ally, against the proud enemies of Bruce." "Make of me what you will," returned Edwin, "only do not divide me from yourself." Wallace explained to his friend his design of crossing the hills to Ayrshire, in some port of which he did not doubt finding some vessel bound for France. Edwin overturned this plan by telling him that in the moment the Abthanes repledged their secret faith to England, they sent orders into Ayrshire to watch the movements of Wallace's relations, and to prevent their either hearing of or marching to the assistance of their wronged kinsmen. And besides this, no sooner was it discovered by the insurgent lords of Roslin that he had disappeared from the camp, than, supposing he meant to appeal to Philip, they dispatched expresses all along the western and eastern coasts, from the Firths of Forth and Clyde to those of Solway and Berkwood upon Tweed, to intercept him. On hearing this, and that all avenues from the southern parts of his country were closed upon him, Wallace determined to try the north. Some bay in the western highlands might open its yet not ungrateful arms to set its benefactor free. "If not by a ship," continued Edwin, "a fisherman's boat would launch us from a country no longer worthy of you." Their course was then taken along the Cartland Craigs, at a distance from villages and mountain cots, which, learning from their verdant heights, seemed to invite the traveller to refreshment and repose. Though the sword of Wallace had won them this quiet, though his wisdom, like the hand of creation, had lately spread the barren hills with beauteous harvest, yet had an ear of corn been asked in his name, it would have been denied. A price was set upon his head, and the lives of all who should succor him would be forfeited. He who had given bread and homes to thousands was left to perish, had nowhere to shelter his head. Edwin looked anxiously on him as at times they sped silently along. Ah, he thought, this heroic endurance of evil is the true cross of our celestial captain. Let who will carry his insignia to the Holy Land. Here is the man who bears the real substance, that walks undismayed in the path of his sacrificed Lord. The black plumage of a common Highland bonnet, which Edwin had purchased at one of the cottages to which he had gone alone to buy a few oaten cakes, hung over the face of his friend. That face no longer blazed with the fire of generous valor. It was pale and sad, but whenever he turned his eyes on Edwin, the shades which seemed to envelop it disappeared. A bright smile spoke the peaceful consciousness within. A look of grateful affection expressed his comfort at having found, in defiance of every danger, he was not yet wholly forsaken. Edwin's youthful, happy spirit rejoiced at every glad beam which shone on the face of him he loved. It awoke felicity in his breast. To be occasionally near Wallace to share his confidence with others had always filled him with joy, but now to be the only one on whom his noble heart leaned for consolation was bliss unutterable. He trod on air, and even chid his beating heart for a delight which seemed to exult when his friends suffered. But not so, he ejaculated internally. To be with thee is the delight. In life and in death, thy presence is the sunshine of my soul. When they arrived within sight of the high towers of Bothwell Castle, Wallace stopped. We must not go thither, said Edwin, replying to the sentiment which spoke from the eyes of his friend. The servants of my cousin Andrew may not be as faithful as their lord. I will not try them, returned Wallace with a resigned smile. My presence in Bothwell Chapel shall not pluck danger on the head of my dauntless Murray. She wakes in heaven for me whose body sleeps there, and knowing where to find the jewel, my friend, shall I linger over the vacated casket? While he yet spoke, a chieftain on horseback suddenly emerged from the trees which led to the castle, and drew to their side. Edwin was wrapped in his plaid, and, cautiously concealing his face that no chance of his recognition might betray his companion, he walked briskly on, without once looking at the stranger. But Wallace, being without any shade over the noble contour of a form which for majesty and grace was unequalled in Scotland, could not be mistaken. He too moved swiftly forward. The horseman spurred after him. Perceiving himself pursued and therefore known, and aware that he must be overtaken, he suddenly stopped. Edwin drew his sword, and would have given it into the hand of his friend, but Wallace, putting it back, rapidly answered, Leave my defence to this unweaponed arm. I would not use steel against my countrymen, but none shall take me while I have sinew to resist. The chieftain now checked his horse in front of Wallace, and respectfully raising his visor, discovered Sir John Monteith. At sight of him, Edwin dropped the point of his yet unlifted sword, and Wallace, stepping back, Monteith, he said, I am sorry for this rencounter. If you would be safe from the destiny which pursues me, you must retire immediately, and forget that we ever met. Never, cried Monteith. I know the ingratitude of an envious country drives the bravest of her champions from our borders, but I also know what belongs to myself. To serve you at all hazards, and by conjuring you to become my guest, in my castle on the Firth of Clyde, I would demonstrate my grateful sense of the dangers you once incurred for me, and I therefore thank fortune for this re-encounter. In vain Wallace expressed his determination not to bring peril on any of his countrymen, by sojourning under any roof till he were far away from Scotland. In vain he urged to Monteith the outlawry which would await him should the infuriated abthanes discover that he had given shelter to the man whom they had chosen to suppose a traitor, and denounced as one. Monteith, after equally unsuccessful persuasion on his side, at last said that he knew a vessel was lying at Newark, near his castle, in which Wallace might immediately embark, and he implored him, by past friendship, to allow him to be his guide to its anchorage. To enforce this supplication, he threw himself off his horse, and with protestations of a fidelity that trampled on all comfort he should ever know in his now degraded country. Once I saw Scotland's steady champion, the brave Douglas, rifle from her shores. Do not then doom me to a second grief, bitterer than the first. Do not you yourself drive me from the side of her last hero. Ah, let me behold you, champion of my school days, friend, leader, benefactor, till the sea wrests you forever from my eyes. Exhausted and affected, Wallace gave his hand to Monteith. The tear of gratitude stood in his eye. He looked affectionately from Monteith to Edwin, from Edwin to Monteith. Wallace shall yet live in the memory of the trustee of this land. You, my friend, prove it. I go richly forth, for the hearts of good men are my companions. As they journeyed along the devious windings of the Clyde, and saw at a distance the aspiring turrets of Rutherglen, Edwin pointed to them, and said, From that church a few months ago did you dedicate a conqueror's term to England. And now that very England makes me a fugitive, returned Wallace. Oh, not England, interrupted Edwin. You bow not to her. It is blind, mad Scotland, who thus thrusts her benefactor from her. Ah, then, my Edwin, rejoined he, read in me this history of thousands. So various is the fate of a people's idol. Today he is worshipped as a god, tomorrow cast into the fire. Monteith turned pale at this conversation, and quickening his steps, hurried in silence past the opening of the valley which presented the view of Rutherglen. Night overtook the travellers near the little village of Lumloch, about 2 hours' journey from Glasgow. Here a storm coming on, Monteith advised his friends to take shelter and rest. As you object to implicate others, he said, you may sleep secure in an old barn, which at present has no ostensible owner. I remarked it while passing this way from Newark, but I rather wish you would forget this too chary regard for others, and lodge with me in the neighbouring cottage. Wallace was insensible to the pelting of the elements. His unsubdued spirit wanted rest for neither mind nor body. But the broken voice and lingering step of the young Edwin, who had severely sprained his foot in the dark, penetrated his heart, and notwithstanding that the resolute boy, suddenly rallying himself, declared that he was neither weary nor in pain, Wallace, seeing he was both, yielded a sad consent to be conducted from the storm. But not, he said, to the house. We will go into the barn, and there on the dry earth, my Edwin, we may gratefully repose. Monteith did not oppose him further, and pushing open the door, Wallace and Edwin entered. Their conductor soon after followed with a light from the cottage, and pulling down some heaped straw, strewed it on the ground for a bed. Here I shall sleep like a prince, cried Edwin, throwing himself across the scattered truss. But not, returned Monteith, till I have disengaged you from your wet garments, and preserved your arms and brigandine from the rust of this night. Edwin, sunk in weariness, said little in opposition, and having suffered Monteith to take away his sword and to unbrace his plaited vest, dropped at once on the straw in a profound sleep. Wallace, that he might not disturb him by debate, yielded to the request of Monteith, and having resigned his armor also, waved him a good night. Monteith nodded the same, and closed the door upon his victims. Well known to the generals of King Edward as one who estimated his honour as a mere counter of traffic, Sir John Monteith was considered by them as a hireling fit for any purpose. Though de Warenne had been persuaded to use unworthy methods to intimidate his great opponent, he would have shrunk from being a coadjutor of treachery. His removal from the Lord Wardenship of Scotland, in consequence of the wounds he had received at Dalkeith, opened a path to the elevation of Aymer de Valence. When he was named viceroy in the stead of de Warenne, he told Edward that he would authorize him to offer an earldom, with adequate estates, to Sir John Monteith, the old friend of Wallace. He was sure so rapacious a chieftain would traverse sea and land to put that formidable Scot in the hands of England. To incline Edward to proffer so large a bribe, de Valence instanced Monteith's having volunteered, while he commanded with Sir Eustace Maxwell on the borders, to betray the forces under him to the English general. The treachery was accepted, and for its execution he received a casket of uncounted gold. Some other proofs of his devotion to England were mentioned by de Valence. You mean his devotion to money, replied the king, and if that will make him ours at this crisis, give him overflowing coffers, but no earldom. Though I must have the head of Wallace, I would not have one of my peers show a title written in his blood. Ill deeds must sometimes be done, but we do not emblazon their perpetrators. De Valence, having received his credentials, sent Haliburton, a Scottish prisoner, who bought his liberty too dear by such an ambassage, to impart to Sir John Monteith the King of England's approval. Monteith was then Castellan of Newark, where he had immured himself for many months, under a pretense of the reopening of old wounds. But the fact was his treasons were connected with so many accomplices that he feared some disgraceful disclosure, and therefore kept out of the way of exciting public attention. Avarice was his master of passion, and the sudden idea that there might be treasure in the iron box, which, unwitting of such a thought at the time, he had consigned to Wallace, first bound him a sordid slave. His murmurs for having allowed the box to leave his possession gave the alarm which caused the disasters at Ellerslie, and his own immediate arrest. He was then sent a prisoner to Cressingham at Stirling, but in his way thither he made his escape, though only to fall into the hands of Saulus. That inhuman chief threatened to return him to his dungeons, and to avoid such a misfortune, Monteith engaged in the conspiracy to bring Lady Helen from the priory to the arms of this monster. On her escape, Saulus would have wreaked his vengeance on his vile emissary, but Monteith, aware of his design, fled even into the danger he would have avoided. He fell in with a party of roaming Southrons, who conveyed him to Ayr. Once having immolated his honor, he kept no terms with conscience. Arnulf soon understood what manner of man was in his custody, and by sharing with him the pleasures of his table, soon drew from him every information respecting the strength and resources of his country. His after history was a series of secret treacheries to Scotland, and in return for them, an accumulation of wealth from England, the contemplation of which seemed to be his sole enjoyment. This new offer from De Valence was therefore greedily embraced. He happened to be at Rutherglen when Haliburton brought the proposal, and in the cloisters of its church was its fell agreement signed. Footnote: the events of Wallace having dictated terms of peace with England, and Monteith pledging himself to that country's emissary to betray Wallace, having taken place in this church, are traditionary facts. End footnote. He transmitted an oath to De Valence that he would die or win his hire, and immediately dispatching spies to the camp at Roslyn, as soon as he was informed of Wallace's disappearance, he judged, from the knowledge of that chief's retentive affections, that whithersoever he intended finally to go, he would first visit Ellerslie and the tomb of his wife. According to this opinion, he planted his emissaries in favorable situations on the road, and then proceeded himself to intercept his victim at the most probable places. Not finding him at Bothwell, he was issuing forth to take the way to Ellerslie, when the object of his search presented himself at the opening of the wood. The evil plan too well succeeded. Triumphant in his deceit, this mastery of hypocrisy left the barn, in which he had seen Wallace and his young friend lie down on that ground from which he had determined they should never more rise. Aware that the unconquerable soul of Wallace would never allow himself to be taken alive, he had stipulated with De Valence that the delivery of his head should entitle him to a full reward. From Rutherglen to Lumloch no place had presented itself in which he thought he could so judiciously plant an ambuscade to surprise the unsuspecting Wallace. And in this village he had stationed so large a force of ruthless savages, brought for the occasion by Haliburton from the Irish island of Rathlin, that their employer had hardly a doubt of this night being the last of his too trusting friend's existence. These Rathliners neither knew of Wallace nor of his exploits, but the lower order of Scots, however they might fear to succor his distress, loved his person, and felt so bound to him by his actions, that Monteith durst not apply to any one of them to second his villainy. The hour of midnight passed, and yet he could not summon courage to lead his men to their nefarious attack. Twice they urged him, before he rose from his affected sleep, for sleep he could not. Guilt had murdered sleep, and he lay awake, restless, and longing for the dawn. And yet, ere that dawn, the deed must be accomplished. A cock crew from the neighbouring farm. "That is the sign of morning, and we have yet done nothing," exclaimed the surly ruffian, who leaned on his battle-axe in an opposite corner of the apartment. "No, it is the signal of our enemy's captivity," cried Monteith. "Follow me, but gently. If ye speak a word or a single target rattle, before ye all fall upon him, we are lost. It is a being of supernatural might, not a mere man, whom ye go to encounter. He that first disables him shall have a double reward." "Depend upon us," returned the sturdiest ruffian, and stealing cautiously out of the cottage, the party advanced with noiseless steps toward the barn. Monteith paused at the door, making a sign to his men to halt while he listened. He put his ear to a crevice. Not a murmur was within. He gently raised the latch, and setting the door wide open, with his finger to his lip, beckoned his followers. Without venturing to draw a breath, they approached the threshold. The meridian moon shone full into the hovel, and shed a broad light upon their victims. The innocent face of Edwin rested on the bosom of his friend, and the arm of Wallace lay on the spread straw with which he had covered the tender body of his companion. So fair a picture of mortal friendship was never before beheld. But the hearts were blind which looked on it, and Monteith gave the signal. He retreated out of the door, while his men threw themselves forward to bind Wallace where he lay. But the first man, in his eagerness, striking his head against a joist in the roof, uttered a fierce oath. The noise roused Wallace, whose wakeful senses had rather slumbered than slept, and opening his eyes, he sprang on his feet. A moment told him his enemies were around. Seeing him rise, they rushed on him with imprecations. His eyes blazed like two terrible meteors, and with a sudden motion of his arm, he seemed to hold the men at a distance, while his godlike figure stood, a tower in collected might. Awestruck, they paused, but it was only for an instant. The sight of Edwin, now starting from his sleep, his aghast countenance, while he felt for his weapons, his cry when he recollected they were gone, inspired the assassins with fresh courage. Battle-axes, swords, and rattling chains now flashed before the eyes of Wallace. The pointed steel in many places entered his body, while with a part of a broken bench, which chanced to lie near him, he defended himself and Edwin from this merciless host. Edwin, seeing naught but the death of his friend before his sight, regardless of himself, made a spring from his side, and snatched a dagger from the belt of one of the murderers. The ruffian instantly caught the intrepid boy by the throat, and in that horrible clutch would have certainly deprived him of life, had not the lion grasp of Wallace seized the man in his arms, and with a pressure that made his mouth and nostrils burst with blood, compelled him to forego his hold. Edwin released, Wallace dropped his assailant, who, staggering a few paces, fell senseless to the ground, and instantly expired. The conflict now became doubly desperate. Edwin's dagger twice defended the breast of his friend. Two of his assassins he stabbed to the heart. "Murder that urchin!" cried Monteith, who, seeing from without the carnage of his men, feared that Wallace might yet make his escape. "Ha!" cried Wallace, at the sound of Monteith's voice giving such an order. "Then we are betrayed, but not by heaven! Strike, one of you, that angel youth," he cried, "and you will incur damnation." He spoke to the winds. They poured toward Edwin. Wallace, with a giant's strength, dispersed them as they advanced. The beam of wood fell on the heads, the breasts of his assailants. Himself bleeding at every pore, he felt not a smart while yet he defended Edwin. But a shout was heard from the door. A faint cry was heard at his side. He looked around. Edwin lay extended on the ground, with an arrow quivering in his breast, his closing eyes still looking upward to his friend. The beam fell from the hands of Wallace. He threw himself on his knees beside him. The dying boy pressed his hand to his heart, and dropped his head upon his bosom. Wallace moved not, spoke not. His hand was bathed in the blood of his friend, but not a pulse beat beneath it. No breath warmed the paralyzed chill of his face, as it hung over the motionless lips of Edwin. The men were more terrified at this unresisting stillness than at the invincible prowess of his arm, and stood gazing on him in mute wonder. But Monteith, in whom the fell appetite of avarice had destroyed every perception of humanity, sent in other ruffians with new orders to bind Wallace. They approached him with terror, two of the strongest stealing behind him, and taking advantage of his face being bent upon that of his murdered Edwin, each in the same moment seized his hands. As they gripped them fast, the others advanced eagerly to fasten the bands. He looked up calmly, but it was a dreadful calm. It spoke of despair, of the full completion of all woe. "Bring chains," cried one of the men. "He will burst these throngs." "You may bind me with a hair," he said. "I contend no more." The bonds were fastened on his wrists, and then, turning toward the lifeless body of Edwin, he raised it gently in his arms. The rosy red of youth yet tinged his cold cheek. His parted lips were still beamed with the same, but the breath that had so sweetly informed them was flown. "Oh, my best brother that ever I had!" cried Wallace in a sudden transport, and kissing his pale forehead. "My sincerest friend in my greatest need! In thee was truth, manhood, and nobleness. In thee was all man's fidelity with woman's tenderness. My friend, my brother! Oh, would to God I had died for thee!" End of chapter 79.
Chapter 80 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 80. Huntingtower. Lord Ruthven was yet musing in fearful anxiety on Wallace's solemn adieu, and the confirmation which the recitals of Grimsby and Hay had brought of his determined exile, when he was struck with a new consternation by the flight of his son. A billet which Edwin had left with Scrymgeour, who guessed not its contents, told his father that he was gone to seek their friend, and to unite himself for ever to his fortunes. Bothwell, not less eager to preserve Wallace to the world, with an intent to persuade him to at least abandon his monastic project, set off direct for France, hoping to arrive before his friend, and engage the French monarch to assist in preventing so grievous a sacrifice. Ruthven, meanwhile, fearful that the unarmed Wallace and the self-regardless Edwin might fall into the hands of the venal wretches now widely dispersed to seize the chief and his adherents, sent out the veterans in divers disguises to pursue the roads it was probable he might take, and finding him, guard him safely to the coast. Till Ruthven should receive accounts of their success, he forbore to forward the letter which Wallace had left for Bruce, or to increase the solicitude of the already anxious inhabitants of Huntingtower with any intimation of what had happened. But on the fourth day Scrymgeour and his party returned with the horrible narrative of Lumloch. After the murder of his youthful friend, Wallace had been loaded with irons and conveyed, so unresistingly that he seemed in a stupor, on board a vessel to be carried without loss of time to the Tower of London. Sir John Monteith, though he never ventured into his sight, attended as the accuser, who, to put a visor on cruelty, was to swear away his victim's life. The horror and grief of Ruthven at these tidings were unutterable, and Scrymgeour, to turn the tide of the bereaved father's thoughts to the inspiring recollection of the early glory of his son, proceeded to narrate that he found the beauteous remains in the hovel, but bedecked with flowers by the village girls. They were weeping over it, and lamenting the pitiless heart which could slay such youth and loveliness. To bury him in so obscure a spot Scrymgeour would not allow, and he had sent Stephen Ireland with the sacred corpse to Dumbarton, with orders to see him entombed in the chapel of that fortress. "It is done," continued the worthy knight,
and those towers he so bravely scaled will stand forever the monument of Edwin Ruthven." "Scrymgeour," said the stricken father, "the shafts fall thick upon us, but we must fulfil our duty." Cautious of inflicting too heavy a blow on the fortitude of his wife and of Helen, he commanded Grimsby and Hay to withhold from everybody at Huntingtower the tidings of its young lord's fate, but he believed it his duty not to delay the letter of Wallace to Bruce, and the dreadful information to him of Monteith's treachery. Ruthven ended his short epistle to his wife by saying he should soon follow his messenger, but that at present he could not bring himself to entirely abandon the Lowlands to even a temporary empire of the seditious chiefs. On Grimsby's arrival at Huntingtower he was conducted immediately to Bruce. Some cheering symptoms having appeared that morning, he had just exchanged his bed for a couch when Grimsby entered the room. The countenance of the honest Southron was the harbinger of his news. Lady Helen started from her seat, and Bruce, stretching out his arms, eagerly caught the packets the soldier presented. Isabella inquired if all were well with Sir William Wallace, but ere he could make an answer, Lady Ruthven ran breathless into the room, holding out the open letter brought by Hay to her. Bruce had just read the first line of his, which announced the captivity of Wallace, and with a groan that pierced through the souls of every one present, he made an attempt to spring from the couch, but in the act he reeled, and fell back in a fearful but mute mental agony. The apprehensive heart of Helen guessed some direful explanation. She looked with speechless inquiry upon her aunt and Grimsby. Isabella and Ercildown hastened to Bruce, and Lady Ruthven, being too much appalled in her own feelings to think for a moment on the aghast Helen, hurriedly read to her from Lord Ruthven's letter the brief but decisive account of Wallace's dangerous situation, his seizure and conveyance to the Tower of England. Helen listened without a word. Her heart seemed locked within her, her brain was on fire, and gazing fixedly on the floor while she listened, all else that was transacted around her passed unnoticed. The pangs of a convulsion fit did not long shackle the determined Bruce. The energy of his spirit struggling to gain the side of Wallace in this his extreme need, for he well knew Edward's implacable soul, roused him from his worse-than-swoon. With his extended arms dashing away the restoratives with which both Isabella and Ercildown hung over him, he would have leaped on the floor had not the latter held him down. "Withhold me not," cried he. "This is not the time for sickness and indulgence. My friend is in the fangs of the tyrant, and shall I lie here? No, not for all the empires in the globe will I be detained another hour." Isabella, affrighted at the furies which raged in his eyes, but yet more terrified at the perils attendant on his desperate resolution, threw herself at his feet and implored him to stay for her sake. "No," cried Bruce, "not for thy life, Isabella, which is dearer to me than my own. Not to save this ungrateful country from the doom it merits would I linger one moment from the side of him who has fought, bled, and suffered for me and mine, who is now treated with ignominy, and sentenced to die for my delinquency. Had I consented to proclaim myself on my landing, secure with Bruce the King, envy would have feared to strike, but I must first win a fame like his, and while I lay here they tore him from the vain and impotent Bruce. But Almighty Pardoner of my sins," cried he with vehemence, "grant me strength to wrest him from their grip, and I will go barefoot to Palestine to utter all my gratitude." Isabella sunk weeping into the arms of her aunt, and the venerable Ercildown, wishing to curb an impetuosity which could only involve its generous agent in a ruin deeper than that it sought to revenge with more zeal than judgment, urged to the prince the danger into which such boundless resentment would precipitate his own person. At this intimation the impassioned Bruce, stung to the soul that such an argument could be expected to have weight with him, solemnly bent his knees, and clasping his sword, vowed before heaven either to release Wallace or To share his fate he would have added, but Isabella, watchful of his words, suddenly interrupted him by throwing herself wildly on his neck, and exclaiming, "Oh, say not so! Rather swear to pluck the tyrant from his throne, that the sceptre of my Bruce may bless England, as it will yet do this unhappy land." "She says right," ejaculated Ercildown, in a prophetic transport, "and the sceptre of Bruce in the hands of his offspring shall bless the united countries to the latest generations. The walls of separation shall then be thrown down, and England and Scotland be one people." Bruce looked steadfastly on the sage. "Then if thy voice utter holy verity, it will not again deny my call to wield the power that heaven bestows. I follow my fate. Tomorrow's dawn sees me in the path to snatch my best treasure, my counsellor, my guide, from the judgment of his enemies. Or woe to England, woe to all Scotland born who have breathed one hostile word against his sacred life. Helen, dost thou hear me?" cried he. "Wilt thou not assist me to persuade thy too timid sister that her Bruce's honour, his happiness, lives in the preservation of his friend? Speak to her, counsel her, sweet Helen, and please the almighty arm of heaven, I will reward thy tenderness with the return of Wallace." Helen gazed intently on him while he spoke. She smiled when he ended, but she did not answer, and there was a wild vacancy in the smile that seemed to say she knew what had not been spoken, and that her thoughts were far away. Without further regarding him or any present, she arose and left the room. At this moment of fearful abstraction her whole soul was bent with an intensity that touched on madness, on the execution of a project which had rushed into her mind in the moment she heard of Wallace's deathful captivity and destination. The approach of night favored her design. Hurrying to her chamber, she dismissed her maids with the prompt excuse that she was ill and desired not to be disturbed until morning. Then, bolting the door, she quickly habited herself as the dear memorial of her happy days in France, and, dropping from her window into the pleasance beneath, ran swiftly through its woody precincts toward Dundee. Before she arrived at the suburbs of Firth, her tender feet became so blistered she found the necessity of stopping at the first cottage. But her perturbed spirits rendered it impossible for her to take rest, and she answered the hospitable offer of its humble owner with a request that he would go into the town and immediately purchase a horse to carry her that night to Dundee. She put her purse into the man's hand, who without further discussion obeyed. When the animal was brought and the honest Scot returned her the purse with its remaining contents, she divided them with him, and turning from his thanks, mounted the horse and rode away. About an hour before dawn she arrived within view of the ships lying in the harbour at Dundee. At this sight she threw herself off the panting animal, and leaving it to rest and liberty, hastened to the beach. A gentle breeze blew freshly from the northwest, and several vessels were heaving their anchors to get under way. "Are any," demanded she, "bound for the Tower of London?" "None," were the replies. Despair was now in her heart and gesture, but suddenly recollecting that in dressing herself for flight she had not taken off the jewels she usually wore, she exclaimed with renovated hope, "Will not gold tempt some one to carry me thither?" A rough Norwegian sailor jumped from the side of the nearest vessel, and readily answered in the affirmative. "My life," rejoined she, "or a necklace of pearls shall be yours in the moment you land me at the Tower of London." The man, seeing the youth and agitation of the seeming boy, doubted his power to perform so magnificent a promise, and was half inclined to retract his assent. But Helen, pointing to a jewel on her finger as a proof that she did not speak of things beyond her rede, he no longer hesitated. And pledging his word that wind and tide in his favour he would land her at the Tower stairs, she, as if all happiness must meet her at that point, sprung into his vessel. The sails were unfurled, The voices of the men chanted forth their cheering responses on clearing the harbor, and Helen, throwing herself along the floor of her little cabin in that prostration of body and soul, silently breathed her thanks to God for being indeed launched on the ocean, whose waves she trusted would soon convey her to Wallace, to soothe, to serve, to die, or to compass the release of him who had sacrificed more than his life for her father's preservation, for him who had saved herself from worse than death. End of chapter 80.
Chapter 81 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 81. The Thames. On the evening of the 14th day from the one in which Helen had embarked, the little ship of Dundee entered on the bright bosom of the Nore. While she sat on the deck watching the progress of the vessel with an eager spirit, which would gladly have taken wings to have flown to the object of her voyage, she first saw the majestic waters of the Thames. But it was a tyrannous flood to her, and she marked not the diverging shores crowned with palaces. Her eyes looked over every stately dome to seek the black summits of the tower. At a certain point the captain of the vessel spoke through his trumpet to summon a pilot from the land. In a few minutes he was obeyed. The Englishman took the helm. Helen was reclined on a coil of ropes near him. He entered into conversation with the Norwegian, and she listened in speechless attention to a recital which bound up her every sense in that hearing. The captain had made some unprincipled jest on the present troubles of Scotland, now his adopted country, from his commercial interests, and he added with a laugh that he thought any ruler the right one who gave him a free course in traffic. In answer to this remark, and with an observation not very flattering to the Norwegian's estimation of right and wrong, the Englishman mentioned the capture of the once renowned champion of Scotland. Even the enemy who recounted the particulars showed a truth in the recital which shamed the man who had benefited by the patriotism he affected to despise, and for which Sir William Wallace was now likely to shed his blood. "I was present," continued the pilot, "when the brave Scot was put on the raft which carried him through the Traitor's Gate into the Tower. His hands and feet were bound with iron, but his head, owing to faintness from the wounds he had received at Lumloch, was so bent down on his breast as he reclined on the float, that I could not then see his face. There was a great pause, for none of us, when he did appear in sight, could shout over the downfall of so merciful a conqueror. Many were spectators of this scene whose lives he had spared on the fields of Scotland, and my brother was amongst them. However, that I might have a distinct view of the man who had so long held our warlike monarch in dread, I went to Westminster Hall on the day appointed for his trial. The great judges of the land, and almost all the lords besides, were there, and a very great spectacle they made. But when the hall door was opened, and the dauntless prisoner appeared, then it was that I saw true majesty. King Edward on his throne never looked with such a royal air. His very chains seemed given to be graced by him as he moved through the parting crowd with the step of one who has been used to have all his accusers at his feet. Though pale with loss of blood, and his countenance bore traces of the suffering occasioned by the state of his yet unhealed wounds, his head was now erect, and he looked with undisturbed dignity on all around. The Earl of Gloucester, whose life and liberty he had granted at Berwick, sat on the right of the Lord Chancellor. Bishop Beck, the Lords de Valence and Sully, with one Monteith, who it seems was the man that betrayed him into our hands, charged him with high treason against the life of King Edward and the peace of his Majesty's realms of England and Scotland. Grievous were the accusations brought against him, and bitter the revilings with which he was denounced as a traitor too mischievous to deserve any show of mercy. The Earl of Gloucester at last rose indignantly, and in energetic and respectful terms called on Sir William Wallace, by the reverence in which he held the tribunal of future ages, to answer for himself. "On this adjuration, brave Earl," replied he, "I will speak. O men of Scotland, what a voice was that! In it was all the honesty and nobleness, and a murmur arose from some who feared its power, which Gloucester was obliged to check by exclaiming aloud with a stern voice, "Silence, while Sir William Wallace answers. He who disobeys, sergeant-at-arms, take into custody." A pause succeeded, and the chieftain, with godlike majesty of truth, denied the possibility of being a traitor where he had never owed allegiance. But with a matchless fearlessness he avowed the facts alleged against him, which told the havoc he had made of the English on the Scottish plains, and the devastations he had afterwards wrought in the lands of England. "It was a son," cried he, "defending the orphans of his father from the steel and rapine of a treacherous friend. It was the sword of restitution gathering on that false friend's fields the harvest he had ravaged from theirs." He spoke more, and nobly, too nobly for them who heard him. They rose to a man to silence what they could not confute, and the sentence of death was pronounced on him, the cruel death of a traitor. The Earl of Gloucester turned pale on his seat, but the countenance of Wallace was unmoved. As he was led forth, I followed, and saw the young Le Despencer with several other reprobate gallants of our court ready to receive him. With shameful mockery they flew laurels on his head, and with torrents of derision told him it was meet they should so salute the champion of Scotland. Wallace glanced on them a look which spoke pity rather than contempt, and, with a serene countenance, he followed the warden toward the tower. The hirelings of his accusers loaded him with invectives as he passed along, but the populace who beheld his noble mien, with those individuals who had heard of, while many had felt, his generous virtues, deplored and wept his sentence. Tomorrow at sunrise he dies. Helen's face being overshadowed by the low brim of her hat, the agony of her mind could not have been read on her countenance had the good Southern been sufficiently uninterested in his story to regard the sympathy of others. But as soon as he had uttered the last dreadful words, "Tomorrow at sunrise he dies," she started from her seat. Her horror-struck senses apprehended nothing further, and turning to the Norwegian, "Captain," she cried, "I must reach the tower this night." "Impossible," was the reply. "The tide will not take us up till tomorrow at noon." "Then the waves shall," cried she, and frantically rushing toward the ship's side, she would have thrown herself into the water had not the pilot caught her arm. "Boy," he said, "are you mad? Your action, your looks—" "No," interrupted she, wringing her hands, "but in the tower I must be this night, or— O God of mercy, end my misery!" The unutterable anguish of her voice, countenance, and gesture excited a suspicion in the Englishman that this youth was connected with the Scottish chief, and not choosing to hint his surmise to the unfeeling Norwegian, in a different tone he exhorted Helen to composure, and offered her his own boat, which was then towed at the side of the vessel, to take her to the tower. Helen grasped the pilot's rough hand, and in a paroxysm of gratitude pressed it to her lips. Then, forgetful of her engagements with the insensible man who stood unmoved by his side, sprung into the boat. The Norwegian followed her, and in a threatening tone demanded his hire. She now recollected it, and putting her hand into her vest, gave him the string of pearls which had been her necklace. He was satisfied, and the boat pushed off. The cross, the cherished memorial of her hallowed meeting with Wallace in the chapel of Sundown, and which always hung suspended on her bosom, was now in her hand and pressed close to her heart. The rowers plied their oars, and her eyes, with a gaze as if they would pierce the horizon, looked intently onward, while the men labored through the tide. Even to see the walls which contained Wallace seemed to promise her a degree of comfort she dared hardly hope herself to enjoy. At last the awful battlements of England's state prison rose before her. She could not mistake them. "That is the tower," said one of the rowers. A shriek escaped her, and instantly covering her face with her hands, she tried to shut from her sight those very walls she had so long sought amongst the clouds. They imprisoned Wallace. He groaned within their confines, and their presence paralyzed her heart. "Shall I die before I reach thee, Wallace?" was the question her almost flitting soul uttered, as she, trembling, yet with swift steps, ascended the stone stairs which led from the water's edge to the entrance to the tower. She flew through the different courts to the one which stood the prison of Wallace. One of the boatmen, being bargeman to the governor of the tower, as a privileged person, conducted her unmolested through every ward till she reached the place of her destination. There she dismissed him with a ring from her finger as her reward, and passing a body of soldiers who kept guard before a large porch that led to the dungeons, she entered and found herself in an immense paved room. A single sentinel stood at the end near to an iron grating, or small portcullis. There, then, was Wallace. Forgetting her disguise and situation in the frantic eagerness of her pursuit, she hastily advanced to the man. "Let me pass to Sir William Wallace," cried she, "and treasures shall be your reward." "Whose treasures, my pretty page?" demanded the soldier. "I dare not, were it at the suit of the Countess of Gloucester herself." "Oh," cried Helen, "for the sake of a greater than any countess in the land, take this jewelled bracelet and let me pass." The man, misapprehending the words of this adjuration, at sight of the diamonds, supposing the page must come from the good queen, no longer demurred. Putting the bracelet into his bosom, he whispered Helen that as he granted this permission at the risk of his life, she must conceal herself in the interior chamber of the prisoner's dungeon, should any person from the warden visit him during their interview. She readily promised this, and he informed her that, when through this door, she must cross 2 other apartments, the bolts to the entrances of which she must undraw, and then, at the extremity of a long passage, a door, fastened by a latch, would admit her to Sir William Wallace. With these words, the soldier removed the massy bars, and Helen entered. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Scottish Chiefs by Mary Jane Porter. Chapter 82. The Tower of London. Helen's fleet steps carried her in a few minutes through the intervening dungeons to the door which would restore to her eyes the being with whose life her existence seemed blended. The bolts had yielded to her hands. The iron latch now gave way, and the ponderous oak, grating dismally on its hinges. She looked forward, and beheld the object of all her solicitude leaning along a couch. A stone table was before him, at which he seemed writing. He raised his head at the sound. The peace of virtue was in his eyes, and a smile on his lips, as if he had expected some angel visitant. The first glance at his pale but heavenly countenance struck to the heart of Helen. Veneration, anguish, shame, all rushed on her at once. She was in his presence, but how he might turn from consolations he had not sought. The intemperate passion of her stepmother now glared before her. His contempt of the Countess's unsolicited advances appeared ready to be extended to her rash daughter-in-law, and with an irrepressible cry, which seemed to breathe out her life, Helen would have fled, but her failing limbs bent under her, and she fell senseless into the dungeon. Wallace started from his reclining position. He thought his senses must deceive him, yet the shriek was Lady Helen's. He had heard the same cry at the Pentland Hills, in the chamber of Chateaugalard. He rose agitated. He approached the prostrate youth, and bending to the inanimate form, took off the Norman hat. He parted the heavy locks which fell over her brow, and recognized the features of her who alone had ever shared his meditations with his Marian. He sprinkled water on her face and hands. He touched her cheek. It was ashy cold, and the chill struck to his heart. "Helen," exclaimed he, "Helen, awake! Speak to thy friend." She was still motionless. "Dead!" cried he, with increased emotion. His eye and his heart in a moment discerned and understood the rapid emaciation of those lovely features, now fearing the worst. "Gone so soon!" repeated he. "Gone to tell my Marian that her Wallace comes. Blessed angel!" cried he, clasping her to his breast, with an energy of which he was not aware. Take me with thee!" The pressure, the voice, roused the dormant life of Helen. With a torturing sigh, she unsealed her eyes from the death-like load that oppressed them, and found herself in the arms of Wallace. All her wandering senses, which from the first promulgation of his danger had been kept in a bewildered state, now rallied, and, in recovered sanity, smote her to the soul. Though still overwhelmed with grief at the fate which threatened to tear him from her and life, she now wondered how she could ever have so trampled on the retreating modesty of her nature as to have brought herself thus into his presence. And in a voice of horror, of despair, believing that she had for ever destroyed herself in his opinion, she exclaimed, "Oh, Wallace, how came I here? I am lost, and innocently, but God, the pure God, can read the soul." She lay in helpless misery on his breast, with her eyes again closed, almost unconscious of the support on which she leaned. "Lady Helen," returned he, "was it other than Wallace you sought in these dungeons? I dared to think that the parent we both adore had sent you hither to be his harbinger of consolation." Recalled to self-possession by the kindness of these words, Helen turned her head on his bosom, and in a burst of grateful tears, hardly articulated, "And will you not abhor me for this act of madness? But I was not myself, and yet where should I live but at the feet of my benefactor?" The steadfast soul of Wallace was subdued by this language, and the manner of its utterance. It was the disinterested dictates of a pure though agitated spirit, which he now was convinced did most exclusively love him, but with the passion of an angel, and the tears of a sympathy which spoke their kindred natures stole from his eyes as he bent his cheek on her head. She felt them, and rejoicing in such an assurance that she yet possessed his esteem, a blessed calm diffused itself over her mind, and raising herself, with a look of virtuous confidence, she exclaimed, "Then you do understand me, Wallace? You pardon me this apparent forgetfulness of my sex, and you recognize a true sister in Helen Mar? I may administer to you that noble heart till—" She paused, turning deathly pale, and then clasping his hand in both hers, in bitter agony added, "till we meet in heaven?" "And blissful, dearest saint, will be our union there," replied he, "where soul meets soul, unencumbered by these earthly fetters, and mingles with each other, even as thy tender teardrops now glide into mine. But there, my Helen, we shall never weep. No heart will be left unsatisfied, no spirit will mourn in unrequited love, for that happy region is the abode of love without the defilements or disquietudes of mortality, for there it is an everlasting, pure enjoyment. It is a full, diffusive tenderness, which, penetrating all hearts, unites the whole in one spirit of boundless love in the bosom of our God, who, the source of all love, as John the beloved disciple saith, so loved a lost world that he sent his only Son to redeem it from its sins, and to bring it to eternal blessedness." "Ah," cried Helen, throwing herself on her knees in holy enthusiasm, "join then your prayers with mine, most revered of friends, that I may be admitted into such blessedness. Petition our God to forgive me, and do you forgive me, that I have sometimes envied the love you bear your Marian. But now I love her so entirely, that to be her and your ministering spirit in paradise would amply satisfy my soul." "Oh, Helen," cried Wallace, grasping her uplifted hands in his, and clasping them to his heart, "thy soul and Marian's are indeed one, and as one I love ye." This unlooked-for declaration almost overpowered Helen in its flood of happiness, and with a smile, which seemed to picture the very heavens opening before her, she turned her eyes from him to a crucifix which stood on a table, and bowing her head on its pedestal, was lost in the devotion of rapturous gratitude. At this juncture, when, perhaps, the purest bliss that ever descended on woman's heart now glowed in that of Helen, the Earl of Gloucester entered. His were not visits of consolation, for he knew that his friend, who had built his heroism on the rock of Christianity, did not require the comfortings of any mortal hand. At the sight of him Wallace, pointing to the kneeling Helen, beckoned him into the inner cell where his straw pallet lay, and there, in a low voice, declared who she was, and requested the Earl to use his authority to allow her to remain with him to the last. "After that," said he, "I rely on you, generous Gloucester, to convey safely back to her country a being who seems to have nothing of earth about her but the terrestrial body which enshrines her angelic soul." The sound of a voice speaking with Wallace roused Helen from her happy trance. Alarmed that it might be the fatal emissaries of the tyrant, come prematurely to summon him to his last hour, she started on her feet. "Where are you, Wallace?" she cried, looking distractedly around her. "I must be with you, even in death." Hearing her fearful cry, he hastened into the dungeon, and relieved her immediate terror by naming the Earl of Gloucester, who followed him. The conviction that Wallace was under mortal sentence, which the heaven-sent impression of his eternal bliss had just almost obliterated, now glared upon her with redoubled horrors. This world again rose before her in the person of Gloucester. It reminded her that she and Wallace were not yet passed into the hereafter, whose anticipated reunion had wrapped her in such sweet Elysium. He had yet the bitter cup of death to drink to the dregs, and all of human weakness again writhed within her bosom. "And is there no hope?" faltered she, looking earnestly on the disturbed face of Gloucester, who had bowed with a pitying respect to her as he approached her. And then, while he seemed hesitating for an answer, she more firmly but imploringly resumed, "Oh, let me seek your king! Once he was a crusade prince. The cross was then on his breast, and the love of him who came to redeem lost man, nay, even his direst enemies, from death unto life, must have been then in your king's heart. Oh, if once there, it cannot be wholly extinguished now. Let me, gracious Earl, but recall to him that he was then beloved by a queen who to this day is the glory of her sex. On that spot of holy contest she preserved his life from an assassin's poison, by daring the sacrifice of her own. But she lived to bless him, and to be blessed herself, while Sir William Wallace, also a Christian knight, anointed by virtue in his cause, hath only done for his own country and its trampled land what King Edward then did for Christendom in Palestine. And he was roused to the defence by a deed worse than ever infidel afflicted. The wife of his bosom, whom had all of angel about her, but that of her mortal body, was stabbed by a murderous southern governor in Scotland, because she would not betray her husband to his desolating brand. I would relate this on my knees to your royal Edward, and call on the spirit of his sainted queen to enforce my suit by the memory of her love and her devotedness." Helen, who had risen in her energy of speech and supplication, suddenly paused, clasped her hands, and stood with upward eyes, looking as if she beheld the beatified object of her invocation. "Dearest sister of my soul," cried Wallace, who had forborne to interrupt her, taking her clasped hands in his, "thy knees shall never bend to any less than to the blessed Lord of all mankind, for me. Did he will my longer pilgrimage on this earth, of which my spirit is already weary, it would not be in the power of any human tyrant to hold me in these bonds. And, for Edward, believe, that not all thy tender eloquence could make one impression, where a long obdurate ambition hath set so deep a seal. I am content to go, my sister, and angels whisper me," and his voice became subdued, though still calm, while he added in a lowered tone, like that angel whisper, "that thy bridal bed will be in William Wallace's grave." She spoke not, but at this assurance turned her tearful eyes upon him, with a beam of delight. With such delight the Vestal consigns herself to the cloister. With such delight the widowed mourner lays her head to rest on the tomb of him she loved. But with such delight none are acquainted who know not what it is to be wedded to the soul of a beloved being, when the body, which was once its vestment, lies mouldering in the earth. Gloucester contemplated this chaste union of two spotless hearts, with an admiration almost amounting to devotion. "Noble lady," said he, "the message that I came to impart to Sir William Wallace bears with it a show of hope, and I trust that your gentle spirit will yet be as persuasive as consolatory. A deputation has arrived from our border counties, headed by the good barons de Hilton and de Blenkinsop, praying the royal mercy for their gallant foe, who had been most generous to them, they set forth, in their extremity. And the king was listening to them, with what temper I know not, when a private embassy, as opportunely, made its appearance from France on the same errand, in short, to negotiate with Edward for the safety of our friend, as a prince of that realm. I left the ambassadors," continued the Earl, turning to Wallace, "in debate with his Majesty, and he has at length granted a suspension, nay, has even promised a repeal of the horrible injustice that was to be completed tomorrow, if you can be brought in accord with certain proposals now to be laid before you. Accept them, and Edward will comply with all King Philip's demands in your behalf." "Then you will accept them," cried Helen, in a tumult of suspense. The communication of Gloucester had made no change in the equable pulse of Wallace, and he replied, with a look of tender pity upon her animated countenance, "The proposals of Edward are too likely to be snares for that honour which I would bear with me uncontaminated to the grave. Therefore, dearest counsellor of my last hours, do not give way to hopes which a greater king than Edward may command me to disappoint." Helen bowed her head in silence. The colour again faded from her cheek, and despair once more seized on her heart. Gloucester resumed, and, after narrating some particulars concerning the conference between the king and the ambassadors, he suggested the impracticality of secretly retaining Lady Helen, for any length of time, in the state dungeon. "I dare not," continued he, "be privy to her presence here, and yet conceal it from the king. I know not what messengers he may send to impart his conditions to you, and should she be discovered, Edward, doubly incensed, would tear her from you, and as an accessory, so involve me in her displeasure that I should be disabled from serving either of you further. Were I so to honour his feelings as a man as to mention it to him, I do not believe that he would oppose her wishes, but how to reveal such a circumstance with any regard to her fair fame, I know not, for all are not sufficiently virtuous to believe her spotless innocence." Helen hastily interrupted Gloucester, and with a firmness said, "When I entered these walls, the world and I parted for ever. The good or the evil opinion of the impure in heart can never affect me. They shall never see me more. The innocent will judge me by themselves, and by the end of my race. I came to minister with a sister's duty to my own and my father's preserver, and while he abides here I will never consent to leave his feet. When he goes hence, if it be to bless mankind again, I shall find the longest life too short to pour forth all my gratitude, and for that purpose I will dedicate myself in some nunnery of my native land. But should he be taken from a world so unworthy of him, soon, very soon, I shall cease to feel its aspersions in the grave." "No aspersions which I can avert, dearest Helen," cried Wallace, "shall ever tarnish the fame of one whose purity can only be transcended by her who is now made perfect in heaven. Consent, noblest of women, to wear, for the few days I may yet linger here, a name which thy sister angel has sanctified to me. Give me a legal right to call you mine, and Edward himself will not then dare to divide what God has joined together." Helen paused. Even her heart seemed to cease its pulsation in the awful moment. Did she hear aright, and was she indeed going to invade the rights of the wife she had so often vowed to regard as the sole object of Wallace's dearest wishes? Oh no, it was not the lover that shone in his luminous eyes. It was not the mistress that glowed in her bosom. Words might be breathed, but no change would be wrought in the souls of them who were already separated from the earth. With these thoughts Helen turned toward Wallace. She attempted to answer, but the words died on the seraphic smile which beamed upon her lips, and she dropped her head upon his breast. Gloucester, who saw no other means of ensuring to his friend the comfort of her society, was rejoiced at this mutual resolution. He had longed to propose it, but considering the peculiarities of their situation, knew not how to do so without seeming to mock their sensibility and fate. It was now near midnight, and, having read the consent of Helen in the tender emotion which denied her speech, without further delay he quitted the apartment to summon the confessor of the warden to unite their hands. On his re-entrance he found Helen sitting, dissolved in tears, with her hand clasped in her friend's. The sacred rite was soon performed, which endowed her with all the claims upon Wallace which her devoted heart had so long contemplated with resigned hopelessness. To be his helpmate on earth, his partner in the tomb, his dear companion in heaven. With the last benediction she threw herself on her knees before him, and put his hand to her lips in eloquent silence. Gloucester, with a look of kind farewell, withdrew with the priest. "Thou noble daughter of the noblest Scot," said Wallace, raising her from the ground, "this bosom is thy place, and not my feet. Long it will not be given me to hold thee here, but even in the hours of years of our separation my spirit will hover near thee, to bring thine to our everlasting home." The heart of Helen alternatively beat violently and stopped, as if the vital current were suddenly impeded. Hope and fear agitated her by turns, but clinging to the flattering ideas which the arrival of the ambassadors had excited, she timidly breathed a hope that, by the present interferences of King Philip, Edward might not be found inexorable. "Disturb not the holy composure of your soul by such an expectation," returned Wallace. "I know my adversary too well to anticipate his relinquishing the object of his vengeance, but at a price more infamous than the most ignoble death. Therefore, best beloved of all on earth, look for no deliverance for thy Wallace, but what passes through the grave. And to me, dearest Helen, its gates are on golden hinges turning, for all is light and bliss which shines on me from within their courts." Helen's thoughts, in the idea of his being torn from her, could not wrest themselves from the dire images of his execution. She shuddered, and in faltering accents replied, "Ah, could we glide from sleep into so blessed a death, I would hail it even for thee. But the threatened horrors, should they fall on thy sacred head, will in that hour, I trust, also divorce my soul from this grievous world." "Not so, my Helen," returned he. "Keep not thy dear eyes for ever fixed on the gloomy appendages of death. The scaffold and the grave have naught to do with the immortal soul. It cannot be wounded by the one, nor confined by the other. And is not the soul thy full and perfect Wallace? It is that which now speaks to thee, which will cherish thy beloved idea for ever. Lament not, then, how soon this body, its mere apparel, is laid down in the dust, but rejoice still in my existence, which, through him who led captivity captive, will never know a pause. Comfort then thy heart, thy soul's dear sister, and sojourn a little while on this earth to bear witness for thy Wallace to the friends he loves." Helen, who felt the import of his words in her heart, gently bowed her head, and he proceeded. "As the first who stemmed with me the torrent which, with God's help, we so often laid into a calm, I mention to you my faithful men of Lanark. Many of them bled and died in the contest, and to their orphans, with the children of those who yet survive, I consign all of the world's wealth that yet belongs to William Wallace. Ellerslie and its estates are theirs." Footnote: This bequest of Wallace is a fact. End of footnote. "To Bruce, my sovereign and my friend, the loved companion of the hour in which I freed you, my Helen, from the arms of violence, to him I bequeath this heart, knit to him by bonds more dear than even loyalty. Bear it to him, and when he is summoned to his heavenly throne, let his heart and mine fill up one urn. To Lord Ruthven, to Bothwell, to Lockhart, to Scrymgeour, and to Kirkpatrick I give my prayers and blessings." Here Wallace paused. Helen had listened to him with a holy attention, which hardly allowed a sigh to breathe from her steadfast heart. She spoke, but the voice was scarcely audible. "And what for him who loves you dearer than life, for Edwin? He cannot be forgotten." Wallace started at this. Then she was ignorant of the death of that too faithful friend. In a hurrying accent he replied, "Never forgotten. O Helen, I asked for him life, and heaven gave him long life, and even for ever and ever." Helen's eyes met his, with a look of inquiry. "That would mean he is gone before you?" The countenance of Wallace answered her. "Happy Edwin!" cried she, and the tears rained over her cheeks as she bent her head on her arms. Wallace continued, "He laid down his life to preserve mine in the hovel of Lumloch. The false Monteith could get no Scot to lay hands on their true defender, and even the foreign ruffians he brought to the task might have spared the noble boy, but an arrow from the traitor himself pierced his heart. Contention was then no more, and I resigned myself to follow him." "What a desert does the world become!" exclaimed Helen. Then turning on Wallace with saint-like smile, she added, "I would hardly now withhold you. You will bear him Helen's love, and tell him how soon I shall be with you. If your father would not allow my heart to break, in his mercy he may take my soul in the prayers which I shall hourly breathe to him." "Thou hast been lent to me as my sweet consolation here, my Helen," replied he. and the Almighty dispenser of that comfort will not long banish you from the object of your innocent wishes." While they thus poured into each other's bosoms the ineffable balm of friendship's purest tenderness, the eyes of Wallace insensibly closed. "Your gentle influence," gently murmured he, "brings that sleep to my eyelids which has not visited them since I first entered these walls. Like Marian, Helen, thy presence brings healing on its wings." "Sleep, then," replied she, "and Marian's angel spirit will keep watch with mine." End of chapter 82.
Chapter 83 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 83. The State Dungeon. Though all the furies of the elements seemed let loose to rage around the walls of the dungeon, still Wallace slept in the loud uproar. Calm was within, and the warfare of the world could not disturb the balmy rest into which the angel of peace had steeped his senses. From this profound repose he was awakened by the entrance of Gloucester. Helen had just sunk into a slight slumber, but the first words of the Earl aroused her, and rising, she followed her beloved Wallace to his side. Gloucester put a scroll into the hand of Wallace. "Sign that," said he, "and you are free. I know not its contents, but the king commissioned me, as a mark of his grace, to be the messenger of your release." Wallace read the conditions, and the color deepened on his cheek as his eye met each article. He was to reveal the asylum of Bruce, to forswear Scotland forever, and to take an oath of allegiance to Edward, the seal of which should be the English earldom of Cleveland. Wallace closed the parchment. "King Edward knows what will be my reply. I need not speak it." "You will accept his terms?" asked the earl. "Not to ensure me a life of ages, with all earthly bliss my portion. I have spoken to these offers before. Read them, my noble friend, and then give him as mine the answer which would be yours." Gloucester obeyed, and while his eyes were bent on the parchment, those of Helen were fixed on her almost worshipped husband. She looked through his beaming countenance into his very soul, and saw there the sublime purpose that had consigned his unbending head to the scaffold. When Gloucester had finished, covered with the burning blush of shame, he crushed the disgraceful scroll in his hand, and exclaimed with honorable vehemence against the deep duplicity, the deeper cruelty of his father-in-law, so to mock by base subterfuges the embassy of France and its noble object. "This is the morning in which I was to have met my fate," replied Wallace. "Tell this tyrant of the earth that I am even now ready to receive the last stroke of his injustice. In the peaceful grave, my Helen," added he, turning to her, who sat pale and aghast, "I shall be beyond his power." Gloucester walked the room in great disturbance of mind, while Wallace continued, in a lowered tone, to recall some perception of his own consolations to the abstracted and soul-struck Helen. The earl stopped suddenly before them. "That the king did not expect your acquiescence without some hesitation I cannot doubt, for when I informed him the Lady Helen Mar, now your wife, was the sharer of your prison, he started, and told me that should you still oppose yourself to his conditions, I must bring her to him, who might perhaps be the means of persuading you to receive his mercy." "Never," replied Wallace. "I reject what he calls mercy. He has no rights of judgment over me, and his pretended mercy is an assumption which, as a true Scot, I despise. He may rifle me of my life, but he shall never beguile me into any acknowledgment of an authority that is false. No wife, nor aught of mine, shall ever stand before him as a suppliant for William Wallace. I will die as I have lived, the equal of Edward in all things but a crown, and his superior in being true to the glory of prince or peasant, unblemished honor." Finding the Scottish chief not to be shaken in this determination, Gloucester, humbled to the soul by the base tyranny of his royal father-in-law, soon after withdrew, to acquaint that haughty monarch with the ill success of his embassy. But ere noon had turned he reappeared, with a countenance declarative of some distressing errand. He found Helen awakened to the full perception of all her pending evils, that she was on the eve of losing forever the object dearest to her in this world; and though she wept not, though she listened to the lord of all her wishes with smiles of holy approval, her heart bled within, and with a welcome which enforced his consolatory arguments, she hailed her own inwardly foreboding mortal pains. "I come," said Gloucester, "not to urge you to send Lady Helen as a suitor to King Edward, but to spare her the misery of being separated from you while life is yours." He then said that the French ambassadors were kept in ignorance of the conditions which were offered to the object of their mission, and on being informed that he had refused them, they showed themselves so little satisfied with the sincerity of what had been done, that Edward thought it expedient to conciliate Philip by taking some pains to dislodge their suspicions. To this effect he proposed to the French lords sending his final propositions to Sir William Wallace by that chieftain's wife, who he found was then his companion in the Tower. "On my intimating," continued the Earl, "that I feared she would be unable to appear before him, his answer was, 'Let her see to that; such a refusal shall be answered by an immediate separation from her husband.' Let me in this demand," cried she, turning with collected firmness to Wallace, "satisfy the will of Edward. It is only to purchase my continuance with you. Trust me, noblest of men, I should be unworthy of the name you have given me, could I sully it in my person by one debasing word or action, to the author of all our ills." "Ah, my Helen," replied he, "what is it you ask? Am I to live to see a repetition of the horrors of Ellerslie?" "No, on my life," answered Gloucester. "In this instance I would pledge my soul for King Edward's manhood. His ambition might lead him to trample on all men, but still, for woman, he feels as becomes a man and a knight." Helen renewed her supplications, and Wallace, aware that should he withhold her attendance, his implacable adversary, however he might spare her personal injury, would not forbear wounding her to the soul by tearing her from him, gave an unwilling consent to what might seem a submission on his part to an authority he had shed his blood to oppose. "But not in these garments," said he; "she must be habited as becomes her sex and her own delicacy." Anticipating this propriety, Gloucester had imparted the circumstances to his countess, and she had sent a casket, which the earl himself now brought in from the passage. Helen retired to the inner cell, and hastily arranging herself in the first suit that presented itself, reappeared in female apparel, and wrapped in a long veil. As Gloucester took her hand to lead her forth, Wallace clasped the other in his. "Remember, my Helen," cried he, "that on no terms but untrammeled freedom of soul will your Wallace accept life. This will not be granted by the man to whom you go; then speak and act in his presence as if I were already beyond the skies." Had this faithful friend, now his almost adoring wife, left his side with more sanguine hopes, how grievously would they have been blasted! After an absence of 2 hours, she returned to the dungeon of Wallace, and as her trembling form was clasped in his arms, she exclaimed, in a passion of tears, "Here will I live, here will I die! They may sever my soul from my body, but never again part me from this dear bosom." "Never, never, my Helen!" said he, reading her conference with the king in the wild terror of its effects. Her senses seemed fearfully disordered. While she clung to him, and muttered sentences of an incoherency that shook him to the soul, he cast a look of such expressive inquiry upon Gloucester, that the earl could only answer by hastily putting his hand on his face, to hide his emotion. At last the tears she shed appeared to relieve the excess of her agonies, and she gradually sunk into an awful calm. Then, rising from her husband's arms, she seated herself on his stony couch, and said in a firm voice, "Earl, I can now bear to hear you repeat that last decision of the King of England." Though not absolutely present at the interview between his sovereign and Lady Helen, from the anteroom Gloucester had heard all that passed, and now he briefly confessed to Wallace that he had too truly appreciated the pretended conciliation of the king. Edward's proposals to Helen were as artfully couched as deceptive in their design. Their issue was to make Wallace his slave, or to hold him his victim. In his conference with her, he addressed the vanity of an ambitious woman; then, all the affections of a devoted heart. He enforced his arguments with persuasions to allure, and threats to compel obedience. In the last he called up every image to appall the soul of Helen; but steadfast in the principles of her lord, while ready to sink under the menaced horrors of his fate, she summoned all her strength to give utterance to her last reply. "Mortal distinctions, King of England," cried she, "cannot bribe the wife of Sir William Wallace to betray his virtues. His life is dear to me, but his immaculate faith to his God and to his lawful prince are dearer. I can see him die and live, for I shall join him triumphant in heaven; but to behold him dishonor himself, to counsel him to do so, is beyond my power. I should expire with grief in the shameful moment." The indignation of the king at this answer was too oppressive of the tender nature of Lady Wallace for Gloucester to venture repeating it to her husband; and while she turned deathly pale at the recollection, Wallace, exulting in her conduct, pressed her hand silently but fervently to his lips. The earl resumed, but observing the reawakened agonies of her mind in her too expressive countenance, he strove to soften the blow he must inflict in the remainder of his narrative. "Dearest lady," said he, rather addressing her than Wallace, "to convince your suffering spirit that no earthly means have been left unassayed to change the unjust purpose of the king, know that when he quitted you, I left in his presence the queen and my wife, both weeping tears of disappointment. On the moment when I found that arguments could no longer avail, I implored him, by every consideration of God and man, to redeem his honor, sacrificed by the most unjust decree pronounced on Sir William Wallace. My entreaties were repulsed with anger, for the sudden entrance of Lord Athol with fresh fuel to his flame, so confirmed his direful resolution, that, desperate for my friend, I threw myself on my knees. The queen, and then my wife, both prostrate at his feet, enforced my suit, but all in vain. His heart seemed hardened by our earnestness, and his answer, while it put us to silence, granted Wallace a triumph even in his dungeon. Cease!" cried the king. "Wallace and I have now come to that issue where one must fall. I shall use my advantage, though I should walk over the necks of half of my kindred to accomplish his fate. I can find no security on my throne, no peace in my bed, until I know that he, my direst enemy, is no more." "Sorry I am, generous Gloucester," interrupted Wallace, "that for my life you have stooped your knee to one so unworthy of your nobleness. Let then his tyranny take its course. But its shaft will not reach the soul his unkingly spirit hopes to wound. The bitterness of death was past when I quitted Scotland, and for this body he may dishonor it, mangle its limbs, but William Wallace may then be far beyond his reach." Gloucester gazed on him, doubting the expression of his countenance. It was calm, but pale even to a marble hue. "Surely," said he, "my unconquered friend will not now be forced to self-violence?" "God forbid!" returned Wallace. "Suspect me not of such base vassalage to this poor tabernacle of clay. Did I believe it my father's will that I should die, at every pore I would submit, for so his immaculate son laid down his life for a rebellious world. And is a servant greater than his master, that I should say, exempt me from this trial? No, I await his summons, but he so strengthens my soul on his breast, that the cord of Edward shall never make my free-born Scottish neck feel its degrading touch." His pale cheek was now luminous with a bright smile as he pressed his swelling heart. With reawakened horror Helen listened to the words of Wallace, which referred to the last outrage to be committed on his sacred remains. She recalled the corresponding threats of the king, and again losing self-possession, starting wildly up, exclaimed, "And there is no humanity in that ruthless man! Oh!" cried she, tearing her eyes from the beloved form on which it had been such bliss to gaze, "let the sacrifice of my life be offered to this cruel king to save from indignity—" She could add no more, but dropped half lifeless on the arm of Wallace. Gloucester understood the object of such anguished solicitude, and while Wallace again seated her, he revived her by a protestation, that the clause she so fearfully deprecated had been repealed by Edward. But the good earl blushed as he spoke, for in this instance he said what was not the truth. Far different had been the issue of all his attempts at mitigation. The arrival of Athol from Scotland with advices from the Countess of Strathearn, that Lady Helen Mar had fled southward to raise an insurrection in favor of Wallace, and that Lord Bothwell had gone to France to move Philip to embrace the same cause, gave Edward so apt an excuse for giving full sway to his hatred against the Scottish chief, that he pronounced an order for the immediate and unrestricted execution of his sentence. Artifice to mislead the French ambassadors with an idea that he was desirous to accord with their royal master's wish, had been the sole foundation of his proposals to Wallace. And his interview with Lady Helen, though so intemperately conducted, was dictated by the same subtle policy. When Gloucester found the impossibility of obtaining any further respite from the murderous decree, he attempted to prevail for the remission of the last clause, which ordered that his friend's noble body should be dismembered, and his limbs sent, as terrors to rebellion, to the 4 capital fortresses of Scotland. Edward spurned at this petition, with even more acrimony than he had done the prayer for his victim's life, and Gloucester then, starting from his knee, in a burst of honest indignation exclaimed, "O king, remember what is done by thee this day, refusing to give righteous judgment in favor of one who prefers virtue to a crown and life. As insincere, as secret have been your last conditions with him, but they will be revealed when the great Judge that searcheth all men's hearts shall cause thee to answer for this matter, at the dreadful day of universal doom. Thou hast now given a sentence on a patriot and a prince, and then shall judgment be given on thee." "Dangerous indeed is his rebellious spirit," cried Edward, in almost speechless wrath, "since it affects even the duty of my own house. Gloucester, leave my presence, and on pain of your own death, dare not approach me till I send for you, to see this rebel's head on London Bridge." To disappoint the revengeful monarch of at least this object of his malice, Gloucester was now resolved, and imparting his wishes to the warden of the Tower, who was his trusty friend, he laid a plan accordingly. Helen had believed his declaration to her, and bowed her head in sign that she was satisfied with his zeal. The earl, addressing Wallace, continued, "Could I have purchased thy life, thou preserver of mine, with the forfeiture of all I possess, I should have rejoiced in the exchange. But as that may not be, is there aught in the world which I can do to administer to thy wishes?" "Generous Gloucester!" exclaimed Wallace, "how unwearied has been your friendship! But I shall not tax it much further. I was writing my last wishes when this angel entered my apartment. She will now be the voice of William Wallace to his friends. But still I must make one request to you, one which I trust will not be out of your power. Let this heart, ever faithful to Scotland, at least be buried in its native country. When I cease to breathe, give it to Helen, and she will mingle it with the sacred dust of those I love. For herself, dear Gloucester, guard the vestal purity and life of my best beloved, for there are those who, when I am gone, may threaten both." Gloucester, who knew that in this apprehension Wallace meant the Lords Soulis and De Valence, pledged himself for the performance of his first request, and for the second, he assured him he would protect Helen as a sister. But she, regardless of all other evils than that of being severed from her dearest and best friend, exclaimed, in bitter sorrow, "Wherever I am, still and forever shall all of Wallace that remains on earth be with me. He gave himself to me, and no mortal power shall divide us." Gloucester could not reply before the voice of the warden, calling to him that the hour of shutting the gate was arrived, compelled him to bid his friend farewell. He grasped the hand of Wallace with a strong emotion, for he knew that the next time he should meet with him would be on the scaffold. During the moments of his parting, Helen, with her hands clasped on her knees, and her eyes bent downward, inwardly and earnestly invoked the Almighty to endow her with the fortitude to bear the horrors she was to witness, that she might not, by her agonies, add to the tortures of Wallace. The cheering voice, that was ever music to her ears, recalled her from this devout abstraction. He laid his hand on hers, and gazing on her with a tender pity, held such sweet discourse with her that, on the approaching end of all his troubles, of his everlasting happiness, where all tears are dried away, that she listened, and wept, and even smiled. "Yes," added he, "a little while, and my virgin bride shall give me her dear embrace in heaven. Angels will precipitate our joy, and my Marion's grateful spirit join the blessed communion. She died to preserve my life, you suffered a living death to maintain my honor. Can I then divide ye, noblest of created beings, in my soul? Take, then, my heart's kiss, dear Helen, thy Wallace's last earthly kiss." She bent toward him, and fixed her lips to his. It was the first time they had met. His parting words still hung on them, and an icy cold ran through all her veins. She felt his heart beat heavily against hers, as he said, "I have not many hours to be with thee, and yet a strange lethargy overpowers my senses. But I shall speak to thee again." He looked on her as he spoke, with such a glance of holy love, that, not doubting he was now bidding her indeed his last farewell, that he was to pass from this sleep out of the power of man, she pressed his hand without a word, and as he dropped his head back upon his straw pillow, with an awed spirit she saw him sink to profound repose. Chapter 83.
Chapter 84 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 84. Tower Hill. Long and silently had she watched his rest. So gentle was his breath that he scarcely seemed to breathe, and often, during her sad vigils, did she stoop her cheek to feel the respiration which might still bear witness that his outraged spirit was yet fettered to earth. She tremblingly placed her hand on his heart, and still its warm beats spake comfort to hers. The soul of Wallace, as well as his beloved body, was yet clasped in her arms. The arms of a sister enfold thee, murmured she to herself. They would gladly bear thee up, to lay thee on the bosom of thy martyred wife, and there how wouldst thou smile upon and bless me! And shall we not meet so before the throne of him whose name is Truth? The first rays of the dawn shone upon his peaceful face just as the door opened, and a priest appeared. He held in his hands the sacred host, and the golden dove for performing the rites of the dying. At this sight, the harbinger of a fearful doom, the fortitude of Helen forsook her, and throwing her arms frantically over the sleeping Wallace, she exclaimed, "He is dead! His sacrament is now with the Lord of mercy." Her voice awakened Wallace. He started from his position, and Helen, seeing, with a wild sort of disappointment, that he whose gliding to death in his sleep she had even so lately deprecated, now indeed lived to mount the scaffold in unutterable horror, fell back with a heavy groan. Wallace accosted the priest with a reverential welcome, and then, turning to Helen, tenderly whispered her, "My Helen, in this moment of my last on earth, engrave on thy heart that, in the sacred words of the patriarch of Israel, I remember thee in the kindness of thy youth, in the love of thy desolate espousals to me, when thou camest after me into the wilderness, into a land thou didst not know, and comforted me. And shalt thou not, my soul's bride, be sacred unto our Lord, the Lord of the widow and the orphan? To him I commit thee, in steadfast faith that he will never forsake thee. Then, O dearest part of myself, let not the completion of my fate shake your dependence on the only true and just. Rejoice that Wallace has been deemed worthy to die for his having done his duty. And what is death, my Helen, that we should shun it, even to rebelling against the Lord of life? Is it not the door which opens to us immortality? And in that blessed moment, who will regret that he passed through it in the bloom of his years? Come then, sister of my soul, and share with thy Wallace the last supper of his Lord, the pledge of the happy eternity to which, by his grace, I now ascend." Helen, conscience struck and reawakened to holy confidence by the heavenly composure of his manner, obeyed the impulse of his hand, and they both knelt before the minister of peace. While the sacred rite proceeded, it seemed the indissoluble union of Helen's spirit with that of Wallace. "My life will expire with his," was her secret response to the venerable man's exhortation to the anticipated passing soul. And when he sealed Wallace with the holy cross, under the last unction, as one who believed herself standing on the brink of eternity, she longed to share also that mark of death. At that moment the dismal toll of a bell sounded from the top of the tower. The heart of Helen paused. The warder and his train entered. "I will follow him," cried she, starting from her knees, "into the grave itself." What was said, what was done, she knew not, till she found herself on the scaffold, upheld by the arm of Gloucester. Wallace stood before her, with his hands bound across, and his noble head uncovered. His eyes were turned upward, with a martyr's confidence in the power he served. A silence, as of some desert waste, reigned through the thousands who stood below. The executioner approached to throw the rope over the neck of his victim. At this sight Helen, with a cry that was re-echoed by the compassionate spectators, rushed to his bosom. Wallace, with a mighty strength, burst the bands asunder which confined his arms, and clasping her to him, with a force that seemed to make her touch his very heart. His breast heaved as if his soul were breaking from its outraged tenement, and while his head sunk on her neck, he exclaimed, in a low and interrupted voice, "My prayer is heard, Helen. Life's cord is cut by God's own hand. May he preserve my country, and, oh, trust from my youth." He stopped, he fell, and with the shock, the hastily erected scaffold shook to its foundation. The pause was dreadful. The executioner approached the prostrate chief. Helen was still locked close in his arms. The man stooped to raise his victim, but the attempt was beyond his strength. In vain he called on him, to Helen, to separate, and cease from delaying the execution of the law. No voice replied, no motion answered his loud remonstrance. Gloucester, with an agitation which hardly allowed him power to speak or move, remembered the words of Wallace, that the rope of Edward would never sully his animate body, and bending to his friend he spoke, but all was silent there. He raised the chieftain's head, and looking on his face, found indeed the indisputable stamp of death. "There," cried he, in a burst of grief, and letting it fall again upon the insensible bosom of Helen, "there broke the noblest heart that ever beat in the breast of man." The priests, the executioners, crowded round him at this declaration, but while giving a command in a low tone to the warden, he took the motionless Helen in his arms, and waving the astonished group around the noble dead, carried her from the scaffold back into the tower. The last words of Wallace were from the 71st Psalm. "My trust from my youth, O Lord God, thou art my hope unto the end." End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 85. The Warden's Apartments. On the evening of the fatal day on which the son of William Wallace had set for ever on his country, the Earl of Gloucester was imparting to the warden of the Tower his last directions respecting the sacred remains, when the door of the chamber suddenly opened, and a file of soldiers entered. A man in armour, with his visor closed, was in the midst of them. The captain of the band told the warden that the person before him had behaved in a most seditious manner. He first demanded admittance into the tower. Then, on the sentinel making answer that in consequence of the recent execution of the Scottish chief, orders had been given to allow no strangers to approach the gates till the following morning, he, the prisoner, burst into a passionate emotion, uttering such threats against the King of England that the captain thought it his duty to have him seized and brought before the warden. On the entrance of the soldiers, Gloucester had retired into the shadow of the room. He turned round on hearing these particulars. When the captain ceased speaking, the stranger fearlessly threw up his visor and exclaimed, "Take me, not to our warden alone, but to your king. Let me pierce his conscience with his infamy. Would it were to stab him ere I die." In this frantic adjuration, Gloucester discovered the gallant Bruce, and hastening toward him to prevent his apparently determined exposure of himself, with a few words he dismissed the officer and his guard, and then, turning to the warden, "Sir Edward," said he, "this stranger is not less my friend than he that was Sir William Wallace." "Then far be it from me, Earl, to denounce him to our enraged monarch. I have seen enough of noble blood shed already, and though we, the subjects of King Edward, may not call your late friend a martyr, yet we must think his country honoured in so steady a patriot, and may surely wish we had many the like in our own." With these words the worthy old knight bowed and withdrew. Bruce, who had hardly heard the observation of the warden, on his departure turned upon the Earl, and with a bursting heart exclaimed, "Tell me, is it true? Am I so lost a wretch as to be deprived of my best, my dearest friend? And is it true, as I am told, that every infernal rigour of the sentence has been executed on that brave and breathless body? Answer me to the fact, that I may speedily take my course." Alarmed at the direful expression of his countenance, with a quivering lip but in silence, Gloucester laid his hand upon his arm. Bruce too well understood what he durst not speak, and shaking it off frantically, "I have no friend," cried he. "Wallace, my dauntless, my only Wallace, thou art rifled from me, and shall I have fellowship with thee? No, all mankind are my enemies, and soon will I leave their detested sojourn." Gloucester attempted to interrupt him, but he broke out afresh and with redoubled violence. "And you, Earl," cried he, "lived in this realm and suffered such a sacrilege on God's most perfect work. Ungrateful, worthless man, fill up the measure of your baseness. Deliver me to Edward, and let me brave him to his face. Oh, let me die, covered with the blood of my enemies, my murdered Wallace, my more than brother, that shall be the royal robe thy Bruce will bring to thee." Gloucester stood in dignified forbearance under the invectives and stormy grief of the Scottish prince, but when exhausted nature seemed to take rest in momentary silence, he approached him. Bruce cast on him a lurid glance of suspicion. "Leave me," cried he. "I hate the whole world, and you the worst in it. For you might have saved him, and you did not. You might have preserved his sacred limbs from being made the grazing stock of traitors, and you did not. Away from me, apt son of a tyrant, lest I tear you in piecemeal. By the heroic spirit of him whom this outrage on me dishonours, hear my answer, Bruce. And if not on this spot, let me then exculpate myself by the side of his body, yet uninvaded by a sacrilegious touch." "How?" interrupted Bruce. Gloucester continued, "All that was mortal in our friend now lies in a distant chamber of this quadrangle. When I could not prevail on Edward, either by entreaty or reproaches, to remit the last gloomy vengeance of tyrants, I determined to wrest its object from his hands. A notorious murderer died yesterday under the torture. After the inanimate corpse of our friend was brought into this house, to be conveyed to the scene of its last horrors, by the assistance of the warden, the malefactor's body was conveyed here also, and placed on the traitor's sledge, in the stead of his who was no traitor, and on that murderer most justly fell the rigour of so dreadful a sentence." The whole aspect of Bruce changed during this explanation, which was followed by a brief account from Gloucester of their friend's heroic suffering and death. "Can you pardon my reproaches to you?" cried the prince, stretching out his hand. "Forgive, generous Gloucester, the distraction of a severely wounded spirit." This pardon was immediately accorded, and Bruce impetuously added, "Lead me to these dear remains, that with redoubled certainty I may strike his murderer's heart. I came to succour him. I now stay to die, but not unrevenged." "I will lead you," returned the Earl, "where you shall learn a different lesson. His soul will speak to you by the lips of his bride, now watching by those sacred relics. Feeble is now her lamp of life, but a saint's vigilance keeps it burning, till it may expire in the grave with him she so chastely loved. A few words gave Bruce to understand that he meant Lady Helen Mar, and with a deepened grief when he heard in what an awful hour their hands were plighted, he followed his conductor through the quadrangle. When Gloucester gently opened the door, which contained the remains of the bravest and the best, Bruce stood for a moment on the threshold. At the further end of the apartment, lighted by a solitary taper, lay the body of Wallace on a bier, covered with a soldier's cloak. Kneeling by its side, with her head on its bosom, was Helen. Her hair hung disordered over her shoulders, and shrouded with its dark locks the marble features of her beloved. Bruce scarcely breathed. He attempted to advance, but he staggered and fell against the wall. She looked up at the noise, but her momentary alarm ceased when she saw Gloucester. He spoke in a tender voice. "Be not agitated, lady, but here is the Earl of Carrick." "Nothing can agitate me more," replied she, turning mournfully toward the prince, who, raised from his momentary dizziness, beheld her regarding him with the look of one already an inhabitant of the grave. "Helen," faintly articulated Bruce, "I came to share your sorrows, and to avenge them." "Avenge them!" repeated she after a pause. "Is there aught in vengeance that can awaken life in these cold veins again? Let the murderers live in the world. They have made a desert by the destruction of its brightest glory, and then our home will be his tomb." Again she bent her head upon Wallace's cold breast, and seemed to forget that she had been spoken to, that Bruce was present. "May I not look upon him?" cried he, grasping her hand. "O Helen, show me that heroic face from whose beams my heart first caught the fire of virtue." She moved, and the clay-hued features of all that was ever perfect in manly beauty met his sight. But the bright eyes were shut. The radiance of his smile was dimmed in death, yet still that smile was there. Bruce precipitated his lips to his, and sinking on his knees, remained in a silence only broken by his sighs. It was an awful and heart-breaking pause, for the voice which in all scenes of weal or woe had ever mingled sweetly with theirs was silent. Helen, who had not wept since the tremendous hour of the morning, now burst into an agony of tears, and the vehemence of her feelings, tearing so delicate a frame, now rendered weak unto death by a consuming sickness, which her late exertions and present griefs had made seize on her very vitals, seemed to threaten the immediate extinction of her being. Bruce, aroused by her smothered cries, as she lay almost expiring, upheld by Gloucester, hurried to her side. By degrees she recovered to life and observance, but finding herself removed from the bier, she sprang wildly toward it. Bruce caught her arm to support her tottering steps. She looked steadfastly at him, and then at the motionless body. "He is there," cried she, "and yet he speaks not. He soothes not my grief, I weep, and he does not comfort me. And there he lies. O Bruce, can this be possible? Do I really see him dead? And what is death?" added she, grasping the cold hand of Wallace to her heart. "Didst thou not tell me, when this hand pressed mine and blessed me, that it was only a translation from grief to joy? And is it not so, Bruce? Behold how we mourn, and he is happy. I will obey thee, my immortal Wallace, cried she, casting her arms about him. I will obey thee, and weep no more. She was silent and calm, and Bruce, kneeling on the opposite side of his friend, listened, without interrupting him, to the arguments which Gloucester adduced, to persuade him to abstain from discovering himself to Edward, or even uttering resentment against him, till he could do both as became the man for whom Wallace had sacrificed so much, even till he was King of Scotland. To that end, said Gloucester, did this gallant chieftain live. For in restoring you to the people of Scotland, he believed he was setting a seal to their liberties and their peace. To that end did he die, and in the direful moment uttered prayers for your establishment. Think then of this, and let him not look down from his heavenly dwelling, and see that Bruce despises the country for which he bled, that the now only hope of Scotland has sacrificed himself in a moment of inconsiderate revenge to the cruel hand which broke his dauntless heart. Bruce did not oppose this counsel, and as the fumes of passion passed away, leaving a manly sorrow to steady his determination of revenge, he listened with approbation, and finally resolved, whatever violence he might do his nature, not to allow Edward the last triumph of finding him in his power. The Earl's next essay was with Helen. He feared that a rumour of the stranger's indignation at the late execution, and that the Earl of Gloucester had taken him in charge, might, when associated with the fact of the widow of Sir William Wallace still remaining under his protection, awaken some dangerous suspicion and direct investigations, too likely to discover the imposition he had put on the executioners of the last clause in his royal father's most iniquitous sentence. He therefore explained this new alarm to Helen, and conjured her, if she would yet preserve the hallowed remains before her from any chance of violence, which her lingering near them might induce by attracting notice to her movements, she must consent to immediately leave the kingdom. The valiant and ever faithful heart of Wallace should be her companion, and an English captain, who had partaken of his clemency at Berwick, be her trusty conductor to her native land. To meet every objection, he added, Bruce shall be protected by me with strict fidelity, till some safe opportunity may offer for his bearing to Scotland the sacred corpse that must ever be considered the most precious relic in his kingdom. As heaven wills the trials of my heart, returned she, so let it be. And bending her aching head on the dear pillow of her rest, the bosom which, though cold and deserted by its heavenly inhabitant, was still the bosom of her Wallace, the ravaged temple rendered sacred by the footsteps of a god. For had not virtue and the soul of Wallace dwelt there, and where virtue is, there abides the spirit of the Holy One. With these thoughts she passed the remainder of the night in vigils, and they were not less devoutly shared by the chastened heart of the Prince of Scotland. End of chapter 85. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 86 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 86, Highgate. The tidings of the dreadful vengeance which Edward had taken against the Scottish nation by pouring all his wrath upon the head of Wallace, struck like the lightning of heaven through the souls of men. None of either country, but those in the confidence of Gloucester, knew that heaven had snatched him from the dishonour of so vile a death. The English turned blushing from each other, and ventured not to breathe the name of a man whose virtue seemed to have found a sanctuary for his fame in every honest heart. But when the news reached Scotland, the indignation was general. All envyings, all strifes were forgotten, in unqualified resentment of the deed. There was not a man, even amongst the late refractory chiefs, excepting the Cummins and their coadjutors Soulis and Monteith, who really believed that Edward seriously meant to sentence the Scottish patriot to a severer fate than what he had pronounced against his rebellious vassal, the exiled Balliol. The execution of Wallace, whose offence could only be that of having served his country too faithfully, was therefore so unexpected that on the first promulgation of it, so great an abhorrence of the perpetrator was excited in every breast, that the whole country rose as one man, threatening to march instantly to London, and sacrifice the tyrant on his throne. At this crisis, when the mountains of the north seemed heaving from their base to overwhelm the blood-stained fields of England, every heart which secretly rejoiced in the late sanguinary event quailed within its possessor, as it tremblingly anticipated the consequences of the fall of Wallace. At this instant, when the Furies armed every clan in Scotland, breathing forth revenge like a consuming fire before them, John Cummin the Regent stood aghast. He foresaw his own downfall in this reawakened enthusiasm respecting the man whom his treachery had been the first means of betraying to his enemies. Baffled in the aim of his ambition by the very means he had taken to effect it, Cummin saw no alternative but to throw himself at once upon the bounty of England, and to this purpose he bethought him of the only chance of preserving the power of past defence, that this tempest of the soul, excited by remorse in some and gratitude in others, could only be maintained to any conclusive injury to England by a royal hand, and that hand was expected to be Bruce's. He determined at once that the prince to whom he had sworn fealty, and to whom he owed his present elevation, should follow the fate of his friend. By the spies which he constantly kept round Huntingtower, he was apprised that Bruce had set off toward London in a vessel from Dundee. On these grounds he sent a dispatch to King Edward, informing him that destiny had established him supreme lord of Scotland, for now its second and its last hope had put himself into his hands. With this intelligence he gave a particular account of all Bruce's proceedings, from the time of his meeting Wallace in France to his present following the chief to London. He then craved his Majesty's pardon for having been betrayed into a union with such conspirators, and repeating his hope that the restitution he now made, in thus showing the royal hand where to find its last opponent, would give full conviction of his penitence and duty. He closed his letter by urging the king to take instant and effectual measures to disable Bruce from disturbing the quiet of Scotland, or ever again disputing his regal claims. Gloucester happened to be in the presence when this epistle was delivered in and read by his Majesty. On the suit of his daughter, Edwin had been reconciled to his son-in-law. But when he showed him the contents of Cummin's letter, with a suspicious smile, he said in a loud voice, "In case you should know this new rebel's lurking-place, presume not to leave this room till he is brought before me. See to your obedience, Ralph, or your head shall follow Wallace's." The king instantly withdrew, and the Earl, aware that search would be made through all his houses, sought in his own mind for some expedient to apprise Bruce of his danger. To write in the presence chamber was impossible. To deliver a message in a whisper would be hazardous, for most of the surrounding courtiers, seeing the frown with which the king had left the apartment, marked the commands he gave the marshal. "Be sure that the Earl of Gloucester quits not this room till I return." In the confusion of his thoughts the Earl turned his eye on Lord Montgomery, who had only arrived that very morning from an embassy to Spain. He had heard with unutterable horror the fate of Wallace, and extending his interest in him to those whom he loved, had arranged with Gloucester to accompany him that very evening to pledge his friendship to Bruce. To Montgomery, then, as to the only man acquainted with his secret, he turned, and taking his spurs off his feet and pulling out a purse of gold, he said aloud, and with as easy an air as he could assume, "There, my Lord Montgomery, as you are going directly to Highgate, I will thank you to call at my lodge. Put these spurs and this purse into the hands of the groom we spoke of. Tell him they do not fit me, and he will know what use to make of them." He then turned negligently on his heel, and Montgomery quitted the apartment. The apprehension of this young lord was not less quick than the invention of his friend. He guessed that the Scottish prince was betrayed, and to render his escape the less likely to be traced, the ground being wet and liable to retain impression, before he went to the lodge he dismounted the adjoining wood, and with his own hands reversed the iron on the feet of the animal he had provided for Bruce. He then proceeded to the house, and found the object of his mission disguised as a Carmelite, and in the chapel paying his vesper adorations to the Almighty Being, on whom his whole dependence hung. Uninfluenced by the robes he wore, his was the devotion of the soul, and not unaptly at such an hour came one to deliver him from a danger which, unknown to himself, was then within a few minutes of seizing its prey. Montgomery entered, and being instantly recognized by Bruce, the ingenuous prince, never doubting a noble heart, stretched out his hand to him. "I take it," returned the earl, "only to give it a parting grasp. Behold these spurs and purse sent to you by Gloucester. You know their use. Without further observation follow me." Montgomery was thus abrupt, because as he left the palace he had heard the marshal give orders for different military detachments to search every residence of Gloucester for the Earl of Carrick, and he did not doubt that the party dispatched to Highgate were now mounting the hill. Bruce, throwing off his cassock and cowl, again appeared in his martial garb, and after bending his knee for a moment on the chancel stone which covered the remains of Wallace, he followed his friend from the chapel, and thence through a solitary path to the park, to the centre of the wood. Montgomery pointed to the horse. Bruce grasped the hand of his faithful conductor. "I go, Montgomery," said he, "to my kingdom, but its crown shall never clasp my brows till the remains of Wallace return to their country. And whether peace or the sword restore them to Scotland, still shall a king's, a brother's friendship unite my heart to Gloucester and to you." While speaking, he vaulted into the saddle, and receiving the cordial blessings of Montgomery, touched his good steed with his pointed rowels, and was out of sight in an instant. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 87. Scotland, Dumfries. About the hour of twilight, on the 10th day after Bruce had cast his last look on the capital of England, that scene of his long captivity under the spell of delusion, that theatre of his family's disgrace, of his own eternal regrets, he crossed the little stream which marked the oft-contended barrier-land of the two kingdoms. He there checked the headlong speed of his horse, and having alighted to give it breath, walked by its side, musing on the different feelings with which he now entered Scotland, from the buoyant emotions with which he had sprung on its shore at the beginning of the year. These thoughts, as full of sorrow as of hope, had not occupied him long when he espied a man, in the Red Comyn's colours, speeding toward the south. He guessed him to be some new messenger of the Regent Edward, and throwing himself before the horse, caught it by the bridle, then coolly commanded its rider to deliver to him the dispatches which he carried to the King of England. The man refused, and striking his spurs into the beast, tried to trample down his assailant. But Bruce was not to be put from his aim. The manner of the Scot convinced him that his suspicions were right, and putting forth his nervous arm, with one action he pulled the messenger from his saddle, and laid him prostrate on the ground. Again he demanded the papers. "I am your prince," cried he, "and by the allegiance you owe to Robert Bruce, I command you to deliver them into my hands. Life shall be reward, immediate death the punishment of your obstinacy." In such an extremity the man did not hesitate, and taking from his bosom a sealed packet, immediately resigned it. Bruce ordered him to stand before him till he had read the contents. Trembling with terror of this formidable freebooter, for he placed no belief in the declaration that he was the Prince of Scotland, the man obeyed, and Bruce, breaking the seals, found, as he expected, a long epistle from the Regent, urging the sanguinary aim of his communications. He reiterated his arguments for the expediency of speedily putting Robert Bruce to death. He represented the danger that there was in delay, lest a man so royally descended and so popular as he had become, since it was now publicly understood that he already fought his country's battles under the name of Sir Thomas de Longueville, should find means of replacing himself at the head of so many zealots in his favour. These circumstances, so propitious to ambition, and now adding personal revenge to his former boldness and policy, would at this juncture, should he arrive in Scotland, turn its growing commotions to the most decisive uses against the English power. The Regent concluded with saying that the Lords Loch-awe, Douglas, and Ruthven were come down from the Highlands with a multitudinous army to drive the southern garrisons and to repossess themselves of the fortresses of Stirling and Edinburgh, that Lord Bothwell had returned from France with the real Sir Thomas de Longueville, a knight of great valiancy, and that Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, having massacred half the English castellans in the border counties, was now lying at Torthorald, ready to commence his murderous reprisals through the coasts of Galloway. For himself, Cummin told the king, he had secretly removed to the Franciscan monastery at Dumfries, where he should most anxiously await his Majesty's pardon and commands. Bruce closed the packet. To prevent his discovery being betrayed ere he was ready to act, he laid his sword on the shoulder of the man. "You are my prisoner," said he, "but fear not. I only mean to hold you in safety till your master has answered for his treason." The messenger thought, whoever this imperious stranger might be, that he saw a truth in his eyes which ratified this assurance, and without opposition he walked before him till they stopped at Torthorald. Night had closed in when Bruce sounded his bugle under the walls. Kirkpatrick answered from the embrasure over the Barbican gate, with a demand of who desired admittance. "'Tis the avenger of Sir William Wallace," was the reply. The gates flew open at the words, and Kirkpatrick, standing in the archway amid a blaze of torches, received his guest with a brave welcome. Bruce spoke no more till he entered the banqueting hall. 3 other knights were seated by the table. He turned to Kirkpatrick. "My valiant friend," said he, "order your servants to take charge of yon Scot," pointing to the messenger of Cummin. "And till I command his release, let him be treated with the lenity which shall ever belong to a prisoner of Robert Bruce." As he spoke he threw up his visor, and Kirkpatrick, who had heard that the supposed de Longueville was his rightful prince, now recognized the well-known features of the brave foreigner in the stranger before him. Not doubting the verity of his words, he bent his knee with the homage due to his king, and in the action was immediately followed by Sir Eustace Maxwell, Sir James Lindsay, and Adam Fleming, who were the other knights present. "I come," cried the prince, "in the spirit of my heart's sovereign and friend, the now immortal Wallace, to live or to die with you in the defence of my country's liberties. With such assistance as yours, his invincible coadjutors, and with the blessing of heaven on our arms, I hope to redeem Scotland from the disgrace which her late horrible submission to the tyrant has fastened on her name. The transgressions of my house have been grievous, but that last deadly sin of my people called for an expiation awful indeed, and it came in the moment of guilt. In their crime they received punishment. They broke from their side the arms which alone had rescued them from their enemies. I now come to save them from themselves. Their having permitted the sacrifice of the rights of my family was the first injury committed on the Constitution, and it prepared a path for the ensuing tyranny which seized upon the kingdom. But by resuming these rights, which is now my firm purpose, I open to you a way to recover our hereditary independence. The direful scene just acted on the Tower Hill of London, that horrible climax of Scottish treason, must convince every reasonable mind that all the late misfortunes of our country have proceeded from the base jealousies of its nobles. There, then, let them die, and may the grave of Wallace be the tomb of dissension. Seeing where their own true interests point, surely the brave chieftains of this land will rally round their lawful prince, who here declares he knows no medium between death and victory." The spirit with which this address was pronounced, the magnanimity it conveyed, assisted by the graces of his youth and noble deportment, struck the hearts of its auditors, and aroused in double figure the principles of resentment to which the first tidings of their heroic countryman's fate had given birth. Kirkpatrick needed no other stimulus than his almost idolatrous memory of Wallace, and he listened with an answering ardour to Bruce's exhortation. The prince next disclosed to his now zealously pledged friends the particulars of the Red Cummin's treachery. "He now lies at Dumfries," cried Kirkpatrick. "Thither, then, let us go, and confront him with his treason. When falsehood is to be confounded, it is best to grapple with a sorceress in the moment of detection. Should we hesitate, she may elude our grasp." Dumfries was only a few miles distant, and they might reach its convent before the first matins. Fatigue was not felt by Bruce when in pursuit of a great object, and after a slight refreshment, he and his 4 determined friends took horse. As they anticipated, the midnight bell was ringing for prayers when the troop stopped at the Franciscan gate. Lindsay, having been in the Holy Land during the late public struggles, alleged business with the abbot and desired to see him. On the father's bidding the party welcome, Bruce stepped forward and addressed him. "Reverend sir, I come from London. I have an affair to settle with Lord Badenoch, and I know by his letters to King Edward that he is secretly lodged in this convent. I therefore command to be conducted to him." This peremptory requisition, with the superior air of the person who made it, did not leave the abbot room to doubt that he was some illustrious messenger from the King of England, and with hardly a demur he left the other knights in the cloister of the church, while he left the noble Southern, as he thought, to his kinsman. The treacherous regent had just retired from the refectory to his own apartment, as the abbot conducted the stranger into his presence. Badenoch started frowningly from his seat at such unusual intrusion. Bruce's visor was closed, and the ecclesiastic, perceiving the regent's displeasure, dispersed it by announcing the visitant as a messenger from King Edward. "Then leave us together," returned he, unwilling that even this, his convenient kinsman, should know the extent of his treason against his country. The abbot had hardly closed the door, when Bruce, whose indignant soul burned to utter his full contempt of the wretch before him, hastily advanced to speak. But the cautious Badenoch, fearful that the father might yet be within hearing, put his finger to his lips. Bruce paused, and listened gloomily to the departing steps of the abbot. When they were no more heard, with one hand raising his visor, and the other grasping the scroll of detection, "Thus, basest of the base race of Cummin," exclaimed he, "you may for a moment elude the universal shame which awaits your crimes." At sight of the fate, on hearing the words of Bruce, the unmanly coward uttered a cry of terror, and rushed toward the door. "You pass not here," continued the prince, "till I have laid open all your guilt, till I have pronounced you the doom due to a treacherous friend and traitorous subject." "Infatuated Bruce!" exclaimed Badenoch, assuming an air of insulted friendship, not that he found escape impossible. "What false tongue has persuaded you to arraign one who has ever been but too faithfully the adherent of your desperate fortunes? I have laboured in secret, day and night in your service, and thus am I repaid." Bruce smiled disdainfully at this poor attempt to deceive him, and, as he stood with his back against the door, he opened the murderous packet, and read from it all its contents. Cummin turned pale and red at each sentence, and at last Bruce, closing it, "Now then, faithful adherent of Robert Bruce," cried he, "say what the man deserves who, in these blood-red lines, petitions the death of his lawful prince. O thou arch-regicide, doth not my very look kill thee?" Badenoch, his complexion turning of a livid hue, and his voice faltering, attempted to deny the letter having been his handwriting, or that he had any concern in the former embassy to Edward. Then, finding that these falsehoods only irritated Bruce to higher indignation, and fearful of being immediately sacrificed to his just resentment, he threw himself on his knees, and confessing each transaction, implored his life in pity to the natural desire of self-preservation, which alone had precipitated him to so ungrateful a proceeding. "Oh," added he, "even this danger I have incurred upon your account. For your ultimate advantage did I bring on my head the perils which now fill me with dismay. Love alone for you made me hasten the execution of William Wallace, that insidious friend, who would have crept from your bosom into your throne, and then, fear of your mistaking the motives of so good a service, betrayed me to throw myself into the arms of Edward." "Bury thyself and crimes, thou foulest traitor, deep in the depths of hell," cried the prince, starting away with a tremendous gesture. "Out of my sight for ever, that I may not pollute these hands with thy monstrous blood." Till this moment Bruce was ignorant that Badenoch had been the instigator in the murder of Wallace, and forgetting all his own personal wrongs in this more mighty injury, with tumultuous horror he turned from the coward to avoid the self-blame of stabbing an unarmed wretch at his feet. But at that moment Cummin, who believed his doom only suspended, rose from his knee, and drawing his dirk from underneath his plaid, struck it into the back of the prince. Bruce turned on him with the quickness of thought. "Ha!" exclaimed he, seizing him by the throat. "Then take thy fate. This accursed deed hath removed the only barrier between vengeance and thee. Thus remember William Wallace." As the prince spoke, he plunged his dagger into the breast of the traitor. Cummin uttered a fearful cry, and rolled down at his feet, murmuring imprecations. Bruce fled from the spot. It was the first time his arm had drawn blood, except in the field of battle, and he felt as if the base tide had contaminated his hand. In the cloisters he was encountered by his friends. A few words informed them of what had happened. "Is he dead?" inquired Kirkpatrick. "I can hardly doubt it," answered Bruce. "Such a matter," returned the veteran, "must not be left to conjecture. I will secure him." Footnote: in memory of this circumstance, the crest of the family of Kirkpatrick is a hand grasping a dagger, distilling gouts of blood. The motto, "I mac sicker." End footnote. And running forward, he found the wounded regent crawling from the door of the cell. Throwing himself upon him without noise, he stabbed him to the heart. Before the catastrophe was known in the convent, Bruce and his friends had left it some time, and were far on their road to Lochmaven. They arrived before sunrise, and once more an inmate of his paternal castle, he thence dispatched Fleming to Lord Ruthven, with a transcript of his designs. In the same packet he enclosed a letter for the Lady Isabel. It contained this brave resolution, that in his present return to Scotland he did not consider himself merely as Robert Bruce, come to reclaim the throne of his ancestors, but as the executor of the last dying will of Sir William Wallace, which was, that Bruce should confirm the independence of Scotland, or fall, as Wallace had done, invincible at his post. "Till that freedom is accomplished," continued the virtuous prince, "I will never shake the steadfast purpose of my soul, by even one glance at thy life-endearing beauties. I am Wallace's soldier, Isabel, as he was heaven's, and while my captain looks on me from above, shall I not approve myself worthy his example? I wooed you as a knight, I will win you as a king, and on the day when no hostile Southern breathes in Scotland, I will demand my sweetest reward, my beloved bride, of her noble uncle. You shall come to me as the angel of peace, and in 1 hour we will receive the nuptial benediction and the vows of our people." The purport of the prince's letter to Ruthven was well adapted to the strain of the foregoing. He then announced his intention of proceeding immediately to the plain of Stirling, and there, putting himself at the head of his loyal Scots, declare himself their lawful sovereign, and proclaim to the world that he acknowledged no legal superior, but the great being whose vice-regent he was. From that centre of his kingdom he would make excursions to its furthest extremities, and give God's will, either drive his enemies from the country, or perish with a sword in his hand, as became the descendant of William the Lion, as became the friend of William Wallace. Ruthven lay encamped on the Carse of Gowrie when this letter was delivered to him. He read it aloud to his assembled chieftains, and, with waving bonnets, they hailed the approach of their valiant prince. Bothwell alone, whose sole devoted attachment to Wallace could not be superseded by any other affection, allowed his bonnet to remain inactive in his hand, but with the fervour of true loyalty he thanked God for thus bringing the sovereign whom his friend loved to bind in one the contending interests of his country, to wrest from the hand of that friend's assassin the sceptre for which he had dyed them so deep in blood. End of chapter 87. Read by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 88 of The Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 88. Stirling. The word of Bruce was as irreversible as his spirit was determined. No temptation of indulgence could seduce him from the one. No mischance of adversity could subdue the other. The standard of liberty had been raised by him on the Carse of Gowrie, and he carried it in his victorious arm from east to west, from the most northern point of Sutherland to the walls of Stirling. But there, the garrison which the treason of the late regent had admitted into the citadel gave a momentary check to his career. The English governor hesitated to surrender on the terms proposed, and while his first flag of truce was yet in the tent of the Scottish monarch, a second arrived to break off the negotiation. Whatever were the reasons for this abrupt determination, Bruce paid him not the compliment of asking a wherefore, but advancing his troops to the southern outposts, drove them in with great loss, and approaching the lower works of the town by the road of Ballochgeich, so alarmed the governor as to induce him to send forth several squadrons of horse to stop his progress. Vain was the attempt. They shrunk before the resolute prince and his enthusiastic followers. The governor dispatched others, and at last marched himself out to their support. No force seemed able to withstand the pressing valour of the Scots. The Southern saw himself in the midst of his slain and deserted by half of his surviving troops. A surrender, both of himself and his fainting companions, was now his only recourse. His herald sounded a parley. The generous victor, in the midst of triumph, listened to the offered capitulation. It was not to include the citadel of Stirling. Bruce stopped the herald at this clause, and at once demanded the unconditional surrender of both the town and the citadel. The governor, being aware that in his present state there was no alternative, and knowing the noble nature of the prince who made the requisition, yielded to necessity and resigned the whole into his hands. Next morning Bruce entered Stirling as a conqueror, with the whole of his kingdom at his feet, for from the Solway Firth to the northern ocean no Scottish town or castle owned a foreign master. The acclamations of a rescued people rent the skies, and, while prayers and blessings poured on him from above, below and around he did indeed feel himself a king, and that he had returned to the land of his forefathers. While he sat on his proud war-horse in front of the great gates of the citadel, now thrown wide asunder to admit its rightful sovereign, his noble prisoners came forward. They bent their knees before him, and delivering their swords, received in turn his gracious assurance of mercy. At this moment all Scottish hearts and wishes seemed riveted on their youthful monarch. Dismounting from his steed, he raised his helmet from his head. As the souls of his enemies, he raised his helmet from his head, as the Bishop of Dunkeld, followed by all the ecclesiastics in the town, came forward to wait upon the triumph of their king. The beautiful anthem of the Virgins of Israel on the conquests of David was chanted forth by the nuns, who in this heaven-hallowed hour, like the spirits of the blessed, revisited the world to give the chosen of their land. All hail! The words, the scene smote the heart of Bothwell. He turned aside and wept. Where were now the buoyant feelings with which he had followed the similar triumph of Wallace into these gates? Buried, thou martyred hero, in thy bloody grave. New men and new services seemed to have worn out remembrance of the past. but in the memories of even this joyous crowd, Wallace lived, though like a bright light which had passed through their path, and was gone never more to return. On entering the citadel, Bruce was informed by Mowbray, the English governor, that he would find a lady there in a frightful state of mental derangement, and who might need his protection. A question or two from the victorious monarch told him that this was the Countess of Strathearn. On the revolted at Thames, having betrayed Wallace and his country to England, the joy and ambition of the Countess knew no bounds, and hoping to eventually persuade Edward to adjudge to her the crown, she made it apparent to the English king how useful would be her services to Scotland, while with a plenary though secret mission, she took her course through her native land to discover who were inimical to the foreign interests, and who, likely to promote her own after this circuit. She fixed her mimic court at Stirling, and living there in real magnificence, exercised the function of a vice-queen. At this period intelligence arrived which the governor thought would fill her with exultation, and hastening to declare it, he proclaimed to her that the King of England's authority was now firmly established in Scotland, for that on the 23rd of August Sir William Wallace had been executed in London, according to all the forms of law upon the Tower Hill. On the full declaration of this event, she fell senseless on the floor. It was not until the next morning that she recovered to perfect animation, and then her ravings were horrible and violent. She accused herself of the murder of Sir William Wallace. She seemed to hear him upbraid her with his fate, and her shrieks and tremendous ejaculations so fearfully presented the scene of his death before the eyes of her attendants, that her women fled, and none others of that sex would afterward venture to approach her. In these fearful moments, the dreadful confession of all her premeditated guilt, of her infuriated and disappointed passion for Wallace, and her vowed revenge were revealed, under circumstances so shocking that the English governor declared to the King of Scots while he conducted him toward her apartment, that he would rather wear out his life in a rayless dungeon than endure 1 hour of her agonies. There was a dead silence in her chamber as they approached the door. Mowbray cautiously opened it and discovered the object of their visit. She was seated at the further end of the room on the floor, enveloped in a mass of scarlet velvet she had drawn off her bed. Her hands clasped her knees, and she bent forward with her eyes fixed on the door at which they entered. Her once dazzling beauty was now transformed to a haggard glare. The terrible lightning which gleamed on the face of Satan when he sat brooding on the burning marl of Tartarus. She remained motionless as they advanced, but when Bruce stopped directly before her, contemplating with horror the woman whom he regarded as one of the murderers of his most beloved friend, he sprung at once upon him, and, clinging to him with shrieks, buried her head in his bosom. Save me, she cried. Mar drags me down to hell. I burn there, and yet I die not. Then bursting from Bruce, with an imprecation that froze his blood, she flew to the other side of the chamber, crying aloud, Thou hast torn out my heart. Fiend, I took thee for Wallace, but I murdered him. Her agonies, her yells, her attempts at self-violence were now so dreadful that Bruce, raising her bleeding from the hearth on which she had furiously dashed her head, put her into the arms of the men who attended her, and then, with an awful sense of divine retribution, left the apartment. End of chapter 88.
Chapter 89 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 89, Bannockburn. The generality of his prisoners Bruce directed should be kept safe in the citadel, but to Mowbray he gave his liberty, and ordered every means to facilitate the commodious journey of that brave knight, whom he had requested to convey the insane Lady Strathearn the protection of her husband. Mowbray accepted his freedom with gratitude, and gladly set forth with his unhappy charge to meet his sovereign. Expectation of Edward's approach had been the reason of his withdrawing his herald from the camp of Bruce, and though the king did not arrive time enough to save Stirling, Mowbray yet hoped that he might still be continuing his promised march. This anticipation the Southron's loyalty would not allow him to impart to Bruce, and he bade that generous prince adieu, with a full belief of soon returning to find him the vanquished of Edward. At the decline of day Bruce returned to his camp, to pass the night in the field with his soldiers, intending next morning to give his last orders to the detachments which he meant to send out under the command of Lennox and Douglas, to disperse themselves over the border counties, and there keep station till that peace should be signed by England, which he was determined, by unabated hostilities, to compel. Having taken these measures for the security of his kingdom and the establishment of his own happiness, he had just returned to his tent on the banks of the Bannockburn, when Grimsby, his now faithful attendant, conducted an armed knight into his presence. The light of the lamp which stood on the table, streaming full on the face of the stranger, discovered to the king his English friend, the intrepid Montgomery. With an exclamation of glad surprise, Bruce would have clasped him in his arms, but Montgomery, dropping on his knee, exclaimed, "Receive a subject as well as a friend, victorious and virtuous prince. I have forsworn the vassalage of the Plantagenets, and thus, without title or land, with only a faithful heart, Gilbert Hambledon comes to vow himself yours and Scotland's forever." Bruce raised him from the ground, and welcoming him with a warm embrace of friendship, inquired the cause of so extraordinary an abjuration of his legal sovereign. "No light matter," observed the king, "could have so wrought upon my noble Montgomery." "Montgomery no more," replied the earl, with indignant eagerness. "When I threw the insignia of my earldom at the feet of the unjust Edward, I told him that I would lay the saw to the root of the nobility I had derived from his house, and cut it through, that I would sooner leave my posterity without titles, without wealth, than deprive him of real honour. [Footnote: This event is perpetuated in the crest of the noble family of Hamilton in Scotland. End footnote.] I have done as I said, and yet I come not without a treasure, for the sacred corpse of William Wallace is now in my bark, floating on the waves of the Forth. The subjugation of England would hardly have been so welcome to Bruce as this intelligence. He received it with an eloquent though unutterable look of gratitude. Hambledon continued, "On the tyrant summoning the peers of England to follow him to the destruction of Scotland, Gloucester got excused under a plea of illness, and I could not but show a disinclination to obey. This occasioned some remarks from Edward respecting my known attachment to the Scottish cause, and they were so couched as to draw from me this honest answer: my heart would not, for the wealth of the world, permit me to join in the projected invasion, since I had seen the spot in my own country where a most inordinate ambition had cut down the flower of all knighthood, because he was a Scot who would not sell his birthright. The king left me in wrath, and threatened to make me recant my words. I as proudly declared I would maintain them. Next morning, being in waiting on the prince, I entered his chamber, and found John de la Spencer, the coward who so basely insulted Wallace on the day of his condemnation. He was sitting with his highness. On my offering the services due from my office, this worthless minion turned on me, and accused me of having declined joining the army for the sole purpose of executing some plot in London, devised between me and my Scottish partisans for the subversion of the English monarchy. I denied the charge. He enforced it with oaths, and I spurned his allegations. The prince, who believed him, furiously gave me the lie, and commanded me as a traitor to leave his presence. I refused to stir an inch till I made the base heart of Le Despencer retract his falsehood. The coward took courage on his master's support, and drawing his sword on me, in language that it would blister my tongue to repeat, threatened to compel my departure. He struck me on the face with his weapon. The arms of his prince could not then save him. I thrust him through the body, and he fell. Edward ran on me with his dagger, but I wrested it from him. Then it was that I replied to his menaces. I revoked my fealty to a sovereign. I abhorred a prince I despised. Leaving his presence before the fluctuations of so versatile a mind could fix upon seizing me, I hastened to Highgate to convey away the body of our friend from its brief sanctuary. The same night I embarked it and myself on board a ship of my own, and am now at your feet, brave and just king. No longer Montgomery, but a true Scot in heart and loyalty. And as a kinsman, generous Hambledon, returned Bruce, I receive and will portion thee. My paternal lands of Cadzow on the Clyde shall be thine for ever, and may thy posterity be as worthy of the inheritance as their ancestor is of all my love and confidence. Hambledon, having received his new sovereign's directions concerning the disembarkation of those sacred remains, which the young king declared he should welcome as the pledge of heaven to bless his victories with peace, returned to the haven, where Wallace rested in that sleep which even the voice of friendship could not disturb. At the hour of the midnight watch, the trumpets of approaching heralds resounded without the camp. Bruce hastened to the council tent to receive the now anticipated tidings. The communications of Hambledon had given him reason to expect another struggle for his kingdom, and the message of the trumpets declared it might be a mortal one. At the head of 100,000 men, Edward had forced a rapid passage through the lowlands, and was now within a few hours' march of Stirling, fully determined to bury Scotland under her own slain, or by one decisive blow restore her to his empire. When this was uttered by the English herald, Bruce turned to Ruthven with a heroic smile. Let him come, my brave barons, and he shall find the Bannockburn shall page with Cambus Kenneth. The strength of the Scottish army did not amount to more than 30,000 men against this host of Southrons, but the relics of Wallace were there. His spirit glowed in the heart of Bruce. The young monarch lost not the advantage of choosing his ground first, and therefore, as his power was deficient in cavalry, he so took his field as to compel the enemy to make it a battle of infantry alone. To protect his exposed flank from the innumerable squadrons of Edward, he dug deep and wide pits near to Bannockburn, and having overlaid their mouths with turf and brushwood, proceeded to marshal his little phalanx on the shore of that brook till his front stretched to St. Ninan's monastery. The centre was led by Lord Ruthven and Walter Stewart, the right owned by the valiant leading of Douglas and Ramsay, supported by the brave young Gordon with all his clan, and the left was put in charge of Lennox, with Sir Thomas Randolph, a crusade chieftain, who, like Lindsay and others, had lately returned from distant lands, and now zealously embraced the cause of his country. Bruce stationed himself at the head of the reserve. With him were the veterans Lochawe and Kirkpatrick, and Lord Bothwell, with the true de Longueville, and the men of Lanark, all determined to make this division the stay of their little army, or the last sacrifice for Scottish liberty, and its martyr's champion's corpse. There stood the sable hearse of Wallace, rather than yield the ground which he had rendered doubly precious by having made it the scene and the guerdon of his invincible deeds. When Kirkpatrick approached the side of his dead chief, he burst into tears, and his sobs alone proclaimed his participation in the solemnity. The vow spread to the surrounding legions, and was echoed with mingled cries and acclamations from the furthest ranks. "My leader, in death as in life," exclaimed Bruce, clasping his friend's sable shroud to his heart. "Thy pale corpse shall again redeem the country which cast thee, living amongst devouring lions. Its presence shall fight and conquer for thy friend and king." Before the chiefs turned to resume their martial stations, the abbot of Inchaffray drew near with a mysterious iron box, which Douglas had caused to be brought from St. Fillan's Priory. On presenting it to the young monarch, he repeated the prohibition which had been given with it, and added, "Since then, these canonized relics, for none can doubt they are so, have found protection under the no less holy arm of St. Fillan, who now delivers them to your youthful majesty, to penetrate their secrets, and to nerve your mind with redoubled trust in the saintly host. The saints are to be honoured, reverend father, and on that principle I shall not invade their mysteries, till the God in whom alone I trust marks me with more than the name of king, till by a decisive victory he establishes me the approved champion of my country, the worthy successor of him before whose mortal body and immortal spirit I now emulate his deeds. But as a memorial that the host of heaven do indeed learn from the bright abodes to wish well to this day, let these holy relics repose with those of the brave till the issue of the battle." Bruce, having placed his array, disposed the supernumeraries of his army, the families of his soldiers, and other apparently useless followers of the camp, in the rear of an adjoining hill. By daybreak the whole of the Southron army came into view. The van, consisting of archers and men-at-arms, displayed the banner of Earl de Warenne. The main body was led by Edward himself, supported by a train of his most redoubted generals. As they approached, the Bishop of Dunkeld stood on the face of the opposite hill, between the abbots of Campuskenneth and Inchaffray, celebrating Mass in the sight of the opposing armies. He passed along in front of the Scottish lines barefoot, with the crucifix in his hand, and in few but forcible words exhorted them by every sacred hope to fight with an unreceding step for their rights, their king, and the corpse of William Wallace. At this abjuration, which seemed the call of heaven itself, the Scots fell on their knees to confirm their resolution with the vow. The sudden humiliation of their posture excited an instant triumph in the haughty mind of Edward, and spurring forward, he cried aloud, "They yield, they cry for mercy." "They cry for mercy," returned Percy, trying to withhold his majesty, "but not from us. On that ground on which they kneel, they will be victorious or find their graves." The king contemned this opinion of the earl, and inwardly believing that, now Wallace was dead, he need fear no other opponent, for he knew not that even his cold remains were risen in array against him, he ordered his men to charge. The horsemen, to the number of 30,000, obeyed, and rushing forward, with the hope of overwhelming the Scots ere they could rise from their knees, met a different destiny. They found destruction amid the trenches and on the pikes in the way, and with broken ranks and fearful confusion, fell or fled under the missive weapons which poured on them from a neighbouring hill. De Valence was overthrown and severely wounded, and being carried off the field, filled the rear ranks with dismay, while the king's divisions were struck with consternation at so disastrous a commencement of an action in which they had promised themselves so easy a victory. Bruce seized the moment of confusion, and seeing his little army distressed by the arrows of the English, he sent Bothwell round with a resolute body of men, to drive those destroying archers from the heights which they occupied. This was effected, and Bruce coming up with his reserve, the battle in the centre became close, obstinate, and decisive. Many fell before the determined arm of the youthful king, but it was the fortune of Bothwell to encounter the false Monteith in the train of Edward. The Scottish Earl was then at the head of his intrepid Lanarkmen. "Fiend of the most damned treason," cried he, "vengeance is come!" And with an iron grasp, throwing the traitor into the midst of the faithful clan, they dragged him to the hearse of his chief, and there, on the skirts of its pall, the wretched villains breathed out his treacherous breath under the strokes of 100 swords. "So," cried the veteran Ireland, "perish the murderers of William Wallace." "So," shouted the rest, "perish the enemies of the bravest, the most loyal of Scots, the benefactor of his country." At this crisis the women and followers of the Scottish camp, hearing such triumphant exclamations from their friends, impatiently quitted their station behind the hill, and ran to the summit, waving their scarfs and plaids in exultation of the supposed victory. The English, mistaking these people for a new army, had not the power to recover from the increasing confusion which had seized them on King Edward himself receiving a wound, and panic-struck with the sight of their generals falling around them, they flung down their arms and fled. The king narrowly escaped, but being mounted on a stout and fleet horse, he put him to the speed and reached Dunbar, whence the young Earl of Mar, being as much attached to the cause of the English as his father had been, instantly gave him a passage to England. The southern camp, with all its riches, fell into the hands of Bruce. But while his chieftains pursued their gallant chase, he turned his steps from warlike triumph, to pay his heart's honours to the remains of the hero, whose blood had so often bathed Scotland's fields of victory. His vigils were again beneath that sacred pall, for so long had been the conflict that night closed in before the last squadrons left the banks of Bannockburn. At the dewy hour of morn, Bruce reappeared upon the field. His helmet was royally plumed, and the golden lion of Scotland gleamed from under his sable surcoat. Bothwell rode at his side. The troops he had retained from the pursuit were drawn out in array. In a brief address he unfolded to them the solemn duty to which he called them, to see the bosom of their native land receive the remains of Sir William Wallace. He gave to you your homes and your liberty. Grant then a grave, the peace of the tomb to him, whom some amongst you repaid with treachery and death. At these words a cry, as if they beheld their betrayed chief slain before them, issued from every heart. The news had spread to the town, and with tears and lamentations a vast crowd collected around the royal troop. Bruce ordered his bards to raise the sad coronach, and the march commenced toward the open tent that canopied the sacred remains. The whole train followed the speechless woe, as if each individual had lost his dearest relative. Having passed the wood, they came in view of the black hearse, which contained all that now remained of him who had so lately crossed these precincts, in all the panoply of triumphant war, in all the graciousness of peace and love to man. The soldiers, the people rushed forward, and precipitating themselves before the bier, implored a pardon for their ungrateful country. They adjured him by every tender name of father, benefactor, and friend, and in such a sacred presence, forgetting that their king was by, gave way to a grief which most eloquently told the young monarch that he who would be respected after William Wallace must not only possess his power and valour, but imitate his virtues. Scrymgeour, who had well remembered his promise to Wallace on the battlements of Dumbarton, with a holy reference to that vow, now laid the standard of Scotland upon the pall. Hambledon placed on it the sword and helmet of the sacrificed hero. Bruce observed all in silence. The sacred burden was raised. Uncovering his royal head, with his kingly purple sweeping in the dust, he walked before the bier, shedding tears more precious in the eyes of his subjects than the oil which was soon to pour upon his brow. As he thus moved on, he heard acclamations mingle with the sound of sorrow. "This is our king, worthy to have been the friend of Wallace, worthy to succeed him in the kingdom of our hearts." At the gates of Cambus Kenneth, the venerable abbot appeared at the head of his religious brethren, but without uttering the grief that shook his aged frame, he raised the golden crucifix over the head of the bier, and after leaning his face for a few minutes on it, preceded the procession into the church. None but the soldiers entered. The people remained without, and as the doors closed, they fell on the pavement, weeping as if the living Wallace had again been torn from them. On the steps of the altar the bier rested. The Bishop of Dunkeld, in his pontifical robes, received the sacred deposit with a cloud of incense, and the pealing organ, answered by the voices of the choristers, breathed the solemn requiem of the dead. The wreathing frankincense parted its vapour, and a wan but beautiful form, clasping an urn to her breast, appeared stretched on a litter, and was borne toward the spot. It was Helen, brought from the adjoining nunnery, where since her return to these once dear shores, now made a desert to her, she had languished in the gradual decay of the fragile bonds which alone fettered her mourning spirit, eager for release. All night had Isabella watched by her couch, expecting that each succeeding breath would be the last her beloved sister would draw in this calamitous world. But as her tears fell in silence from her cheek upon the cold forehead of Helen, the gentle saint understood their expression, and looking up, "My Isabella," said she, "fear not. My Wallace is returned. God will grant me life to clasp his blessed remains." Full of this hope, she was borne, almost a passing spirit, into the chancel of Cambus Kenneth. Her veil was open, and discovered her face like one just awakened from the dead. It was ashy pale, but it bore a celestial brightness, which, like the silver lustre of the moon, declared its approach to the fountain of its glory. Her eye fell on the bier, and with a momentary strength she sprung from the couch on which she had leaned in dying feebleness, and threw herself upon the coffin. There was an awful pause while Helen seemed to weep. But so was not her sorrow to be shed. It was locked within the floodgates of her heart. In that suspension of the soul, when Bothwell knelt on one side of the bier, and Ruthven bent his knee on the other, Bruce stretched out his hand to the weeping Isabella. "Come hither, my youthful bride, and let thy first duty be paid to the shrine of thy benefactor and mine. So may we live, sweet excellence, and so may we die, if the like may be our meed of heavenly glory." Isabella threw herself into his arms and wept aloud. Helen, slowly raising her head at these words, regarded her sister with a look of awful tenderness, then turning her eyes back upon the coffin, gazed on it as if they would have pierced its confines, and clasping the urn earnestly to her heart, she exclaimed, "'Tis come! The promise, thy bridal bed shall be William Wallace's grave." Bruce and Isabella, not aware that she repeated words which Wallace had said to her, turned to her with portentous emotion. She understood the terrified glance of her sister, and with a smile which bespoke her kindred to the soul she was panting to rejoin, she answered, "I speak of my own espousals, but ere that moment is, and I feel it near, let my Wallace's hallowed presence bless your nuptials. Thou wilt breathe thy benediction through my lips," added she, laying her hand on the coffin, and looking down on it, as if she were conversing with its inhabitant. "Oh, no, no," returned Isabella, throwing herself on her knees before the almost unembodied aspect of her sister. "Let me ever be the sharer of your cell, or take me with you to the kingdom of heaven." "It is thy sister's spirit that speaks," cried Dunkeld, observing the awe which not only shook the tender frame of Isabella, but had communicated itself to Bruce, who stood in heart-struck veneration before the yet unascended angel. "Holy inspiration," continued the bishop, "beams from her eyes, and as ye hope for further blessings, obey its dictates." Isabella bowed her head in acquiescence. As Bruce approached to take his part in the sacred rite, he raised the hand which lay on the pall to his lips. The ceremony was finished. As the bridal notes resounded from the organ, and the royal pair rose from their knees, Helen held her trembling hands over them. She gasped for breath, and would have sunk without a word, had not Bothwell supported her shadowy form upon his breast. She looked round on him with a grateful though languid smile, and with a strong effort spoke. "Be you blessed in all things, as Wallace would have blessed you. From his side I pour out my soul upon you, my sister, my being, and with its inward breathed prayers to the giver of all good for your eternal happiness, I turn in holy faith to my long-looked-for rest." Bruce and Isabella wept in each other's arms. Helen slid gently from the boom of Bothwell prostrate on the coffin, and uttering in a low tone, "I waited only for this. We have met. I unite thy noble heart to thee again. I claim my brother at our Father's hands, in mercy, in love, by his all-blessed Son." Her voice gradually faded away as she murmured these broken sentences, which none but the close and attentive ear of Bothwell heard. But he caught not the triumphant exclamation of her soul, which spoke, though her lips ceased to move, and cried to the attending angels, "Death, where is thy sting? Grave, where is thy victory?" In this awful moment the abbot of Inchaffray, believing that the dying saint was prostrate in prayer, laid his hand on the iron box which stood at the foot of Wallace's bier. Before the sacred remains of the once champion of Scotland, and in the presence of his royal successor, exclaimed the abbot, "Let this mysterious coffer of St. Fillan's be opened, to reward the deliverer of Scotland according to its intent." "If it were to contain the relics of St. Fillan himself," returned the king, "they could not meet a holier bosom than this." And resting the box on the coffin, he unclasped the lock, and the regalia of Scotland was discovered. At this sight Bruce exclaimed, in an agony of grateful emotion, "Thus did this truest of human beings protect my rights, even while the people I had deserted, and whom he had saved, knelt to him to wear them all." "And thus Wallace crowns thee," said Dunkeld, taking the diadem from its coffer and setting it on Bruce's head. "My husband and my king," gently exclaimed Isabella, sinking on her knee before him, and clasping his hand to her lips. "Hearest thou that, my beloved Helen?" cried Bothwell, touching the clasped hands which rested on the coffin. He turned pale and looked on Bruce. Bruce, in the glad moment of his joy, at this happy consummation of so many years of blood, observed not his glance, but in exulting accents exclaimed, "Look up, my sister, and let thy soul, discoursing with our Wallace, tell him that Scotland is free, and Bruce is king indeed." She spoke not, she moved not. Bothwell raised her clay-cold face. "That soul has fled, my lord," said he, "but from yon eternal sphere. They now together look upon your joys. Here let their bodies rest, for they loved in their lives, and in their deaths they shall not be divided. Before the renewing of the moon, whose waning light witnessed their solemn obsequies, the aim of Wallace's life, the object of Helen's prayers, was accomplished. Peace reigned in Scotland. The discomfited King Edward died of chagrin in Carlisle, and his humble son and successor sent to offer such honourable terms of pacification that Bruce gave them acceptance, and a lasting tranquillity spread prosperity and happiness throughout the land. End of chapter 89. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Appendix of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Appendix. Note respecting the personal conformation of Sir William Wallace and King Robert Bruce. The extraordinary bodily as well as mental superiority which Wallace and Bruce possessed over their contemporaries is thus recorded by Hector Boetius. About the latter end of the year 1430, King James I of Scotland, on returning to Perth from St. Andrews, found his curiosity excited to visit a very old lady of the house of Erskine, who resided in the castle of Kinnoul. In consequence of her extreme old age, she had lost her sight, but all her other senses were entire, and her body was yet firm and active. She had seen William Wallace and Robert Bruce in her earliest youth, and frequently told particulars of them. The king, who entertained a love and veneration for great men, resolved to visit the old lady, that he might hear her describe the manners and strength of the two heroes. He therefore sent a message acquainting her that he would come to her the next day. When she was told that the king was approaching, she went down into the hall of her castle, attended by a train of matrons, many of whom were her own descendants. She advanced to meet his majesty so easily and gracefully that he doubted her being blind. At his desire she embraced and kissed him. He took her by the hand and made her sit down on the seat next to him, and then, in a long conference, he interrogated her on ancient matters. Among others, he asked her to tell him what sort of a man William Wallace was, what was his personal figure, what his bearing, and with what degree of strength he was endowed. He put the same comparing question to her concerning Robert Bruce. Robert, said she, was a man beautiful and of fine appearance. His strength was so great that he could easily have overcome any mortal man of his time, save one, Sir William Wallace. But in so far as he excelled other men, he was excelled by Wallace, both in stature and in bodily strength. For in wrestling Wallace could have overthrown 2 such men as Robert, and he was comely as well as strong, and full of the beauty of wisdom. I might have thought, had I known the above record in my young days, when I heard my old friend Lucky Forbes describe the Scottish heroes, that she must have been one of those matrons of honour to Lady Kinnoul, and had seen baith the stalwarth chiefs in her also venerable life. But the description of my humble historiographer was the work of her own heart, suggested there by tradition, and a holy reverence of even the name of William Wallace to help it out. And so my pen, moved by the same impulse, has attempted to copy the picture she presented. Note concerning Joanna of Mar and Strathearn. This unhappy and wicked woman's descendants, as daughter of a princess of the Orkneys, and her husband Mellis, Earl of Strathearn, is given in all the old Scottish genealogical works, and her marriage with Earl de Warenne, followed up by her most unnatural treasons against her native country, are not less faithfully recorded. But it is something curious that while revising this volume a few years ago, I met a paragraph in the Morning Post newspaper relative to this very lady, now dead upward of 500 years, and dated August 26, 1831, almost the very anniversary day of Sir William Wallace's death. It was an extract from the Perth Courier, and runs thus. In preparing the foundation of the classical monument which Lady Baird is about to erect on Tomashastle to the memory of Sir David, the workmen discovered the remains of an extensive edifice, intermixed with a blackish mould in which human bones frequently occur, with stirrups, buckles, and other decayed fragments of ancient armour. In an excavation were found a quantity of black earth, the debris of animal matter, some human bones, a bracelet, and a considerable portion of charcoal, from which it may be concluded that the individuals whose remains were discovered had perished during a conflagration of the castle. The tradition of the country is that 3 ladies had been there burned to death, and as it is known that the Lady of Strathearn, a daughter of the Earl of Orkney, involved herself in the quarrels between Bruce and Balliol, and was, after the ascendancy of the former, in a parliament held at Scone in 1329, doomed to perpetual imprisonment for the crime of lese majestatis, it is no violent stretch of conjecture to come to the conclusion that this very lady may have been one of the unhappy victims whose remains have been thus accidentally brought to light. The excavation, undoubtedly, being the most probable supposition, was that usually found in the base of the dungeon keep of the castle. Tomashastle, on the summit of which Sir David Baird's monument is to be placed, overlooks the whole strath, and is even visible from Dundee. So far the note from the Perth newspaper, which was first appended to this almost veritable romance biography of Sir William Wallace in the edition of 1831. And on comparing the circumstances and dates of the period referred to, it does not seem improbable that such might have been the fearful end of that ambitious and cruelly impassioned woman. Earl de Warenne was not a man to burden himself with cares for such a partner after her treasons had become abortive, in the secret continuance of which most likely she had been discovered in some of her territorial permitted visits to her inherited lands in Scotland. And the relics of the other 2 female forms found in the ashes may reasonably be supposed to have been those of her personal attendants, sharing her captivity. The above coincidence of recollections between the far past and the present nearly but passing events may be regarded as rather remarkable, for the hill of Tomashastle may now be looked upon as an object recalling to memory 2 heroes. One, Scotland's noblest son, of full 500 ages gone; the other, her boast on the plains of India within our own remembrance. while the same summit brings two of her daughters likewise to eminent recollection, one that disgraced her sex in every relation of life, the other who honours it in all. The hand of the first would have destroyed her country's greatest hero. The hand of the second raises a tumulus to maintain the memory and the example of such true sons of her country in a perpetual existence. The scarf of James V. of Scotland in the possession of Dr. Jefferson of West Lodge, Clapham. This scarf belonged to and was worn by the truly royal but something romantically adventurous King of Scotland, James V. He was fond of roaming about in his dominions, like the celebrated Haroun al-Rashid, in various disguises, to see and to observe, and to make acquaintance with his people of all degrees without being known by them. In one of these incognito wanderings about the year 1533, he was hospitably entertained for a night by an ancestor of Dr. Jefferson's lady, a man of liberal name in the country, and who unwittingly had given most courteous bed and board to his sovereign, then personally unknown to him, when he thought he was entertaining a person not much above the rank of the commonest degree, it being the monarch's humour generally to assume the most ordinary garb outwardly. And it therefore depended on the tact of the entertainer, from his own inherent nobleness, to discern the real quality of the mind and manners of his transitory guest. The host in question did not discern that it was his sovereign he was then treating like a prince, but he felt it was a visitant, be he whom he may, that was worthy his utmost respect. And the monarch, highly pleased with his night's lodging and previous gracious welcome, on his departure next morning presented to the lady of the mansion a grateful tribute to her good care, in the form of a small parcel rolled up, which, when opened, they found to be a splendid scarf, endorsed to herself and lord in the name of the good man of Ballochgeich. All then knew it was the generous and pleasant King of Scotland who had been their guest. The Scottish chief on whom this beautiful memorial of received hospitality had been bestowed was John Berg of Burnt Island in Fifeshire, from whom the writer of this note literally traces the present inheritance of the scarf. John Berg had an only daughter, who married John Balfour, K.N., who also had an only daughter, and she married Gilbert Blair, brother to Blair of Ardblair. Their only son, James Blair, married Jane Morrison, daughter of Morrison, Esquire, and an heiress of the brave house of Ramsay, by which marriage the ancient and honourable families of Berg, Blair, and Ramsay were woven into one branch, and from this branch, indeed from the first set-off of its united stem, was born of this marriage Margaret Blair, who, dying in the year 1836, bequeathed the long-cherished scarf to Dr. Jefferson, the worthy husband of her beloved kinswoman, direct in the line of John Berg, to whom it had originally been given. The scarf was composed of a rich and brilliant tissue of gold and silver threads, interwoven with silk-embroidered flowers in their natural colours. They are chiefly pansies, the emblems of remembrance, thistles, the old insignia of Scotland, and the field daisy, the favourite symbol of King James's mother, the beautiful Queen Margaret. The flowers, entwined together, run in stripes down the splendid web of the scarf, which terminates at each end with what has been a magnificent fringe of similar hues and brightness. The scarf is 7 feet in length by 1 foot 9 inches in width. This interesting bequest was still further enriched to Dr. Jefferson by the addition of a cap and gloves, which, tradition says, the worthy chief of Burnt Island wore on his nuptial day. There was also a smaller pair of gloves of a more delicate size and texture, appropriated by the same testimony to the fair bride. but these articles are supposed to have been of earlier fabric than that of the scarf, probably the year 1500, and they are of less exquisite manufacture, the former appearing to be from the fine looms of France, and the latter wrought in the less practised machinery of our then ruder northern isle. The cap is of a pale red silk, with gold cord and embroidery down the seams, it being formed to fit the head, and therefore in compartments. Broad where they are inserted into the rich fillet band round the head, and narrowing to the closely fitting top. It looked something like an Albanian cap. The gloves, which are said to have been those of the chief, were of a brownish fine leather, with embroidered gauntlet tops. The ladies are of a lighter hue, still softer leather, with gay fringe of varied-coloured silk and gold, and tassels at the wrists. Both these pairs of gloves were well shaped and most neatly sewed. On these relics of antiquity, and of ancestorial memorials devolving on Dr. Jefferson, he sought for a place of deposit for them, suitable to their dignity, their character, and their times. He had in his possession a curious old table of the era of Henry VIII, which he soon adapted to the purpose. Its large oaken slab was of sufficient dimensions to admit of the royal gift being spread in graceful folds over the dark surface of the wood, which the better displayed the tissue's interchanging tints, and also gave room for the disposal of the cap and gloves, which were placed in a kind of armorial crest between its gauntlets, at the head of the scarf, and at its foot was added a beautifully written inscription in old emblazoned characters, historic of the interesting relics above. The whole is secured from dust or other injury by a covering of plate glass, extending over the entire surface of the table, which, having a raised carved oak parapet border of about 4 inches high along all its sides, forms a sort of castellated sanctuary that completely defends from accident the glass and the treasure beneath it, which is distinctly seen through the lucid medium. The shape of the table is like that what we call a sofa table, but very long, being 5 feet by 2½ feet. The depth of its frieze altogether is 8 inches, for it extends 4 inches below the 4-inch parapet above, and this lower portion is worked into a foliage enwreathing the sides. The whole height of the table, from the feet of its 4-clawed pedestal, is 3 feet 2 inches. This pedestal, or rather branching stem of polished oak, being of the sturdy contour of its original growth, with its superb ramifications supporting the precious slab above, shows an elaborate design in its carvings far beyond my power to describe. So luxuriant, so various, so intricate, one might almost suppose that the matchless tool of the famous Benavente Cellini had traced its wild and graceful grotesque. The 4 claws, which are like roots from the stem of the pedestal, partake of the same rich arabesque in their design, and terminate in the form of lions' paws. End of the Appendix, and end of the Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter.